Chapter 1. When the sun went down over the Sahara, Ruger stuck his head above the sand and scanned the horizon for assassins. Clear. For the moment. He stood, dusted himself off and lit a cigarette, feeling the cooling desert wind against his neck. It was so peaceful here. So hot during the day, but when the sun disappeared the land cooled rapidly. As a vampire, Ruger was only able to enjoy the last of the day's heat before the cold of night took over, and he relished it. Sand stirred. He turned to see Danielle emerging the ground and brushed at some of the sand around her lips. "We survived another day," she said, and kissed him. "Now to start running again." She shook an arm, and sand spilled out of her sleeve. "At least it's better than tunneling through dirt." Too true. Tunneling didn't afford much sleep, whereas some rest could be had sitting on a camel, not much, but some. He could see the exhaustion in her beautiful face, and the fear. Though also a vampire, Danielle was much younger and therefore more vulnerable than he was. "The hunt ends tonight," he promised. "One way or another." As they checked their weapons for sand clogs, Danielle swore. "What is it?" he asked. She pointed. A sandstorm boiled up from the south, blotting out the stars. Before it moved a string of dark figures, the death squad, surely, ready to continue the pursuit across land. "Damn," Ruger said. "Let's hurry." They picked their way over to the camels, which they'd led along by psychic means during the day while the two vampires tunneled. He helped her mount, then climbed astride his own camel. "Alright," he said, and the animal set out. Danielle rode at his side, looking half ready to slide out of her saddle. "Want some more blood?" he said. "You don't have any left to spare, babe." He bit back a curse. "I'm sorry I got you into this." "Hell with that. I'm the one that wanted to come. But I'm the one that let you." When she'd learned of his habit of going on a vision quest every decade or so in the Sahara and asked him why he hadn't gone on one since they'd been together, he hadn't known what to say. Under the premise of their anniversary, she'd demanded to go with him on one. Now here they were. "You couldn't have known the Abunka would show up," Danielle said. "Besides, if there's a hit out on us, they would go after us anywhere. Hell, coming all the way out here to get us probably slowed them down." "Maybe," he said. "But why are they after us in the first place?" It had been a strange hunt, with the Abunka, a race of immortal distinct from vampires, and their abilities to tunnel through sand at speed. It had certainly kept Ruger and Danielle busy. "We've made plenty of enemies," she reminded him. Too true. They must be renegade. Traditional Abunka lived only in the ground, but these only went below during day. Neither race, Abunka nor vampire, could survive the sun. "They're pretty handy underground, though," Danielle said. "Anyway, tonight we reach the pillar. And Triboli, if he's there. Are you strong enough to face him?" "Like a bull." Frowning, Ruger watched Danielle. Sand plastered her face and tangled her hair. Her lips were dry and cracked and parted slightly as if she didn't have the strength to keep them closed, and he was sure he looked just as bad. They required human blood on a regular basis, sometimes feeding more than once a night when they were in his city, only small sips, never a kill, unless the person deserved it, but it had been too long now and, in heading toward one of the 20 or so sacred pillars scattered throughout the desert, they hoped to find a source of blood. "And cigarettes." "That the last one?" he said. She nodded, the dark-stemmed clove crackling between her lips. She corkscrewed atop her bumpy perch to catch a glimpse of their pursuers less than a mile behind and slapped the flank of her camel to make it go faster. He glanced up at the moon, half full and waltzing across the clear sky, a hot wind having blown up from the equator. He focused on the wasteland before them, trying to sort through the billowings of the sandstorm. "Bingo," called Danielle. "I see it." A sudden clearing of the storm had revealed the pillar, about 100 yards ahead. "Is that what I think it is?" she said. He examined the structure more closely. 3 camels were tied to a post outside it. Probably one rider, he thought, one animal to ride and 2 reserves. Ruger and Danielle kept reserves, as well. "Looks that way," he said. "Think," she swallowed. "Think it's Triboli?" He heard the fear in her voice. If Triboli had reached the pillar ahead of them if he'd fed. "We'll be all right," he told her, hoping it wasn't a lie. They drew near the pillar and he hopped off his exhausted mount, then helped Danielle out of her stirrups. "I hope this place has got some cigarettes," she said. "Don't count on it." He wondered at the reliability of the Succa, the tribe of humans that worshipped immortals, then looked back one last time at the hunters. It would be some time before the death squad arrived. Ruger stepped forward alone, moving past the generator half buried by sand, and stopped before the pillar. About 5 feet in diameter and 15 high, with exotic sculptural embellishments at the top, just below the satellite dish, reflecting its African roots, the moon glinted on strange bas-reliefs and sand raged like a screen in front of it. A small hole opened at waist level, just big enough to put one's hand in, but deep. Mortals who wished to be admitted were supposed to prick their fingers on some unseen spikes at the back of the recess. If the hole decided to admit them, a panel would fall back and reveal a narrow stone staircase leading below the sand, but if for some reason, maybe if it sensed some duplicity, the hole took a disliking to the supplicant's blood, a rusty blade would descend and slice off the part of their forearm in its grasp, leaving them to bleed to death in the desert. Having lived for hundreds of years and having learned to use some of the powers immortality had given him, Ruger used his mind to push the panel in. It opened slowly, sand scattering about, moonlight illuminating a few slivers of time-worn steps, bowed in the center, that disappeared around the twist of a bend. "You sure you're ready?" Ruger asked. Danielle hesitated, but only an instant. "Let's do it." Ruger crossed into the pillar and edged down the staircase, Danielle just behind. Both drew their pistols. At the bottom, they emerged into the sanctuary. Torches flared along the walls in different colored gouts of flame, blue, red, green, casting dreamlike hues across the chamber, which was low and wide, the floor and walls of stone, most of the cabinets of wood, probably built in more modern times. Blankets arranged loosely on the floor, as if to give the room a warmer appearance, and a great four-poster bead loomed at the far end. A computer with a modem hunched on a desk in a corner, and Ruger thought how bizarre it was that this symbol of modern technology had invaded even this most ancient and sacred of places. There were several pantries, some oil paintings on the walls along with decorative curtains and cross swords, and a basin had been carved into the floor, half full of water. Rafters that looked semi-petrified arched over the room. The vampire Tripoli occupied the center of the chamber, naked and covered in blood. He stared at the vampires expectantly. "Good evening," he said, his English inflected with a South African lilt. Ruger stared at the object that hung from the rafters. No, he saw objects. Two humans, a man and woman, both naked, had been bound in razor wire and suspended in a cocoon made from the wire. Though both were clearly dead, blood, not quite coagulated yet, continued to drip down on Tripoli. A vampire could not drink corpse blood, but he seemed to be enjoying the tactile sensation. "Bastard," hissed Danielle, and started forward. Ruger pulled her back. Tripoli smiled. "I'm honored, really. To merit the attention of two such notorious shades." "The marshals, is it? Ruger and Danielle?" "You better believe it, motherfucker," Danielle said. Anger burned in her eyes, and Ruger feared that she might try to leap at Tripoli without him to back her up. Ruger could feel the power coming off the other immortal and knew it would take both of them to kill him if they were even enough together. Ruger indicated the bodies. "Why? Did they offend you somehow?" Tripoli wiped a bit of blood off his chest and sucked on his fingers. "They're sacrifices," he said. "What else was I to do?" Ruger knew that the Succa often selected, either by lottery or with the aid of volunteers, people to go into the sanctuaries and sate the hunger of their gods. Most immortal races fed off humans one way or another, vampires with blood, werewolves flesh, morbines brain fluid and so on. It was an awful custom and unique to the peoples of the Sahara, who alone among humanity knew of the immortal community, the community. Accepting their sacrifice is one thing, terrible though it is, Ruger said, watching the way the razor wire dug into the mortal's flesh. Sadism is something else. Tripoli lifted his lips. Blood coated his fangs. "That's right," he said. "I've heard you two only feed off of those you feel deserve it, murderers, rapists, and so on." "And wicked shades," Danielle added. Tripoli spread his arms. "Take me if you think you can." "Well," she said to Ruger. He shoved his pistols away and drew out his curved dagger. She did the same. "Are you up to it?" Ruger asked her. "Hell yeah," Danielle said. "Then I find this vampire guilty of the murder and torture of innocents." "I concur." "Then let's do it." Without another word, they moved in. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Jarvik frowned as he chased Ruger and Danielle across the desert. The hunt had lasted 11 days and nights and he was beginning to feel a weariness in his bones, as well as a twinge of something he hadn't felt in a long time. Fear. He turned to Sasha, second in command of the death squad, and said, "There it is." Sasha squinted into the wasteland until he saw the pillar, then yelled to the men, "Faster." Jarvik studied the pillar with detachment. Erected by the ancients long ago, it marked the presence of one of the several dozen sanctuaries scattered throughout the desert. Often called resting places by those who used them, they'd been built to ensure the safety of any immortal crossing these bleak regions. The Succa kept the sanctuary stocked with foodstuffs, booze, fresh sheets, and the occasional human sacrifice. Jarvik hungered. The hunt had gone on too long, and the immortals of his squad needed blood and flesh. Without it, they would die. It was this threat of imminent death, at least in part, that sobered Jarvik. Mainly, though, his small but growing feeling of apprehension stemmed from the threat of Ruger and Danielle themselves. Ruger especially had a savage history, and he was very strong, much stronger than a 200-year-old shade had any right to be, thanks to his friendship with the werewolf Lord Karker. Danielle was reportedly quite fierce, as well, but she was young and posed a much lesser threat. Hunting those two, who, together, were known sometimes as the Marshals, sometimes as the Odd Flock, had been a sleepless endeavor, and if the vampires lived up to only a fraction of their reputation, violence would be the inevitable outcome. As the Abunka drew closer to the pillar, two black-clad figures with livid black eyes emerged from the sanctuary, a corpse in their arms. Ruger and Danielle flung the blood-drained carcass of a tall, dark-skinned immortal to the ground, then withdrew into the pillar. "Impossible," hissed Sasha. "They couldn't have killed him in the sanctuary." "Is that where your thoughts are, Sasha?" Sasha's gaze moved to the corpse. "Triboli," he said. "They killed Triboli. The vampire was ancient and well-known in the area." "That means they'll be strong," Jarvik said. "And we're not." They traded grim looks. "What now?" said Sasha. "There may be another way," Jarvik said. "I'll go in alone." "They could kill you, too. To them, you're no better than Triboli was. Why don't we all go in together? We'd only make them nervous. Then they'd be in no mood to bargain. Fear is persuasive. Prudence is required, Sasha. Right now they're stronger than any one of us and perhaps all of us together. They'd had blood, immortal blood, when we haven't had even a sacrifice in weeks. They're trapped." Jarvik gave him a hard look. Sasha backed down, turning to his men and twirling a finger. Together, they started riding in a circle around the pillar, shouting obscenities and firing the occasional gun. Jarvik entered the pillar. He paused at the bottom of the staircase, staring out from the passageway he occupied into the room, trying to locate the vampires. Ruger and Danielle were nowhere to be seen. Reluctantly, Jarvik stepped from the bottom step into the room. Instantly he was seized. The vampires had been waiting to either side of the stairwell opening and flung to the ground. Ruger shoved a foot on his chest and aimed a .45 at his face, while Danielle held a sawed-off, pistol-gripped shotgun in her hands. None of the guns could kill Jarvik, but they could prove painful and maybe incapacitating. The best way to kill an immortal, any immortal, was dismemberment, sometimes burning. Crosses, garlic and holy symbols were only for the movies. Sunlight worked, too, but only for certain species. Jarvik studied Ruger and Danielle. Both had black hair, dark eyes, and smooth, pale skin, an appearance which made them surreally picturesque as far as vampire lore was concerned. "You know who we are," Ruger said. "Please, introduce yourself." "I'm Jarvik, leader of the Abunka who've been following you." "Can I have a cigarette?" Danielle threw him a pack, along with a lighter. Awkwardly, he lit it, feeling the weight of Ruger's foot on his chest. He could feel the vampire's strength and knew that, although he was only half Jarvik's age, Ruger was the stronger. "Are you working independently or is there a general hit out on us?" Danielle said. Her lithe attractiveness piqued Jarvik's interest. "General," he said. "Whose blacklist are we on?" asked Ruger. He was tall, though not as tall as Jarvik, probably a couple inches over 6 feet, something like that. Lean and sinewy, with capable hands, he moved with the sharp grace of someone who had lived through many battles. "It's not my policy to ask," said Jarvik. "I'm always hired by anonymous employers. Some of my boys figure it has something to do with the scouring, but I don't think so." "The scouring? You've been out here too long." "It's been going on, the last few weeks, I guess. High-profile shades all around the world are biting it. No one knows who's taking them out or why. Anyway, I don't think that's who hired us, whoever's behind it, I mean. You don't fit the pattern." He waved the subject away. "I didn't come here to kill you." "I suppose not. Otherwise you wouldn't be down here alone. It occurred to me and my associates that you might pay more to be rid of us than our employer had paid to be rid of you. If you see what I mean. You won't stay in business long with that attitude," Danielle said. "Yes. Well. Being rich is better than being dead, and we hadn't counted on you feeding first, and on an immortal. Such would make them immeasurably stronger, at least for however long Triboli's blood burned in their veins." "At the last pillar, we heard from the Succa about Triboli coming through," Danielle said. Darkly, she added, "we saw what he left behind. The blood. We'd been on our anniversary vacation, but after that. How about this?" Ruger said. "We will pay you." "Excellent," said Jarvik. With your life. My associates will not like that bargain. Jarvik tilted his head, and the sound of gunfire and hooting drifted down. That's your problem, Danielle said. Hell, I'd rather kill you, all of you. You're killers. Murderers. Immortals kill humans, girl, that's the way of things, Jarvik said. Immortals killing other immortals, that is a sin, and to do so here, in the sanctuary, is blasphemy. We don't worship your gods, Danielle said. Go, Ruger said. Now, before we change our minds. If you and your people are still out there in 5 minutes, we're coming out, and I don't think you'll enjoy the experience. Jarvik swallowed. Fine. But, he started to say watch your back, but then he realized that it was better to go while he could. Let me up. When he returned to Sasha and the others, they drew around him, hopeful that he had bargained a good sum for them. We have 5 minutes and then they kill us, he said. It would have to do. Asterisk. Ruger waited at the head of the stairwell until he was sure Jarvik and his people were gone, then released his telekinetic hold on the entrance panel and descended into the sanctuary, where Danielle had already laid the mortal man and woman on the bed. She stared sadly down at them. I know they believed they were destined to die, she said. But like this? I know. He squeezed her shoulder. If nothing else, we avenged them. Tears spilled down her cheeks as she nodded. Silently, they carried the bodies upstairs and buried them in the sand. Danielle said a short piece over their graves, and the 2 vampires stood silent vigil for a time. As they started to go back inside, Ruger sniffed the air. Blood. He moved into the wastes, then swore at what he saw, half hidden by a dune. Their camels had been let off and killed, but Ruger had been too distracted to notice their absence till now. Jarvik did this, Danielle said. He and his people will be stronger. Ruger scanned the dunes around them. Let's get back inside. They backed down the stairs and sealed the door after them. Why is there a head out on us? She asked. To that there was no answer. They moved to the water basin, which was the size of a hot tub, and splashed their faces. Danielle's pale cheeks were shot through with pink, water dripping down from her eyebrows to her lips. Look, there's bottles down there. She reached into the water and pulled one out, fat, long, dark, and frosty. Chardonnay. She stared at it, sighed, then lowered the bottle back in the basin. I'm no longer in the mood. She was still grieving over the mortals, he knew. It didn't surprise him. Her compassion was one of the reasons why he loved her so. She started going through the pantry, finding various foodstuffs and things, a radio and some batteries and cigarettes. Apparently the pack of clothes she'd found earlier had been the only one of its kind, so she grabbed a carton and lit up. Dorals, he sighed. It's what they've got. She threw him a cigarette and turned her attention back to the room. He lit it, grimacing. She moved over to the bed. Its cream-colored sheets were splotched in several places with something that had taken on the color of rust and, to Ruger, still carried a heady fragrance. I guess our vision quest is over, she said. We can't continue it with death squads after us. Besides, it's almost time for the sled race. We wouldn't want to disappoint Ludwig. She sat down around a large blackened pit, which looked to be a sort of fireplace, and Ruger joined her. Immediately, a flame came to life, and lusty smoke billowed from the fire. There didn't seem to be a vent anywhere, but then the pit was mystical. The vampires stared into the fire. The world grew red and violent for a while, but the odd flock stayed that way, holding hands and taking comfort in each other. We need to leave, Ruger said. Jarvik could gather reinforcements or alert a more motivated team to our whereabouts, that's if he's not out there right now, waiting for us. She glared at the door. I guess we can call a helicopter to get home, without the camels, and with Jarvik. She crossed over to the computer in the corner, booted it up and accessed the internet, which was surreal to have out here, but the sucka didn't skimp on providing for their gods. After she digitally summoned a helicopter, she checked their email. There's a message from Ludwig, she said, referring to Ruger's oldest friend. Ruger and Ludwig had met while still human and crossed over into immortality within a month of each other. Now Ludwig lived with his wife in their ice-encrusted compound in northern Alaska. What's he say? Ruger asked. He says, Danielle made a face, there's a hit out on us and for us to get our asses up to Alaska for his annual winter solstice dogsled race. We should check our email more often. She considered. The solstice is only a few days away. He knows we'll be there. We always are. How does he know we're on a blacklist, though? This message is 3 weeks old. Strange. Maybe, he frowned. Could Ludwig know who's after us? Chapter 2. Ruger stared out into the pulsating violet that surrounded them, sitting with Danielle on the floor of the plane that they'd sent for in Anchorage. Wrapped up in an orange patchwork quilt, the vampires jounced to the small plane's rhythm as it tore its way north during the middle of Alaska's annual 3-month night. Lightning flickered below. "Don't you love the storm?" Danielle said, exhaling spicy clove smoke. "Always." Mardi Gras jazz knocked its way up from the dusty speakers of the private room, mixing with the swirl of incense, hash, and cloves. Multicolored lava lamps, red, orange, blue and green, swelled luminously from different pockets of the compartment, the only light except for a Chinese paper lantern that rocked from the ceiling. The lights cast strange and comforting hues across the interior of the plane as the vampires shared the cigarette and let their sweat mingle beneath the patchwork quilt. Danielle sucked in another clove-flavored hit as she moved to the window and peered out, and the cigarette crackled as she inhaled. How she could tolerate those things Ruger didn't know, but he pretended to enjoy them for her benefit. He watched as she made her way back to him, seeing her lean nude body, small firm breasts, ribs just visible, pubic hair damp and soft below her skinny stomach and the gentle slope south of her navel, where a single silver loop gleamed. He held the quilt aloft and she slid smoothly in, her lips brushing his shoulder. "Ah," she sighed, tilting her head to better listen to Frankie Ford's fast-paced, steam-whistle-blowing rendition of Sea Cruise. "Reminds me of New Orleans," she said. Turning to Ruger, she said, "I bet you can't wait to see Ludwig." "Good bet." With every mile that took him closer to his old friend, the memories of their times together grew in him. "Go on," she said. "Tell me. You've told me so little about your past. And for good reason. Well, we were joined at the hip for years, you know. Ludwig and I. I've told you that much. Back in the old days, we'd spend all our time together, just knocking about Europe without a care in the world, except what to fill our stomachs with. Mostly beer, as it turned out. You've changed so much it's eerie." He laughed. "We were vagabonds, wanderers, both still mortal at the time. Until we wound up in the French Revolution." "Yeah?" In his mind's eye he saw blood, and lots of it. A limp form dangled from long arms, and a cold face stared at him, blood dripping from its mouth. "Another time," he said. She seemed about to protest when the cockpit door opened and a man wearing a snakeskin jacket stepped out. He didn't seem bothered by the fact that the vampires were naked. "We're beginning our descent," he said, then hesitated. "Yes? It's just... I don't know. We're getting some weird readings on the instruments, and the weather reports don't make any sense. Strange cloud formations in wind patterns." He shrugged and returned to the cockpit. "What do you think it means?" Danielle said. "I don't know." Wanting to see the odd cloud formations, Ruger moved to the window. She joined him, and they watched the clouds give way to an all-consuming whiteness. Soon Ruger could distinguish land features, then Ludwig's compound itself, an arc of large buildings against a very white nowhere. Ludwig called it Liberty. "Damn," Danielle whispered. "Do you see that?" One of the main buildings along the arc appeared burned, almost as if it had exploded, and its debris was scattered over the snow. Ruger had no idea what to make of it. Maybe some drunk revelers had bombed the building. "Think it can have anything to do with us?" Danielle said. "That we're wanted dead? I don't know, but keep an eye out." The float plane dove for the iced-over lake as the vampires threw on clothes. Engines screamed and the winds howled. The aircraft shuddered to a stop near the pier. A man on the outside helped Ruger and Danielle open the door. They stepped down onto the wooden planks, where they were given snowshoes. The ice-cold temperature didn't bother Ruger much, but he knew Danielle must be freezing, and he caught her checking the buttons on her coat. She said nothing about it. "Some welcoming party," she said, only stuttering slightly. Those who'd come to greet them included 5 baggage carriers, 10 armed, but casually dressed, shades whose postures were so straight they had to be soldiers, a werewolf named Demani, who was the chief of security for and third in command of the compound, and Melissa Well, Ludwig's wife and vice president of Liberty. She belonged to the immortal race of the Jandro, winged creatures that fed off of human hearts, though another animal could do in a pinch. Long black hair cascaded down her back, and bright green eyes blazed from her beautiful face under a sharp black beret. Her wings were hidden within the thick folds of her coat, which was part of a clothing line designed and tailored especially for Jandros. Of course, she didn't need to hide her true nature here of all places, but the outfit kept her wings warm. She embraced Ruger and Danielle both. "Welcome back to Liberty, my friends. Come with me. My associates will get your bags and Demani will accompany us. Would you like your old room?" "That would be great," Ruger said. They all followed her as she set off, moving between 2 buildings and emerging on the inside of the arc, an area referred to as the Commons. Soldiers patrolled in large numbers, and a well-organized crew tended to the remains of the gutted building, apparently trying to repair the extensive damage. Burn marks stained the walls of the buildings to either side. "Dear gods," Danielle said, and pointed. A line of 10 or so immortals lay on the cold ground, stripped naked and bound by heavy titanium chains. Various spears and blades stuck through their midsections, making the victims writhe in pain. Ruger suppressed a shudder. "What's with the Inquisition?" "Dissidents," Melisowell said. Ruger frowned, prompting her to continue. "They destroyed that building over there, one of our barracks," she said. "It's disrupted some of our activities and made sleeping accommodations rather awkward." Also, her voice lowered. "Some of them were involved in a plot to kill me a few days ago. I took it personally." Danielle indicated several shades that sat on stools beside the dissidents. "Who are they?" "Our strongest mind thrusters. They make sure that the dissidents aren't able to use their telekinetic abilities to get free." "Right." Danielle arched her eyebrows at Ruger. He shook his head, trying to light a cigarette against the wind. Now wasn't the time to talk. "Where's Ludwig?" he said. "Attending to something of vital interest, I'm sure." Melisowell laughed. "This whole place has gone to hell. I remember 20 years ago when we had it built, we were so full of shit then." Ruger had thought so, too, but at least their intentions had been noble. The dissidents and something about Malie's tone suggested something had gone terribly wrong, however. "What's happened?" he said. "Well, you know," she said. Her wings ruffled under her jacket. "We wanted to raise an army of immortals and take over the world, not to enslave humanity but to set it free. Ludwig's words, not mine. Thought mortals were destroying the world and themselves in the bargain, and we could do a better job of it, help them out." She sniffed. "Shades taking over the world. It's been tried before, I guess, and it'll be tried again. Well, we've got over 200 soldiers now in this compound alone. There's 3 smaller compounds you may not know about, 2 in Europe and 1 in Antarctica. Just enough libertarians to set some of our plans in motion. And now, when we're finally ready to do something, Ludwig's starting to falter, not that I blame him, really. My enthusiasm's diminished, too." Her face flushed with anger. "What right do we have to enslave humanity? For God's sakes, we're just as human as they are, in our own way. This whole compound was built on arrogance and it needs to be destroyed. But these dissidents. They're mad at Ludwig for not wanting to go through with his plans, for remembering his humanity. They'd like to depose him and continue on with his plan. They constitute a large faction, and their numbers are swelling." Ruger won his battle with the wind and lit his cigarette. "Doesn't sound good," he admitted. "What are you going to do about it?" said Danielle. "I don't know," Malie said. "It's up to Ludwig. All he really wants, you know, is to fight the system. Not even that. He just likes to talk about it. When it comes to bloodshed, his enthusiasm dries out in a hurry. Me, too, for that matter." Ruger nodded. "The happiest I remember him being was back during the French Revolution. He loved the energy, the conspiracy, the aura. That's what he was trying to get back when he started this place. He's always held a special place in his heart for anarchists, you know." "Oh, I do." Melisowell's hardness cracked a little. "Sometimes he asks me to wear my beret to bed." Danielle laughed. They made their way through the commons toward the smallest building along the Arc, a 4-story bar and nightclub that ran 24 hours a day during the 3-month winter night. Here they could see more of the civilian element of the immortals here, those shades who'd come a long way for Ludwig's annual dog-sled race, which historically was one of the wildest party-going activities in recent times. Hard rock blasted from the building amid screams and shouts, and Ruger could see a few shades already passed out in the snow, where the faint smell of vomit hung in the air. So much for Gothic. Melisowell stopped before the bar's entrance. "Well, I'm afraid I must leave you here, for now. Things to see and people to do. Ludwig said he'd meet you here when his chores were done. Half of these guards will stay with you at all times, the rest are mine. I hope you don't mind the inconvenience." She turned on her heel and marched off, Domani and 5 soldiers right behind her. The other 5 stayed with the 2 vampires. Danielle looked at Ruger skeptically. He gestured toward the entrance. "After you." They squeezed into the nightclub's main room, a large, buzzing place, escorts at their heels. After unfastening their snowshoes, Ruger and Danielle moved to the bar, and it wasn't long before he recognized a familiar woman fending off admirers. Sophia, the so-called Ice Queen, had won the sled race 7 years in a row and was expected to win this one, too. Supposedly her title had sprung up long before her mastery of sled racing, though. Still, she was the immortal daughter of one of Ruger's friends, and he figured he should say hello. "It's good to see you," he said, giving her a hug, which she shrank from. "Too good, possibly," she said. "Evening," said Danielle. "Yes," the Ice Queen said dryly. "It is." Ruger hid a sigh. "How's your mother?" "She lives in New York." "Ask her yourself." "Oh, that's right. You two can't really return there, can you?" "We can go anywhere we want," Danielle said. "Bullshit. You're wanted dead, and guess what nice death squad lives in New York?" Ruger spotted another familiar figure sitting alone at a booth, drinking a Bloody Mary. Hoswell. Ruger bid goodbye to Sophia, who was only too happy to see him go, and, with Danielle, moved over toward the vampire Hoswell, one of the most powerful crime lords in America, basing most of his operations out of Las Vegas. At one time, he and Ruger had been very close. Now, only decades later, they weren't much more than casual acquaintances. "Even for us, time is the enemy." Hoswell smiled at Ruger and Danielle and invited them to take a seat. "I was wondering when you'd spot me," he said. In a tailored suit, he looked to be a 60-ish gentleman, hair mostly gray but showing some faded red in his sideburns and at the edges of his medium-sized mustache. His English sounded very American, but he was a German from way back. "Why didn't you come over, then?" Ruger asked, sitting down. "I'm trying to keep a low profile, not attract any more attention than I have to. I'm glad I found you too, though. You're one of the reasons I've come here." "Where are your guards?" Danielle said. "Oh, don't worry, they're around. Can I buy you a drink?" He lifted a finger, and a waiter approached. Danielle ordered a Ramos gin fizz and Ruger a martini. "So what brings you to Liberty?" Ruger said. Hoswell sipped his drink, waving his other hand impatiently. "I wanted to see this place while it lasts. The dog sled race has become legendary among the community. Sadly, rumor has it that things aren't going so well in Fair Liberty. So we've heard. I'm going back to Vegas after the race. Truth be told, I'm not looking forward to it. I wanted to get away for a while. Every shade in the world who holds a position of power seems to be in jeopardy, lad. We're being systematically killed off." Ruger remembered what Jarvik had told them. "The scouring. That's right. I've heard that even Vistrot's gone underground to avoid it. Though still in New York, of course. He and that city are symbiotically linked, I think." He paused. "Word has it that you were off in the desert again. Remind me, what is the purpose?" "Vision quests are supposed to bring one closer to wisdom," Ruger said. "So what VE you learned?" "Wisdom is elusive." To Danielle, Hoswell said, "And how are you doing, dear?" "I could be better. There's a price on our heads, too." "So I've heard. Don't suppose you know anything about it?" "I wish I did, my girl. I will tell you that you don't fit the profile of the victims of the scouring. All the shades being scoured are either religious or criminal leaders of some sort. Whoever wants you dead has another agenda." He lowered his voice. "I've given serious thought to going into hiding, myself. You might, as well. We'll think it over." Hoswell looked around. "I'll tell you another thing, I'll be glad when this fucking race is over, pardon the vulgarity, but this place disturbs me. Ever since I got here, maybe before, strange things have been happening, and an odd tensions in the air. Someone saw a pair of wolves streak through here last night, big ones, not sled dogs. I heard them howling myself, and they were. Do wild wolves live this far north? And the explosion, and the execution." "Execution?" "Apparently one of the idiots who attacked Melisawell the other day stabbed her. Ludwig had him slowly tortured, beheaded, and hung by his toes." "Gods," Ruger said. "That's not like Ludwig at all. He's changed, lad. They just took the body down a few hours ago. Probably, Ludwig didn't want you to see it. Of course, the assault on Melisawell had a precedent. It seems that one of the higher-ups, a man named Gleason, a personal friend of Ludwig, was killed 2 weeks ago. His killer hasn't been found. What do you think happened?" "I have no idea, although I think some of this strangeness might have something to do with a mysterious visitor Ludwig had about a month ago. Not that I was here, but I heard about it. They kept his identity secret, but that itself was conspicuous, so the gossips have been running wild with improbable theories. But back to the more supernatural aspects of the madness here. For example, the bat." "Bat?" said Danielle. "A giant bat, larger than a man, was seen perched on a rooftop more than once, and there have been a few disappearances connected to it. Tell me, are there such things as shape-shifting vampires?" Not that I know of, Ruger said slowly. Unless, but no, the balaclava aren't around anymore. And they're not strictly vampires. Well, all this, plus the War of the Dark Council, Oswald gestured vaguely. It's a strange time to be a shade. He glanced up as a girl approached, smiling when she sat down beside him. Gaudily but seductively dressed, she was a Gensiv, a race of female immortal that thrived off of semen and sometimes procreative tissues. To accommodate this dependency, many of the succubi became prostitutes. She grinned, wrapping an arm about Oswald. Ready, darling? Sorry, guys, but I've got a date, he said. See you around, okay? Later, Ruger said. Oh, and good luck during the race. Oswald and the Gensiv vanished down a hall. A few shades who must be Oswald's security people followed in his wake. Cute couple, said Danielle. She killed her drink and flagged down their waiter for another. I've never seen Oswald spooked before, Ruger said. And what was that about giant bats? Just nerves. I bet people are getting jumpy around here with the execution and all. He finished his martini, and when the waiter brought out Danielle's second round, he asked for his. What do you think about Ludwig closing this place down, she said. Well, we knew he'd come to that conclusion eventually. Speak for yourself. I never thought he'd go this far, Ruger said. I never thought liberty would last 5 years, much less this long. The last thing I want is to have to act against Ludwig. I can't believe he made it work. A modern Marx with an army. Until his crisis of conscience, anyway. A crisis with bad timing. It sounds like even if he decided to abandon the compound, others would take his place, and with more sincerity. Or at least with a greater appetite for power. Danielle's face clouded. I don't want them to take over the world, babe. There was little doubt in either of their minds that a few hundred powerful immortals could, if placed in the right positions at the right time, seize control of all humanity. One immortal alone could slip into the White House and take over the president's mind. Of course, the president had a few secretly on the payroll to prevent this, but only a few. All it would take was enough to overwhelm them. A half dozen, tops. The libertarians would have to move fast, Ruger said. If they gave humans enough time to mobilize, to discover our weaknesses, all would be lost. But if they struck swift and sure, they could do it. Her eyes bored into his. We have to prevent that. You know that. Grimly, he nodded. If it comes to that, we'll act. After a moment, he nodded. The attentions of the marshals may be required again. They say absolute power corrupts absolutely, she said. I believe it. In my opinion, shades have too much power not to be corrupted at least a little. Most of the people we know are evil to a point, and maybe we are, too. She winced. I didn't mean you, you know that. But, sometimes I feel less than wholesome. I do, too, he admitted. Morality is a sticky thing when you've got to kill intelligent living creatures to stay alive. She sniffed. Speaking of which, you hungry? I guess. Well, we can't wait here for Ludwig all day. He'll find us when he's ready. They finished their drinks and moved to the door, replaced their snowshoes and returned outside, where, trailed by their guards, they made their way to the last building in the Ark, a well-disguised barn, and paid $500 for admission. There they were given their choice of cattle, selected one and drained it dry. It wasn't as satisfying as a human would be and wouldn't last as long, but afterwards the vampires were reasonably sated, at least for the moment. They relocated to the main building of the Ark, the central one, where Ludwig and Melissoel lived, as did all the chieftains of the compound. Ruger and Danielle had a room on the 3rd story, in the same wing and hall as Ludwig's. Entering their suite, they left their guards outside. So what we learned? Danielle said, looking out the window. Ruger flung himself on the bed. Someone wants us dead. Oswald may go into hiding because of some weird systematic execution of power-wielding shades known as the Scouring, and Ludwig's about to be overthrown. Sounds like we picked the wrong month to go on a vision quest. And don't forget the War of the Dark Council. They had only heard vague rumors about the conflict the Dark Lord Roshar Nova was engulfed in and had no clear understanding of what it meant, only that shades were killing shades in large numbers, mainly in Europe. Such wanton violence could easily spill over into the human world. Do you think that has anything to do with what's going on here? Danielle said. I don't know. Perhaps it's all connected somehow. Perhaps not. She drew the drapes shut, slipped her shoes off and lay down beside him. He started unbuttoning his shirt, taking off his various holsters. He traced her jawbone, running his hand through her hair, and she gave a small smile, coming in closer to him. Their mouths met. Afterwards, Ruger kissed her and said, I'm going for a walk, okay? She nodded, saying nothing. He ducked out into the night, refreshed by the cold. Darkness fell about him, but he enjoyed that too. He set off. Seeing Hoswell had stirred up memories in him, and he needed to be alone for a moment. He thought of whom he had once been, what he had once done. Most of all he thought of World War II. Was I really that man, my gods? Carker. A throat cleared behind him. He spun to see a shape there, framed against the lights of the compound. I thought that was you, said the figure. Off brooding, as usual. Ludwig. It's so good to see you. You too, my friend. Come. I have something to show you. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Smoking a joint, Danielle listened to jazz and thought briefly about inviting her guards in for a tokay. She didn't have but about a penner left, though, and Ruger would probably want some. This was one of the few times during the year that he would allow himself to indulge in such things, vision quests notwithstanding, but Danielle had no such qualms. She was a punk from way back, and though her hair was less spiky these days, some things never changed. Was he celebrating now? She thought not. She knew seeing Hoswell brought up bad memories for him. Why, she didn't exactly know. She only knew it had to do with him being evil once, long, long ago. She knew it had to do with Lord Carker. She wanted him to talk to her, tell her his troubles. She knew he thought she'd stop loving him if she knew the details of the thing he had been, but he couldn't be more wrong. He knew all about her. He knew what had happened between her and the werewolf Jean-Pierre at Carker Lodge. He knew how her mother was a heroin junkie and died of an overdose while driving to the supermarket with 7-year-old Danielle in the car. He knew how Danielle's father had fallen off the wagon and stuck the wrong end of a shotgun in his mouth 3 months later, leaving Danielle an orphan. Knew about Danielle's days of wandering the streets before she'd admitted herself into an orphanage. And about Malcolm Verger, her foster brother and the leader of the gang that had beaten and raped her and left her for dead. The gang of 7, now reduced to 2. And, very shortly, 0. You know everything, Ruger. Now open up to me. Smoke swirled through the room, and her mind reeled pleasantly. The jazz reminded her of New York, although most of the music she'd listened to there had been punk or heavy metal, which she still loved. Supposedly, she was more cultured now, thanks to Ruger, who had been alive during the time of some of the greatest classical composers and still loved them, but the truth was her first musical love was rock. She hoped it always would be. Sometimes she wondered if she would have ever left New York if not for him. Would she still be headbanging every night, speeding off her ass, slashing her wrists and screwing anyone that came along? No, she decided. She'd probably be dead. Before Ruger, death was what she'd really wanted. But she was wild, in love with life at the same time it disgusted her, so it was a toss-up. Strange to think that she'd look like an adult now, well, an older adult. Ruger had turned her at age 19, if still mortal, her girlish figure slipping away, her smooth skin growing tougher, wrinkled. She told herself that in 100 years it wouldn't seem so strange, her unchanging appearance. Maybe once it was certain that if she'd remained immortal she'd be dead and buried, the thought of being beyond those laws would be more appealing, whereas now she couldn't help but to think she was missing out on something. A real life. A normal life. She could have kids by now. Grandkids. She lit a cigarette and stared out the window at the falling snow. Where was Ruger? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Don't you love it? Ludwig said. Ruger regarded his oldest friend, a tall, gangly man with curly brown hair and the kindest, most animated face Ruger had ever seen. He looked like a court jester, even though here he was king. Ludwig had pioneered the beat movement in the 50s, helped lead the masses in the hip movement in the 60s and 70s, and had really never come out of it. Behind the act of this would-be ruler of the world lurked a long-haired hippie. When he had originally founded Liberty, his idea had been to take over the planet in order to make it a better place. Ruger had always known he would snap out of it sooner or later, but over the years Ruger had begun to wonder. Now, his suspicions confirmed, Ruger was relieved. I wouldn't have wanted to have to kill you, Ludwig, you wonderful fool. Ludwig hunched over a large table in his study, a surface overflowing with blueprints, carving instruments, and blocks of wood. There his latest project rested, a chessboard. As both he and Ruger were ardent players, this did not surprise the vampire. Remember my dream? Ludwig asked. Remind me. Oh, you were always the better player, I'll grant you, but I was the one who wanted something new. Remember that night, we both agreed that traditional chessboards reinforced the class system? The whole object is to protect the king. Not only is it inherently elitist, but sexist, too. The queen's the most powerful player. She's expendable. The pawns, presumably just poor schmucks drafted by the king to fight a war, don't even get a horse. No wealth, no power. The first to die. Then the rooks, the knights, the holy men, the queen and, finally, the king. Sexist and classist and religionist. Well, I've just finished the prototype for my new chessboard. No peons, no royalty. You'll love it. Ruger inspected the board. He laughed. They're animals. Ludwig grinned. Well, to make the game work right, I had to have some sort of class system. But see, now the pawns are the small bugs. Rooks are birds. Bishops are deer. Knights are lions. Queens are humans. And the king. Is that the big bug? That's right. The whole cycle. From bugs and back to bugs again. See, the pawns are beetles and the king is a maggot. You should have been a toy maker, not a revolutionary, though I pity the dreams you'd inspire in children. Can't wait to play it, can you? The truth was that Ruger was far from in the mood to play a game of chess. Yet seeing Ludwig's enthusiasm kindled some familiar spirit in him. Before he could accept the invitation, though, the door burst open and both men looked up as a messenger approached. He whispered in Ludwig's ear, and Ludwig's face dropped. What is it? Ruger said. Ludwig visibly gathered himself. There's a situation developing in Barrow, my friend. Just north of here. He cleared his throat. It concerns you and Danielle. I don't understand. I think you should get her. We leave immediately. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. So what's going on? Ruger asked, once they were in the helicopter and en route to the small town of Barrow. Ludwig's face darkened. Younger and Yagoda. Ruger blinked. The last of the roving balaclava? I thought they'd given up and gone to Jamaica long ago. They're back. What are you talking about? Danielle said. Who are Younger and Yagoda, and what are balaclava? A race of immortal, Ruger said. Very strong. Brutal. Their method of feeding requires them to rip open living humans. They're called bone crushers. Damn. Luckily, there aren't many left in the world. The other immortal races banished them to the West Indies 400 years ago. We haven't heard much from them since. They're the second strongest race of known immortal, Ludwig added. Shapeshifters. They feed off of living human bone marrow. To get to the marrow, they have to tear open humans while they're still breathing, break open their bones. Hence the name. Younger and Yagoda, two of the most violent creatures ever to walk the earth, assassins on a global level, were also Balaclavian artists, sculptors, known to incorporate their victims into their work, and they refused to settle down until the 1800s, when they realized that the island homes of their immortal brethren were by then largely vacant of their kind. They have a tendency to kill each other off for territory and primed to be exploited. Since then, they've fashioned themselves into Jamaican myth and folklore, becoming voodoo gods of the islands. So what are they doing in Barrow? Ludwig passed a hand across his face. I'm not sure, but I think they're the end result of a deal that I made not too long ago. What sort of deal? A very bad one that I had to go back on. There was no choice, really, and now I have to pay the price. The problem's that I've endangered you two as well, and Malie. Tell us, Ruger said. No, said Ludwig. I can't, not yet. Please understand. This is bullshit, said Danielle. This has something to do with the hit that's out on us, doesn't it? Is that the deal you made? Ludwig covered his face with his hands. You'll find out soon enough, my friends. But please believe me, I'd never do anything to hurt you unless there was no choice in the matter. Ruger seized Ludwig by the lapels of his jacket. Immediately, guards shot to their feet, crouching in the shuddering helicopter, but Ludwig waved them away. Trust me, said Ludwig. We've been friends too long. I don't know what's going on, Ruger said, but you haven't just put me in jeopardy. You've endangered Danielle, and I won't tolerate that. You owe us an explanation. Ludwig glanced at the guards, then back to Ruger. You're right, but not now, not here. I'll tell you after the sled race tomorrow. Let me go. Ruger released him and sat back down. Danielle reached for his hand. They spoke little after that, and shortly the craft landed. Several trucks waited for them, and they piled in and set out for downtown Barrow. To Ruger's horror, almost every building in the heart of the city burned or had at least been touched by flame. Fire trucks choked the main street, and corpses littered the ground, many of them police officers. This is the end result of the deal you made? Ruger said. Ludwig's face twitched. Actually, I think this is only the beginning of the end result. Danielle tensed. Why did we come here, Ludwig? You could have sent others to scout out the damage. You didn't need to come here yourself, and you didn't need to bring us. What are you trying to say? I think you were hoping to meet with the ones who did this. Younger and Yagoda. That's the only reason you would have come yourself. If they're strong enough to destroy an entire town, Danielle, why would I want to put myself in the danger required to meet them? Because you're not in jeopardy, are you? Ludwig said nothing. Jesus, said Ruger. You're not, are you? Did you bring us out here to hand us over to the balaclava? Is that it? Why else would we be invited? Of course not, Ludwig said. It's just, you're going to meet them soon. I wanted you to have the proper appreciation of them first. Don't fight them. I'll take care of the rest. What are you talking about? Here, Ludwig said to the driver. Stop the truck. The vehicle braked and Ludwig bailed out, the odd flock behind him. The other truck, the one bringing up the rear, halted and disgorged Ludwig's troops. The revolutionary leader glanced up at the building they stood before, a structure untouched by fire but surrounded by a dense layer of bodies, both living and dead. This was the mayor's house, Ludwig said, marching up to a few cops who stood on the stairs leading into the small mansion. Ruger and Danielle followed. You can't come in, one police officer said. He looked wretched, sickened and saddened. I'm Ludwig Keaton. You're familiar with my name. I probably put both your kids through college, and I own most of this town. The cops straightened. What can we do for you? Tell us what happened here. I don't know, not really. Everyone's dead, sir. Everyone. If we'd been on duty at the time we would be, too. Did you see who did this? I'm not a religious man, but they were demons. Had to be. The ones who saw them say they were foreigners, big black fellows, 2 of them. They killed and torched everything. Shot, stabbed, raped, whatever, they kept going, left some witnesses just to have witnesses, I guess. But that's not all. Here, he said, his voice curdling with hate, look at this. He led the way inside, Ludwig and the odd flock following through halls strewn with the bodies of domestic servants and personal guards, their blood arcing across the walls in gruesome abstraction. They passed a bench where an Inuit woman sat sobbing, her shoulders sunken and her face hidden by her hands. A man tried to comfort her. She's the mayor, the officer explained as they walked on, up the stairs and down another hall into a large, windowed room, the focus of much official attention. When Ruger and Danielle crossed the threshold, Danielle stopped and braced herself against the doorjamb. Ruger stared. Blood in various body parts lay strewn throughout the room, but this was second to the vision that looked down from the ceiling, where intricate patterns of bones were spun in surreal, nightmarish configurations, connected by rotting flesh and grayish tissues. At the center of the pattern hung 2 pale wisps, the remains of what used to be the torsos of 2 young girls, identical twins with wide dark eyes and hair that fanned about their lifeless faces. Very few bones of the girls' bodies were left below their arched necks, and their sinewy bodies disappeared in a ragged fashion just above their navels. Their arms stretched out pleadingly, but they too disappeared before the girls' elbows. The rest of their bodies were woven into the overall fabric of the tapestry at different and symmetrical intervals. A quick glance at the pelvic areas revealed that the girls had been more than killed. Danielle slammed an elbow against the wall. What creatures could do this? Destroy a town, kill children, fashion their bodies into. God, some art. It's terrible, Ruger agreed. The thing that bothered him the most was the gruesome appreciation he had of the art itself. Danielle balled her hands into quaking fists until the worst of the shaking had subsided, then went about the empty motions of lighting a cigarette. Ruger wrapped an arm about her, glanced at Ludwig and led the way out. Why did you show us this? Ruger said. You know why, Ludwig said. We're to meet them soon. Yes. And it's important you know who they are before you do. Danielle spat. Well, we fucking know now, don't we? It occurred to Ruger that all this action seemed centered around the winter solstice, by chance or design, and the climax of the winter solstice was the dogsled race. Tomorrow. Chapter 3. Danielle woke up half a day later with a blood-wringing hangover, propped herself up in bed next to Ruger, squinted her eyes, and vomited onto the floor. It took a lot of alcohol to give a vampire a hangover, but it hadn't been enough to erase the memory of the balaclava's art. She had only to close her eyes to see the horror imprinted on the back of her eyelids. The bones stretching across the ceiling in some deathly spiderweb, the faces of those 2 girls, whom she had learned were the mayor's daughters, and the burning of a town. But this latter was, disgustingly, secondary, because the destruction of Barrow could be seen as calculated. Maybe it was a message to Ludwig, but the tapestry of death, as they were now calling it, was a creative effort, and obviously the artists had enjoyed its creation. That was something else altogether. The noise of Danielle throwing up woke Ruger, and he silently massaged her shoulders and poured her a glass of milk from the mini fridge. Not that any fridges were really neat out here, it was cold. Noticing that Ruger was on his second smoke of the day, she started her first and moved to the balcony, after first wrapping a jacket tight about herself. She looked down on the snow-laden trees and iced-over lake. Distantly, she could hear the swarm of voices coming from the commons, where the partygoers had gathered for the dog sled race. Slowly, she could feel their energy and enthusiasm affect her and undo some of the horror. Ruger brought her a hot black cup of coffee after diluting his own with sugar and cream. They drank without speaking, and she realized that if they didn't talk about it they might just go on not talking. "So, you think we'll meet Junger and Yagoda today?" she said. His face clouded. "What?" He cleared his throat. "What could they possibly have to do with Ludwig?" "I don't know, but it helps answer a few questions. The Balaclava are often shapeshifters, you said, so they were probably the wolves and bat Hoswell talked about. They've been terrorizing the compound, or that's what makes the most sense based on what we know." "Why, though? As part of the deal Ludwig was telling us about? If that's the way it is, then it looks like Ludwig's bit off more than he can chew. He may be the leader of over 200 immortals, but the Balaclava are stronger than any of us. So as long as they're careful, they could stick around for a while. But that's it," she said. "Why are they hanging around here?" "I don't know. Maybe they're trying to intimidate Ludwig. Remember, Hoswell said Ludwig's friend Gleason was killed. You think Junger and Yagoda did that?" Ruger said. "Who else? Maybe that's why we've got 5 guards on us. Could be that's the number it would take to kill the bastards. Plus us, of course. Perhaps. If the guards were very good. But Ludwig said that we would meet them, not confront them. Actually, he said that he would take care of us, or something like that, which implies that the Balaclava might not be so friendly. Why would we meet them in the first place?" Danielle shrugged. "Like I said, they're trying to intimidate Ludwig, and what better way than to attack his closest friend, you? And, of course, his best friend's wife, or whatever I am." He kissed her forehead. "Wife sounds fine to me. The dissidents attacked Melissoel, right? So she's protected by guards, like us. The dissidents seem to be trying to intimidate Ludwig, too. So they're behind that plot. That might explain the death of Gleason. But, if the dissidents compose as large a faction as Melissoel hinted, they would be strong enough to operate independently. So, why would they employ the Balaclava?" Ruger nodded. "A very good question. Therefore the Balaclava represent a different party entirely, assuming they're not acting on their own. Which means that in meeting them we'll be dealing with the emissaries of someone else. Perhaps the mysterious visitor that came to Ludwig. Ah. That. I wonder, could any of this have something to do with the castle?" She looked at him. "You mean Roche Sarnova? God, I hope not. He is the most powerful shade in the world, and if Ludwig, or at least his people, are planning to act after all these years, he might have grown nervous." She crossed herself. "If he's involved, this whole thing could explode into open warfare." She didn't have to say that a war between 2 armies of immortals could prove devastating to the entire world. "Okay," said Ruger, "so where does that leave us?" "The sled race." She sipped her coffee, watching its steam rise into the night. "Which should be kicking off here shortly." They finished their morning rituals and made their way downstairs to the commons, which buzzed with the activities of hungover immortals. Everywhere dogs were being fastened to sleds. The animals barking and the partygoers' mad whoops lifted Danielle's spirits, and she actually smiled when Ludwig spotted her and Ruger and made his way over to them. He clapped Ruger on the back and kissed Danielle's hand. He could be very charming when he wanted to be. "Looking forward to the race, I hope," he said and led them to their respective sleds. "Good luck. Just remember that I'm looking out for you, okay? You'll be fine." He vanished into the crowd. Danielle shot a glance at Ruger, but he appeared solemn. 5 minutes later, the racers lined up at the starting line, talking and chuckling, some finishing joints or beer cans or sniffing a few quick lines. Danielle could tell by experience that these were the lightest of the drugs involved. She switched on the radio fastened to her sled. She and Ruger occupied different vehicles, then deliberated on the choice of music. "How about Wagner?" said Ruger, his sled alongside hers. "Seems fittingly grand and energetic for a sled race." She smiled. Their tastes in music varied widely, she was all too aware. She and Ruger had actually met in the New York punk scene, where he had been attempting, without much success, to learn the intricacies of the new sound. She punched a button, and heavy metal flooded out. Ruger sighed. Sorry, she said, but Wagner? She made a face. A sled race of shades in the heart of darkness of northern Alaska earns a little Metallica, if you ask me. If you insist. A gun blasted, and the racers lurched off in a confused flurry of dogs and shades, snow kicking up in all directions. The Ice Queen Sophia leapt into the lead at once. Danielle kept her stance firm, maintaining a tight rein on the 10 dogs at all times. Still, the sled bucked and rolled, and more than once she felt her position shift precariously. Her blood started to rush. Despite her best efforts, she laughed, then yelled defiantly at the other contestants, who laughed and yelled back. She tried to pretend that Barrow had only been a nightmare. Casting frequent glances at Ruger, she could tell that, after some time, he was getting into it as well, making his dogs go as fast as he could, trying to stay just a few strides ahead of her. Sticking her tongue out at him, she prodded her animals on and screamed in exultation when her lead dog breasted his. The competition proved determined, and Danielle tried to extend her mind into those of her dogs. Never very good at the whole psychic thing, she nevertheless knew instantly that her dogs couldn't be controlled by her because they were being controlled by someone else. A quick look at Ruger's grimace revealed that he wasn't that one. He was having trouble with his dogs, too. Fuck, she said. Their sled dogs started to veer off, cutting across the tide of the other racers and into the more deeply forested regions surrounding the main racing grounds. The boisterous cries of the racers receded, replaced by the stirring of the wind, which swept through the white trees and tickled at Danielle's ear. She ripped out a gun from beneath her jacket. For his part, Ruger pointed up through the trees at something. Twisting, she saw a winged figure, barely discernible against the stars. Molly Soel. What could she be doing up there following Ruger and Danielle? The Jandro's speed lagged suddenly and she swooped in a tight arc off in the direction she'd come from. Ruger withdrew a gun of his own. Their dogs went mad, deliberately charging close to shrubbery or low branches, forcing the sleds to smack against trees or knock into stubs or small rises. Ruger jumped off his perch and Danielle followed, embedding herself in the snow. Slowly, she rose on her snowshoes, turning to locate him. For a wild moment she couldn't see Ruger, but he was there, dusting himself off and shaking his head. He glanced up, saw her, and they trudged toward each other, embracing quickly and checking one another for wounds. It's them, he said. Younger and Yagoda, she nodded, and fired off a round to make sure her gun wasn't jammed. He did the same. They each retrieved another gun and merged back to back. They watched the 20 sled dogs, wolves, really bite through their harnesses and assemble around the vampires in a bristling circle. The creatures were no longer operating under their own wills, rather, they had to be under the mind control of someone else. 2 Jamaican assassins, most likely. The wolves leapt. Danielle fired. She blew apart the head of one wolf, then another, shooting into their trunks and throats, too, not taking time to aim. They swarmed her, biting, their bodies heavy and rough. Beside her, Ruger fired, too, sometimes clubbing the beasts over the head with his pistols. Bone broke loudly. When her guns clicked empty, Danielle started to go for another pistol, but there was no time. The wolves were all over her, ripping and tearing. She bit back, elongating her fangs, and used her vampire strength to hurl furry bodies against trees, where they broke open in red showers. Ruger flung his spent guns away and went to work with a blade, but it got stuck in the ribcage of the first wolf he stuck it in. Danielle heard him swear. The wolves forced the vampires to the ground. Danielle fought on with her fingers, teeth, and feet. A scrawny dark-haired thing burst at her, a knife, Ruger's, stuck through its chest, but still it tore at her. Danielle grabbed it by the mouth, ignoring the pain, and ripped out its throat with her fangs. Several other wolves gnawed at her legs and chest. Their bites were calculated, teeth locating her arteries. She could feel herself growing weak and knew that much of the blood that stained the snow around her was her own. It wouldn't be long before she was dead. At last all the wolves lay in bloody chunks on the ground, their blood soaking the snow in bright crimson, and in the middle of it sprawled Ruger and Danielle, their clothes and flesh torn. Too weak to move much, they reached out their arms and held hands. Footsteps approached, and the vampires propped themselves up against each other to face whatever was coming. The balaclava stepped forward slowly, letting themselves be examined. They seemed to enjoy the attention. They were very tall, their skin nearly sheer ebony. Both of them were completely naked. Good to see you, one said, boasting a thick Jamaican accent. I'm Younger. Bald from head to toe, his flesh was so covered by twisting, intricate tattoos that his actual skin was hard to see. Very small thin bones that were likely supposed to resemble tusks stuck out of his skin in twin arcs along his cheeks. Dear God, Danielle thought. Are those? The bones looked very much like the ribs of an infant human. I'm going to be sick, Danielle thought. I'm Yagoda, the other said, his accent equally as thick. He wore expensive sunglasses and his face, framed by long dreadlocks, was masked by a heavy, unkempt beard. A gold ring gleamed at his lip, one through his nose, and several accentuated his right ear. "Sorry about your clothes. Grant me a last smoke?" Ruger said. "I'm afraid your wolves tore all mine to pieces." Younger laughed. "We're almost out as it is. Then could you please find our radio and bring it over?" "I'd hate to die to silence." Danielle knew what he was doing, separate them, for all the good that could do. "Well, Mon, Bob Marley does go well with rape," Younger told his partner, and marched off to find the sled in the radio. "Why kill us?" Danielle asked Yagoda. "Did he just say what I think he did?" "We're not going to kill you," Yagoda said. "We could have, there was a certain party that wanted us to, and would have paid well for it, but we've chosen another route. Ultimately, this line of action will be the most rewarding." "What do you mean?" Ruger said. "This is only our first visit to you. Before we can see you again, though, we've got a grand opening to attend in Europe at the castle." "You're working for Roche Sarnova?" "We never limit our fun to one possibility," Yagoda said. "Is that what destroying Barrow was?" Danielle said. "Fun?" He smiled, revealing his large and seemingly malformed teeth. "That was very entertaining, our coming out party, you could say. It's been some time since we'd access to that much skin. And I think we did some good work there, too, although I doubt the police photographers will give it the treatment it deserves." He seemed absorbed in thought for a moment. "Today we won't kill you. But we will rape you both, oh yes." He started to advance. Danielle looked around desperately. Just then, sounds of alarm issued from the south. "Seems Ludwig and the rest of the cavalry are on their way," Yagoda said, disappointed. "We've accomplished what we intended," Junger said, returning. "Next time, then." "Next time," Yagoda agreed, and flicked away his cigarette. They jumped to all fours, changing from men to the shape of great wolves in less than a second and running off into the forest just as the first sounds of rifle fire erupted behind them. Ruger dragged himself over toward Danielle, who felt herself dying. She'd lost too much blood. Cradling her in his lap, he bent his head to kiss her bloody mouth. She opened her eyes and tried to smile. Ruger's strength gave out, and he toppled face-first into the snow. After a moment, darkness filled Danielle's vision, and she fell back into it, too. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ludwig, rifle gripped smartly, fired off his last shot at the retreating demons, then turned to the other snipers that lined this brittle ridge of snow. "Let's go." Covered by more snipers, his crew moved swiftly down the ridge toward the bloody snow where once beautiful wolves littered the scene, and for a second only Ludwig allowed himself to lament their loss, then he knelt next to Ruger and examined him. Melissoel, kneeling over Danielle, looked at him questioningly. "Alive, thank God," said Ludwig. "How's she?" Melissoel shook her head. "Bad." "Let's get them out of here, sir," he heard one of the others say. "They could come back." Ludwig rose to stare in the direction in which the balaclava had vanished. His gaze lingered. He didn't know when, or how, but he knew beyond question that he'd have hell to pay. And hell was not forgiving. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The first thing Danielle wanted when she woke up was a cigarette. A nice, fat, hand-rolled one, made out of that wonderful tobacco Ludwig kept. She lay sprawled in the absurdly large four-poster bed in her room on the top floor of Ludwig's villa. The view was grand, if only she had the energy to go to the window to see it. At least she still smelled and felt clean from all the doctoring and bathing she'd been treated to. When he heard her request, Ruger gladly retrieved the tobacco for her and rolled the cigarette himself. He'd been up and about not more than an hour after the attack, as his age enhanced his recuperative abilities, and he doted on her constantly. "Better than clothes," she said softly, once he lit it for her. "How do you feel?" "Great." She reached for his hand. "You're cold, baby. Come here." He obeyed. "We've been out searching for them, Younger and Yagoda. Unfortunately, the snows erased what tracks there were. During the search, though, we came across something else, a mass grave of shades. Damn. It explains all the disappearances lately." "You're sure it's the work of the balaclava?" "No, that's the worst part. The bodies were intact and drained of blood, as only a Kavasari could do." "What's a Kavasari?" A dark light settled in his eyes, and when he answered, his voice was bitter, "A type of immortal that feeds only off of other shades, a vampire's vampire. They're the strongest race of known immortal, and they're very rare." "You're kidding me. There's something that can feed on us?" When he nodded, she said, "Holy shit. Why didn't you ever tell me?" "They're very rare, and I didn't want to worry you." There was something in his face as he said it, though, that made her think there was more to it than that. She decided not to press him. He would tell her when he wanted to. Why would one be hanging around Liberty? She paused. Well, a high concentration of shades here, I guess. A perfect feeding ground. But you've got to admit, what with all the other strange things going on here, it makes you wonder. What did Ludwig say about it? Nothing, really. Damn, but he is acting suspicious. What do you think? You know more about the Kavisari than I do. He passed a hand across his face. One killed someone I loved very much, a long time ago. But as to their role in the greater picture, I haven't a clue. Could Younger and Yagoda be involved with a Kavisari? I don't know. The most powerful immortal involved with two of the second most powerful? God help us. I'll drink to that. She breathed in a long draft of smoke. Softly, she said, who did you lose? He looked at her. I don't want to talk about it. She waited a beat, then nodded. Well, I've been doing some thinking. Yagoda said something about more than one possibility, and he said that in connection with the subject of his employment. I think maybe the Balaclava are working for at least two employers. Or at least two different people approached them. I've had similar thoughts. It seems likely that one of those employers was the same one who hired Jarvik. But Younger and Yagoda had something else going, perhaps a deal from this second person, and it's that they carry through today, neglecting the contract from the first one, the one who hired Jarvik. That one wanted us dead and the Balaclava didn't. If that's true, then someone wants us 6 feet under and someone wants us, harassed, or something. Whatever the Balaclava intended to do. She suppressed a shudder. Maybe to put pressure on Ludwig. Maybe. That leads back to the question of the dissidents. Not necessarily. Maybe there's more than one entity that wants to pressure Ludwig. Maybe for different reasons. Maybe one wants him to continue leading Liberty and the other wants him to step down. And both are using the same method, threatening those Ludwig's close to. It explains why he's been acting so weird, she said. Ruger lit a cigarette. The Balaclava mentioned Roche Sarnova. It's possible both they and Jarvik were hired by the castle. Jarvik didn't seem as if he was getting paid enough. The castle could have paid him whatever he wanted. Unless they wanted him to bargain with us instead of kill us. That's a reach. Anyway, so where does the Kavisari fit in? And what's with the scouring? And the war? Well. Someone knocked on the door. At Ruger's invitation, one of Ludwig's many servants entered. Master Ludwig is having dinner prepared. If you're feeling well enough to attend, he'll expect you on his private terrace in half an hour. Danielle smiled. We'll be there. Count on it. When the man had gone, she said, now we'll get some damned answers. Chapter 4. Francois Mauclery looked down from the helicopter as it swept just above the Carpathians past an outcropping of rock. Crevices, fissures, sheer facades and crumbling ruins dotted the ragged mountains which rose like rotting fangs from the jawbone of a monster. He knew each rise and bump by heart, and loved them all. Keeping one leather-gloved hand on his black attaché case, Francois smiled. Blackout curtains, drawn tightly over the compartment's windows, prevented him from peering directly into the gaping void below, so he watched the sinking sun through the pilot's eyes. It disappeared and reappeared sporadically between the mountains. Slowly, the light drained from the dark country as night sank its teeth into the hard Transylvanian hide. Villagers and gypsies, those that believed, would be retreating to their homes and cowering behind doors and crucifixes, but some, believers or non-believers, would be corpses in the morning. Francois lost the sun as it sank below Carpathia. Only then did he raise the blackout curtains to watch the frozen tumult of twilight. The new dark sent his hairs on end and a shiver up from the base of his spine. His companion in the passenger compartment of the helicopter, Victoria Lissonde, removed her sunglasses, then uncrossed and recrossed her legs. Sitting opposite her, he regarded her in silence for a moment. She had dark red hair and muddy brown eyes, was wearing a navy blue suit dress and long combat boots that emphasized the shapeliness of her legs. They were nice, and Francois remembered they tasted quite good, too. Full lips, turned up at the corners, grinned at him. First time in Transylvania, he asked in well-etched English, as he knew her to be a Brit. Of course not, she said. But it is my first visit to the castle. He nodded. He'd met her 2 days ago in Paris on his way home from the front lines in London. She was the representative of a group in Wales that had been forced to flee the island, and now she was making the journey to the castle in order to request aid on their behalf from Roche Sarnova, the Dark Lord, the most powerful immortal in the East, if not the world. She leaned forward and placed a hand on Francois's knee. He'd been her escort since they had met in France, and they'd grown close.
Will he help me out? She said in an excellent Romanian accent. If anyone could know, it's you.
Francois ignored her hand.
I can't answer for him.
She slowly sat back.
Something wrong, lover?
Don't, he said.
Don't what? Call me lover.
She sulked, or pretended to. That was the thing that bothered him. She wasn't half as ingenuous as she pretended. Somehow she had her own secret agenda, but what that was, or how she was going to go about it, was something she kept guarded, even pretending at its non-existence. The helicopter blasted between twin snow-capped Alps, and a rough gust shook the craft rudely. Rocky outcroppings challenged the skids as the machine cleared the crest of the next mountain, and snow swirled thicker as the ship flew on, ice and wind whipping madly against the thin walls. Neither moon nor stars could be seen.
The dark heart of the Carpathians loomed ahead, hidden in the spinning night.
How old are you? She asked suddenly. He paused. Few were brave enough to ask the question, though he was sure all wondered. He couldn't tell if she actually expected him to answer, but he thought courage should be rewarded. I, to give you some idea, was quite old when Caesar wept at the feet of the statue of Alexander the Great.
You're that old?
Older.
So Christ has nothing to do with us?
I heard rumors that shades were mixed up with the early Christians and got damned somehow.
Every culture has its creation myth. We've got reams of them. So God had nothing to do with us?
Which God?
She nodded. I'm sorry, Ambassador. You understand, I had to ask. I'm not yet 100 years old and I still think about these things. He softened. We all do.
Silent again, she turned her face to the bleak nightscape. We're approaching my home, he said. Using one of his mental powers, he merged his mind with that of the pilot, making sure the mortal didn't crash the helicopter. Francois preferred a shade to pilot these things, but most of the immortal flyers were in London or thereabouts, engaged in the war, and the ones that were available couldn't fly in the daytime. In the pilot's mind, Francois felt Victoria's psychic presence brush up against his own. She, too, kept tabs on the human. Frowning slightly, he turned to her and saw her brown eyes fixed on him with some awe. Such control, she said, to answer his question.
What I mean to say. He waved her off. We've arrived, he said.
The helicopter swept past its last ice-covered summit and plunged down toward an immense stone structure whose great towers and bulwarks burned with light from within. The castle sat embedded in the side of the approaching mountain like an iron thorn.
Like a torch blazing on a catacomb wall.
My God, she whispered. It's beautiful. Francois smiled as he watched the looming castle from the eyes of the human pilot. Coldly grandiose, his home looked.
Mysterious in its bed of stone.
They approached it cautiously. From a distance it really did look like a cluster of sharp iron thorns embedded in the mountain's side, but as they drew nearer it seemed more like a flower, the cold battlements rising like deceptively delicate-looking stems into the freezing, snow-blasted night. Landing wasn't going to be much fun under these conditions, but a visit to Roche-Sarnova always tended to be dramatic. Tensely, under partial mind control from Francois Mauchlery, the pilot approached a battlement that doubled as a helipad and landed. The machine rocked back and forth on the icy surface. The deafening roar of the rotors wound down as three figures on the stone platform ran carefully toward the black helicopter and accepted the emerging couple as the doors were flung wide and Francois and Victoria stepped down.
Wind blasted them without mercy.
Ambassador Mauchlery, shouted a ranking general and member of the Dark Council, the leader of the welcoming party.
Wonderful to have you back. Welcome home.
The councilman led the way toward the battlement doorway and out of the freezing snow. The cold didn't disturb Francois, but he respected the needs of the others. Inside, he was made to feel at home, which it was, as he was courteously led to his chamber. He looked fondly around as he went, the wide crimson drapes, the flinging snow against the courtyard windows, the warm torchlight along open halls. The comforts of the modern world too nestled snugly amidst the splendor of the old ways, the electric elevators, indoor saunas, and cellular phones against the backdrop of stone and tapestries. He found himself running his hands along the familiar walls and smiling to himself as his manservant led the way. Finally, they arrived at his suite, and the servant opened the thick mahogany door and showed the way in.
Francois followed the young one into his room and turned to dismiss him. Once alone, Francois saw the cart of champagne and its silver bowl of ice. The accompanying meal could be smelled from the bedroom. He laid his attaché case on his dresser and followed the smell down a short hallway into his bedchamber. Tied in white silk bonds to his bed, a beautiful young woman struggled on his satin mattress. The girl couldn't be 18, and her flesh was warm and supple. Her luscious figure, bursting from silk panties and brassiere, was emphasized even more by her thrashings. Golden hair fell about her head and over her wide blue eyes. Caucasian, Francois mused, some length must have gone into fetching her.
Her breasts rose and fell quickly with her frightened gasps. Her long legs squirmed to and fro. Sweat glistened on her thighs. The smell of life rose from her sweetly and Francois inhaled it with a sad smile.
His fangs lengthened. "Ah," he said. "It's good to be home." Asterisk asterisk asterisk.
The dining hall was immense, all mahogany walls and burning incense. The seemingly endless dining table stretched on forever in the grand hall. In its life the table had risen heavenward from its soft bed in the redwood forest of Northern California, but, like everything else in this room, the table had moved beyond mere life. It was law that nothing mortal should pass into this room, except the food. Dozens of beautifully bound mortals wriggled hysterically along the redwood table, their young skins rubbing delightfully against the dark and polished wood. Several scores of vampires and other assorted immortals hunched at the table, which had only one head, the other end was rounded off. Francois had the guest position, his usual, at the left hand of the head of the table, which was vacant.
Roche Sarnova would make an entrance when he chose. Then the festivities would begin.
Mauclery lifted a large wine-filled goblet to his lips and drank as his eyes scanned the familiar faces. Many tried to catch his eye, but he pretended not to notice until he lit upon Victoria Lissand, the beautiful representative of the fugitive Wales faction, who it seemed had been watching him for some time. When his eyes met hers, she quickly looked away, then slowly back.
Coy.
Finally, the host of the evening appeared, making his way down a lavish staircase which branched off at the middle to disappear upward in two opposite directions. Dressed in carefully embroidered black garments, the host smiled at his guests as he descended the last stair. Simultaneously, the meal ceased writhing and grew quiet. Mauclery appreciated Roche Sarnova's understated entrance. No thronging escort, blaring music, or superfluous attire.
Not even a crown or cape. Simple and dark and smiling.
All the guests were on their feet in deference, as if they were the host and Roche Sarnova their honored guest. His half-Anglo, half-Egyptian face radiated warmth and friendship, and, in his characteristically understated way, absolute command.
"Sit, sit," he beckoned in Romanian, and his guests took their places while he remained standing. "Thank you all for coming.
I know the difficulty of a great meeting such as this in these chaotic times and appreciate the sacrifices you've all made to get here.
I won't bore you with a speech.
I dare say you'll hear enough of my voice in the days to come. Now, a warm welcome to a newcomer to our home, Miss Victoria Lissand." She stood briefly to scattered applause. Roche turned elegantly toward Francois and smiled deeply.
"Now with great affection we welcome home our best friend, Ambassador Mauclery." The ambassador rose and grinned as they applauded him, then sat back down. Roche Sarnova continued.
"I've met with many of you today and will continue the meetings throughout the week, business unfortunately taking precedence over pleasure when our brothers and sisters are dying on the front lines. For now, let us enjoy each other without the stresses of war intruding and enjoy the life of these beautiful mortals." He smiled at his company and lifted a crystal glass of red wine in the air.
"To the night," he cried and drank deeply. "To the night," Francois muttered and did the same.
Later, while Sarnova and Francois were trying to converse between the host's many visitors and between Roche's sips from the gypsy girl's big toe, he was trying to make her last. Sarnova said, smiling, "So you and the dear Ms. Lissand know each other well?" "I took her on the scenic route from Paris." The Dark Lord convulsed with laughter.
"I'm glad someone's having fun these days." Francois made a face. "There's something not quite right about her." "What race is she?" "A Finnish werewolf." "Finnish, really? I always did like the Finland girls." "Roche. I know. Did I ever tell you that you take things too seriously?" Francois pretended to count on his fingers.
"Just enjoy her," said the Dark Lord.
"These may be the last days of my empire and do you see me complaining?" "No, you do not." "Why?" "Because you live in the moment, right?" Sarnova grinned. "Have you heard any news not related to the war, something to take my mind off it?" "Yes, actually.
The Odd Flock, Ruger and Danielle, you've heard of them, the American vampires, they go around saving humans and killing shades."
"Oh, yes. Very amusing. I had them here once. What are they up to now?" "Don't tell me they've died."
"They may be a pain in the ass, but they are fun to have around."
No. They're fine.
In fact, I heard they just returned from a vacation in the Sahara, during which they took another one of their police actions."
Roche rolled his eyes. "Who did they kill this time?"
"A vampire named Triboli."
Roche shrugged. "Good riddance. Is it true people are calling them the Marshals?" "People are foolish. Ruger and Danielle are getting to be celebrities."
He frowned, genuinely offended.
They go around helping our prey and killing us, Roche. I don't think it's as amusing as you do.
I'm not saying we should kill them, I've been around too long to discount colorful characters, but they are quite anti-establishment, Roche, and, my friend, we are the establishment.
So we are.
But they can't touch us, and we've got bigger fish to fry.
Sabert, for one, and the rest of her half.
Francois nodded grimly. Ever since half of Roche's cabinet had sided with the Lady Sabert, she who had declared war on the Dark Lord, things had gone to hell. And if Roche, a man of never-ending enthusiasm, was joking that these were the last days of his reign, Francois knew even more dire events were ahead.
I think Ruger and Danielle have the right idea, said the ambassador. A vacation is just what you need.
Right, and who'd manage the war while I was gone?
You? You'd just nuke London and get it over with, probably.
Who cares if humans discover our existence when we're in the middle of a civil war and in the weakest position we could possibly be in? Who cares if they hunt us down like dogs when we're too busy fighting to state our position, defend ourselves, make our peace?
No, my friend, you don't like humans enough to manage a war taking place in a human city.
Francois rolled a shoulder. All I'm saying is you should take it easy, Roche. It's not going to help the cause if you get an ulcer. I'll get an ulcer from friends as much as from enemies these days.
And don't give me that look, I'm not talking about you.
Spies, Francois. This is what I'm worried about.
What are you saying?
The lord of the castle swished the girl's blood back and forth in his mouth.
Intelligence has it that they're here. In my home.
His voice nearly choked with rage as he said this. He glanced quietly around his beloved castle. The ambassador was about to respond, but just then a familiar figure approached and he smiled. Victoria Lysande bowed politely toward the seated figures as she approached. For a moment, she looked uncertain, as if she wasn't sure whether to kiss Sarnova's ring or hand before speaking with him, but when Roche Sarnova gestured to an empty chair, she accepted gratefully.
Thank you.
No, thank you for coming to my home, young Victoria.
We're most delighted to have you. You're British, correct?
Welsh.
I represent the Legstrom, a small faction fighting within the front lines.
I understand you've got a special petition, Sarnova said, casting a glance at Francois. As well as an intimacy with our shared friend. Her cheeks colored, contrasting with the strange look of determination on her face.
Well, yes.
He was very helpful. Roche lowered his head to the dying gypsy. Lysande knitted her brows in consternation.
Montclair would remember this later and draw conclusions.
As Roche bit into the gypsy's big toe for the final time, the girl jerked suddenly and fell still. With a start, as he felt the psychic scream of Lysande via the last dim thoughts of the gypsy, Sarnova jerked up and stared at Victoria, clutching at his throat and slipping from his chair. Lysande flew over onto the ground with him, the heavy chair toppling to the floor. As Francois looked on in horror, the woman changed. Her clothes shredded about her and through the ripped garments he saw dark flesh and her face twisting outward. The snout slashed into the Dark Lord, teeth flashing and blood spraying.
Assassin! Montclair leapt into the brawl.
Bones fragmented in a chaos of sweat and blood, the ancient carpet sopping with red. In a moment, guards seized Lysande, apparently some sort of werewolf-vampire hybrid, a strong and hairy demon thing, and without pause dismembered her. They butchered her swiftly and efficiently, even cleaving in her beautiful skull. A clawed foot kicked a few times and was still.
Sarnova's living remains dragged itself away a few feet and collapsed.
His body was ripped open from throat to crotch and little remained of him that was recognizable, but he lived. Montclair himself had taken his share of the werewolf's fury and was savagely slashed and bitten in places too many to name, but he remained conscious long enough to pull the ruin of his friend into his arms and think, the revolution has begun, before he too collapsed and fell into blackness.
Chapter 5.
Ludwig and Melissoel waited at a circular glass-topped table on his enclosed veranda. He had a goblet of red wine to his lips and a hunk of beef Wellington on his plate. Bloody, of course.
Melissoel, the dark angel, with black hair, subtle fangs, and graceful wings tucked behind her, looked disconcerted, possibly at something Ludwig had just said, as Ruger and Danielle entered the room.
Beaming, Ludwig gestured toward facing chairs, which some helpful attendants held for them. A well-dressed young shade approached and placed generous portions of beef Wellington in front of the vampires, and Danielle had to smile at his unconscious hypocrisy. For a man devoted to stamping out class consciousness, Ludwig certainly employed enough servants and ate enough fine food.
"Sorry we didn't wait for you to start," said Ludwig.
"I'm glad you didn't," Ruger said, and dug in.
"Fabulous, isn't it?"
"Sure is," Danielle said.
Then, to Melissoel, "Thanks for following us today." Ludwig's idea.
"I was supposed to keep an eye on you and let him know when I saw the balaclava."
Ruger didn't waste time. What the hell happened this morning? Smooth, Danielle thought. Ludwig pursed his lips and glanced at his wife. It was a trap. Allow me to explain.
Please do, said Danielle. After a few false starts, he began, the dissidents are trying to blackmail me into staying here at the compound as Liberty's leader, but I'm tired of this excuse for megalomania and want to tear it down. Unfortunately, that's not really much of an alternative, because the dissident faction is large and would prevent me from doing so. They want me to stay on because they know that if I step down at least half the population would leave with me. So the dissidents want me to remain, but they want me to advance my original plan, to start taking over the world. They feel Barrow would be the first logical target, just to hone their skills.
I said no.
Under the leadership of a man named Captain Rolf de Guila, the dissidents killed a close friend of mine.
Gleason. You can't prove it was Rolf, Melisowell said. Ludwig and his wife exchanged a glance. Malie's cheeks flushed and she stared down at the table as if to look up from it would make her sick. Why'd they kill Gleason? Danielle said.
After a ragged breath, Ludwig said, to prove they were serious. Then, when I still made no advancements, they attacked Malie and blew up a building, killing several loyalists, I might add. Next we got wind that they'd hired the balaclava, so we set a trap for them this morning. I'm very sorry that I had to use you as bait, my friends, but you understand that if I followed the orders of the dissidents I would, be forced to enslave humanity. Unfortunately the balaclava escaped. He raised his goblet and toasted, to my courageous friends, and to better times. They drank. Danielle drained her glass and poured herself some more, then turned to Ludwig. So you're saying that the death squad that attacked us in the desert was hired by the dissidents in order to put pressure on you?
Maybe.
I don't know much about the assassins in the desert, to be honest. I just knew there was a contract out on you, and I assumed it originated here.
Why wouldn't the dissidents simply wait until we arrived? Killing us here would have been more affecting to you. And once we were here, why would they bother to confuse the issue by hiring the balaclava?
Ludwig tugged on his lips. I suppose that by hiring Younger and Yagoda they were trying to make the point that they were connected with powerful elements, yet another way of threatening me. As for why they sent someone to kill you in the desert, well, I have reason to believe that the dissidents themselves are divided into at least two factions, the more conservative and the more extreme. I suppose the more extreme wanted you killed in a hurry so as to make their point before the winter solstice, by which time North Alaska's 3-month night is officially halfway over. They wanted me to seize Barrow while we still had time to expand our operations.
If we could take the town and keep it secret, we could refine our techniques.
Use the people of Barrow as guinea pigs, Danielle said.
Fucking great, Lud. I'm so glad I know you.
When the days get longer and most of us must hide during that time, the task of organizing a force that could take over the world would be more difficult. That's why we founded Liberty where we did, so that we would have this extended darkness. In the summers, as you probably know, we go to Antarctica. He took a breath. So now would you both please forgive me for being a self-centered jackass and putting you in peril?
Not by a long shot, Danielle said.
His nodded sadly.
What else can I tell you? The castle. Roche Sarnova. We have reason to believe the Dark Lord is mixed up in this. Why would Blackie care? Because Liberty's gotten strong.
He'd want it crushed, Ruger agreed. It's the only army that poses a threat to him. Except for the one that's warring with him, of course. Which would make it even more important to stamp out Liberty. He's got enough troubles without worrying about you.
Really, I know nothing about it, Ludwig said. Even Danielle could tell that he was lying. So what of this mysterious visitor we've heard about?
What visitor?
Ludwig said it a little too quickly.
Seeming to realize his error, he immediately added, I receive visitors all the time, some wish me to keep their identity secret. It's no big deal, just a symptom of being a movement's leader, I guess.
And the scouring? Ruger pushed. The war? I know nothing about either.
Danielle could sense Ruger's blood rise, could feel that old dark streak blossom within him. He would want to lash out and beat Ludwig to a bloody pulp until he spilled the truth.
But Ludwig was Ruger's oldest, dearest friend, and with visible effort he held himself back. So, Ludwig said brightly, how about a game of pool after dinner?
You still owe me $500 from last time, Danielle said. She shot a look at Ruger, and he nodded.
They would play alone, for now. Asterisk. The dinner continued on a more pleasant note, but Ruger couldn't help picturing their confrontation with Younger and Yagoda.
Things had almost gone very, very bad.
What are you hiding, Ludwig? When dinner ended, they moved to the pool room and the couples paired up. Ludwig opened with his own special cue and declared stripes.
Ruger played, mentally counseling himself to be patient. From time to time he looked out the enormous windows that faced out onto another terrace, this one running the length of the house on this side. In the distance, clouds gathered. Melisawel, Ludwig's partner, gripped her cue delicately and leaned over the table. The dark flesh of her wings quivered slightly, as a muscle clenched and unclenched there, a nervous habit of hers. She missed the shot. Danielle smiled at Ruger as he passed her his cue. She sunk 3 balls and scratched on the 4th. In a normal game, of course, immortals would have no trouble winning because of their sharper reflexes and more able strength, but tables could be custom made for shades, as this was. Its balls and cues were heavier, no human could play with them, lending the game a proportionate degree of difficulty. The use of telekinesis was considered poor form. The game progressed, Danielle eventually sinking the 8 ball with a triumphant yell, but as they began setting up the next game, Melisawel smiled politely. "You'll have to play this one without me, guys. I think I'll get some fresh air." She cracked a sliding glass door and walked out onto the terrace, blue light falling about her and filtering through the tops of her wings. Before she slid the door closed, a gust of cold air briefly filled the room. Ruger also declined to play, leaning against a wall and watching Ludwig and Danielle go at it. He was vaguely amused by some of the other tables in the room, namely a snooker and a billiards table. He thought it odd that Ludwig would spend so much money on games he couldn't even play. Most shades had large stashes of money and properties they'd taken off their victims, but not all were as materialistic as Ludwig was, as strange as that sounded. Leaving the players to their own devices, Ruger joined Melisawel on the terrace. The frigid air gusted forcefully, and it felt wonderful to his flushed skin. "Invigorating," he said, then noticed, with some surprise, that Melie was crying. The wind played among the dark downy hair on her wings and blew her tears in a gentle stream downward toward the arching curve of her jaw. He laid a hand on her shoulder, but she shook it off. With an apologetic smile, she turned to watch the rolling clouds and the lightning that flashed down. "I love storms," she said. "Especially here. The northern lights. Beautiful, aren't they?" "Very." He leaned out over the railing to peer into the dark tangle of the forest. Waited. "Ludwig," she started. "What about him?" We never meant for you to get hurt." "I know." Her forehead furrowed. "It wasn't the dissidents that hired Younger and Yagoda, but I'm sure you've probably guessed that." "Who did?" "I don't know." "Truly." "Ludwig does, though. And he knows more about the Kavasari than he's saying." She turned to him. "This may be the last time I see you, at least for some time. Things will be different from now on." "How?" She placed the back of her hand to her nose and shook her head. Suddenly, she smiled. "I love to fly before the storm. Ludwig is always afraid I'll get struck by lightning or something, but it's so beautiful up there. Like a dream." She began to undress, folding her blouse and skirt into a neat wad and handing them to Ruger for safekeeping. He couldn't help but notice that she had a very nice figure. Her wings fanned out in anticipation. With sublime gracefulness, she mounted the railing and leapt into the abyss. Ruger feared for a moment she wouldn't open her wings in time, but they fanned out gloriously and caught her above the frozen treetops, and the wind carried her away on the tails of the storm. ****. Later that night, when the couples had retired to their nightly activities, and Ruger and Danielle were lying on the bed, she said, "Ludwig's a prick." "Did he ever beat you?" "Not really." "How much does he owe you now?" "Who counts?" Danielle said. "So what do you think's going on here?" Melisawel was in tears, and Ludwig's acting strange. He saw her frown. "What's wrong?" "I don't know. They're so goddamned quiet about this morning." "Do you think they were in on it somehow?" He shook his head. "High-profile shades are being killed in the Scouring, the Dark Lord is engaged in some mysterious war, liberties and chaos, and Ludwig knows something about what's going on. The whole community is in crisis. Add to that 2 sociopathic balaclava and a Kavasari, and what have you got? A mess and a half. Ludwig would never do anything to harm us. I know that much." She let out a breath. "I know. He's got his faults, but he's a good man in his own way. But what's the big mystery? Why won't he tell us what he knows? We can take care of ourselves." "Not against Younger and Yagoda." She touched an eye fleetingly. He could see the moisture there, and raised a hand to trace her jaw. He brought her closer to him and kissed her. She broke the kiss and laid her head on his chest. He could smell the sweetness of her hair. "I thought we were dead this morning," she said. "So did I." Her lithe body trembled against him, trying to avoid an attack of tears. Tough as nails, she was. "Somehow we've got to beat them," she said.
The balaclava. They may be stronger than us, but I bet we could figure out a way to trap them.
He said nothing, but he knew from legend that Younger and Yagoda, as well as being extremely brutal, were quite intelligent, too.
The question is what they have to gain by all this, he said.
Surely more than money's at stake. She rose from the bed and walked naked to the sliding glass door, which led to the bedroom's terrace, and flung open the door. The wind whipped her sweaty hair, and she paused on the threshold. Becoming accustomed to the chill, she stepped outside. The storm thundered and crashed about the compound, and the rain flung its icy self down on her exposed skin. The rain mixed with her recent sweat and washed it away. She opened her mouth playfully and let the rain attempt to drown her. Lightning cracked close by, and she laughed. The stark light caressed her glistening body, and Ruger felt himself aroused again.
Slipping from the clammy sheets, he followed Danielle onto the terrace.
Thunder smashed against the house, and she spit her water out so she could growl into the storm. It didn't scare easily, however, and the thunder sounded again, more loudly.
"Oh, yeah," she roared. "Come and get me if you can." Lightning blew open a nearby pine. The crack echoed against the walls and the smell of charred wood wafted through the choppy night.
"So you wanna play rough," she said and began yelling obscenities into the storm.
A blast struck down another pine, this one even closer. "I think you're losing," Ruger said.
Thunder roared again, but seemingly from within the house. Then it roared again, only it wasn't thunder. Suddenly, the terrace was empty, save for the whipping of the wind. The vampires chased the screams down the hall toward Ludwig's and Malie's bedroom chamber, also in this wing of the house. They rounded a corner and burst into the room of their friends. The door was splintered and partially torn from its hinges. 5 dead and butchered libertarian guards lay outside. Blood spattered the room, as well as fragments of bone and flesh. The central remains of Ludwig lay on his bed, his sundered carcass partially hidden by the gusting satin curtains of his four-poster bed, but twisted limbs and shards of gleaming bone and muscle covered the room. One of the wooden columns that held up the canopy to his bed had been snapped off and mounted by Ludwig's severed head.
"No," Ruger said, going toward it. "Gods, no."
There was no sign of Malie Sowell. Frozen rain and wind blew into the gore-haunted room through the one great bay window, now fragmented. Most of the glass had blown outward with the impact, but the force of the wind had swept several glistening shards back in to mingle with the still-wet blood and viscera.
The moonstruck curtains blew like ghosts, and Ruger and Danielle approached the hole in the bay window slowly.
Ruger leaned out over the icy abyss and strained his eyes to search the gloom. There, on the outskirts of the estate, ran the demons, currently wearing the shapes of great black wolves.
The balaclava vanished into the night.
****. The next day, Captain Rolf d'Aguila was elected leader of Liberty, at least until Malie Sowell returned. Whether or not it had orchestrated Ludwig's death, the dissident faction had gained control. Demaney, who would have been Ludwig's choice for leader after Malie Sowell, was now relegated to second-in-command. Neither Ruger nor Danielle saw the coronation ceremony or the captain himself. They were getting drunk in their room, trying to get themselves together and figure out what to do next.
Danielle was concerned for Ruger.
He didn't even cry, just stared. A great sadness had obviously overwhelmed him and he couldn't shake it, but he couldn't seem to release his feelings, either. He'd seen so much of blood and tragedy that his heart had hardened, but, Danielle hoped, not beyond repair.
Why had Younger and Yagoda had killed Ludwig? None could say. But, if the assassins had spoken the truth, Danielle supposed they would be headed for the castle soon, leaving Ruger and Danielle a trail to follow, should they choose to do so. However, if the Dark Lord was sponsoring the actions of Younger and Yagoda, then he would be far less likely to admit the odd flock to his home. And, if he did, he would surely kill them. Ruger and Danielle headed south after the funeral, toward their estate in the wilds of Canada. Of course, the funeral was supposed to be a party of sorts, because that was Ludwig's wish. He'd wanted a celebration of his life, not a lamentation of his passing. His meager remains were burned and scattered over the frozen wasteland by Malie Sowell's 2 winged companions, Jandros like herself but with fair hair and brighter wings. They looked quite heavenly flying above the trees in the shining night, ash falling in a gentle cloud beneath. Malie Sowell had seemingly disappeared.
It was widely speculated that the balaclava must have dragged her off into the wasteland to perform unspeakable acts upon her before rending her limb from limb as they were surely wont to do, but if so neither Ruger nor Danielle had seen any evidence of it.
In any case, she was gone. Demaney smiled once, only briefly, as Ruger and Danielle packed their bags. "Where are you going?" he said.
Danielle closed her eyes, glanced at Ruger, and sighed.
"Home," she said.
They departed in the same plane they'd arrived in. Demaney waved at the vampire couple as they climbed into the aircraft, which started with a roar and took off at speed into the clouds.
Chapter 6.
6 nights later, Danielle was drinking a beer in the hedge maze out back of their estate, her pot-bellied pig Cerberus beside her, when the parrot called Elvis landed on her arm.
"What the hell?
"You have visitors in the lobby," he squawked.
Van Ricer, it that you?"
Normally the bird was controlled either by Ruger or herself, but sometimes their manservant Van Ricer would send messages through it.
All three immortals could control it with their minds.
"Visitors in the lobby," the bird said again and flew off. Danielle drained her beer, made her way out of the hedge maze and approached the old mansion. Occasionally she would ask Ruger about its founding, but he would shrug and grow taciturn, so she'd learned not to ask. There were many things about him she didn't know, and it was infuriating because she knew many shades dramatically older than herself, and these people, she was certain, knew all about him and his past. Yet when she prodded them they invariably said that he should be the one to tell her.
Danielle agreed. "So I wait."
She was tired of waiting. Once, under his breath, he'd referred to this estate as Casa de Emilia, and she recognized the name of Ruger's long-dead lover. Otherwise, he wouldn't talk about her. In any case, the mansion was home, though they only stayed at it a month or so every year. They lived on the road mostly. Danielle called it Mount Vapor because of all the mist shrouding it the first night she'd seen it, and the nickname had stuck. As she entered the manse through its rear entrance, she wondered where Ruger was.
He'd been brooding since their arrival.
Alone, Danielle pushed on through wide stone corridors into the foyer, where a group of soldiers waited impatiently. At their head stood Melissa Well.
Danielle gasped.
The Jandro's wings had been ripped off. "Dear God," she heard herself say.
"Malie, what happened to you?"
Later. Despite her injury, Melissa Well seemed very much in control of herself, with only her lack of humor confirming that she was even aware of her husband's death. Danielle crossed to the Dar Van Ricer, who looked greatly annoyed. "Where's Ruger?"
Danielle asked.
"Indisposed, I believe."
She knew what that meant.
"Have him meet us in the private conference room upstairs in 10 minutes.
"If you insist." "I do."
She turned to Melissa Well. "Please, invite your soldiers inside." Ludwig's widow glanced over her shoulder at her men, and this drew Danielle's attention to them for the first time.
They seemed to affect a certain look of, was it disdain? "I don't think they'd come," Melissa Well said frankly.
"Why?"
"Because you have humans living here with you as equals.
We have some small staff, and friends that visit from time to time.
My people feel offended and I can't help but feel a little uneasy myself. It's almost unheard of, you know. Will you, at least, come in?"
When Malie nodded, Danielle led her upstairs to the conference room. Ruger was already there, rooting through the cabinets and the mini refrigerator of the private bar. He came up with salt, limes, a shot glass and a bottle of Cuervo Gold. His eyes stared out, bloodshot and crazed, and dark stubble covered his face. "Wanted," he started, then noted Melissa Well's absence of wings. "Dear gods." The trio sat down at the large table and stared at each other in silence.
"Okay," Danielle said finally.
"What happened?"
Melissa Well downed a shot, then told her story.
"Ludwig sensed danger coming and sent me away to a little cabin outside of Barrow just before he was murdered. Later, the balaclava found me, beat me, raped me, and tore off my wings. They laughed and said for me to never try to fool them again, they would always find me, no matter where I went."
"I believe them. They probably know where I am right now. They could be outside watching."
After Ludwig's murder, she said, she'd gathered some loyal troops and gone searching for Younger and Yagoda, but to no avail. She intended to scour the world for them and for answers to his death. Not even she knew why he'd been killed, and she was sure it wasn't just a random act of violence on the part of the balaclava. With her soldiers, she would find who had hired Younger and Yagoda and rip them limb from limb.
"So what's our involvement in all this?"
Ruger said, after expressing horror at what had happened to her. "You're involved the same way I am," she said. "The dissidents were using us as blackmail against Ludwig. Either he advanced the movement or we would die, one by one. I would be last. I was his wife. Honestly, though, I think he loved you, Ruger, more than me. That was a miscalculation on the part of the dissidents. But he didn't advance. No. There was someone else who wanted him to step down, someone who was even more powerful than the dissidents. He employed the same methods as they did, though, using us against Ludwig. This is the one who hired Younger and Yagoda, as well as those sand rats who attacked you in the desert." "So Ludwig was stuck between two bad choices and did nothing," Danielle said.
"Who was this someone else?" Malie downed another shot.
"I'm not sure. Ludwig tried to keep me in the dark as much as he could, saying that the less I knew the safer I'd be.
I wish I'd known even less."
"Who was it?"
Malie let out a breath. Roche Sarnova. He, or one of his emissaries, was the mysterious visitor you were asking about.
The room fell silent. I'm not saying that it was Sarnova who killed him, Mollier added, although I'm not saying that it wasn't.
But it makes sense, doesn't it? Liberty has the second highest concentration of shades ever. Ludwig almost had more direct followers under him than Sarnova himself. So it would follow that Blackie would want Liberty disbanded.
We think the balaclava were employed by two people, or at least approached by two, Ruger said.
Based on your information, it seems that one of them was Roche Sarnova.
Who was the other?
Does it matter? Very much.
If Junger and Yagoda had followed the orders of Sarnova, if it was he who seems to have meant to kill us to add further gravity to the threat of killing you next, we'd be dead now. Instead, they followed the instructions of another employer. They hinted as much, for another purpose entirely. And it was for this employer that they killed Ludwig.
How do you figure?
The dissidents and Sarnova apparently had opposite aims, but neither would be served by Ludwig's death. If he died, the dissidents were afraid of half of Liberty getting up and walking away. Besides, the others would know that it was the dissidents who killed him and the compound would be in chaos.
If Sarnova wanted Liberty disbanded, he wouldn't have killed Ludwig.
No offense, but Ludwig was a weak leader.
A stronger leader would only replace him.
Therefore, it must be another entity that hired the balaclava to do Ludwig in and harass us.
Tell me, did Junger or Yagoda say anything about coming to visit you again?
They said never to hide from them because it only made it more fun to find me.
But nothing direct? No.
Then perhaps it's only Danielle and I that are involved. Somehow, the fact that the balaclava intend to further harm us is connected to Ludwig's death. He raised his eyebrows at Danielle, and she was surprised to see that he looked lucid.
It's up to us to find out why. And who.
Gimme a shot, she said. It was all she had to say. He knew she would do whatever needed to be done.
Mollier took a long breath. There's another problem.
What's that?
My people, many of them, want to act.
They're afraid that if they delay, our resolve will weaken.
By act, Danielle said.
You mean?
That's right. They want to move against the world now.
Ruger and Danielle glanced at each other.
Cautiously, Ruger said, "What's your plan for dealing with Roche Sarnova?" That was always a problem.
I think we've solved it, though. Some of my people have found a supplier of stolen tactical nuclear warheads.
Shit, said Danielle. The weapons should put quite a dent in the castle.
Combined with Sarnova having most of his resources tied up in his war, he could, in theory, be dealt with.
Danielle put a hand to her forehead. That's insane. Grimly, Mollier said, the only way I've found to keep my people occupied and focused elsewhere is by finding Ludwig's killer.
If we can find him or her and punish them, that will go a long way to ensuring it's Ludwig's legacy that prevails among my people.
Not anyone else's. A legacy of peace and responsibility.
Also, once he's been avenged, I think the half of Liberty that was ready to leave if he stepped down will do just that. The other half, the dissidents, won't be able to carry out their plans without the full army. Until he's avenged, though, the army will stay together and the dissidents will only grow in power. Ruger's face had gone rigid. You're saying if we don't find Ludwig's killer, your army will take over the world?
That's about the size of it. And I'll need your help to do it. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. What of the scouring? Ruger asked, when he and Danielle had absorbed this new development. Have you found anything out about it? No, Mollier said. Do you think it had something to do with Ludwig's death?
No idea, but I'm beginning to think it's related somehow.
What about the war? Danielle said. It's a very secret war, Mollier said. That's about all I know.
They call it the War of the Dark Council, but I'm not really sure what that means. After the three shot back a last round of whiskey, Mollier said, I have to go.
But you just showed up.
I just came by to assure you I was alive and to recruit you for the hunt.
Until next time, friends.
When she left, Ruger slunk off to, presumably, continue getting drunk, while Danielle made her way to the library, selected a work by Joe Lansdale and read for some time, but her mind drifted to other matters. Ruger had skipped a significant question, she thought. Why had the balaclava chosen to follow the orders of their enigmatic second employer instead of those of Roche Sarnova, who had more clout and prestige than most world leaders? And that was assuming that the Dark Lord was their original employer in the first place. Her mind buzzing, she decided to take a walk in the large green maze outside. The moment she stepped into the first dark corridor, she could hear some urgent, rhythmic sound that only grew louder the further she pressed into the labyrinth. Just before she got to the clearing with the gazebo, she recognized it as crying. She rounded the final corner to see Ruger and Melisowell curled up with each other on a bench in the gazebo. At first Danielle had the horrible notion that something sexual was going on, but no. Ruger and Malie were embracing tightly and tears were flowing from both their eyes. Their backs arching and convulsing, they looked perfectly wretched, and Danielle realized they were mourning the loss of Ludwig together, privately, in their own way. Although she felt a twinge of sadness that Ruger hadn't come to her to cry on, she knew that Malie was really the only one that could fully share his feelings, and that Ruger was perhaps the only one Malie could turn to as well. They'd been the two closest people in Ludwig's life and it was fitting that they mourn together. Danielle felt her heart swell with relief. If Ruger couldn't open up to her, she was glad he could open up to someone. Hoping that the mourners hadn't seen her, she crept back out of the labyrinth. And stopped cold. For there, at the mouth of the labyrinth, stood two big black wolf-like creatures. Similar to werewolves, but larger, more demonic, with long, broad snouts, horn-like ears and thick coats of black fur. From the cheeks of one sprouted symmetrical rows of small tusks. The creatures smiled at her. The smiles were eerily human. "We've always loved labyrinths," said the one that must be younger. The one with the tusks. Trembling, she reached for a Colt .45, she never went anywhere unarmed these days, and pointed it at the assassin's head. "Why did you kill Ludwig?" Yagoda lowered his horn-like ears. "It is not for us to tell." Junger ran his slavering tongue across his teeth and laughed. Danielle cocked the revolver. "What did you come here for?" "We came because of your maze, of course," Yagoda said. "And to show that we could," added the other. "And another reason." She fired, sending a bullet through Junger's brain, but it did no more than temporarily irritate the balaclava. Harming the bastard hadn't been her reason for firing. Within seconds, Ruger and Malie arrived at her side. "You," said Melisowell. "Be gone from here." "Our business is only beginning," said Yagoda. "Ruger, Danielle, we will hunt you till the end of the earth. Your life will be a hell. And then, death." "But why?" asked Ruger. "Why all this? Ludwig, Barrow? What do you have to gain?" "You'll find out," said Junger. "In time. What do you want?" "We're here to help you," said Yagoda, with that maddening sense of calm. "With incentive and information." "Get to the fucking point," Danielle said. "We already know that you're working for Roche Sarnova, and maybe someone else." "Then you don't know anything, because we're not working for Roche Sarnova." "Don't believe a word they say," Malie said. "But you are working for two employers?" Ruger asked. The younger wolf turned to the Yagoda wolf. "I don't think they're ready for our information, do you? What do you get out of helping us?" Danielle said. "The same thing you get, answers. You see, child, we know more than you do, but we know very little of the big picture. Which is unfortunate for us, fortunate for you, though, in that you're still here. We very much want to see the big picture, which we think will be very interesting indeed, and we need you two to find it for us. You have the right connections, we don't. It's that simple." "This is all bullshit," Malie said. "We're interested in your fate, not that we care one way or another about your deaths, but we think the circumstances surrounding them will be, as I've said, interesting." "What's this big picture?" Ruger said. "The war in Europe, the murders all over the world, Ludwig's death, they're all part of a whole," Yagoda said. "We're sure of it, but we need to figure it all out so that..." "Yes? So that we can be in on the ground floor of the New World Order." Danielle blinked. "Speak plainly," Ruger said. "The meaning is for you to find out. There is still a hit out on you both. Someone's hired Vistrat to arrange your death and we want to know why. So we come to you. Legwork is not our forte, but, as it is your life in peril, I suggest it become yours." "They're lying," Malie said. "If you want us to find information out for you, we'd better know what you do," Ruger said. "Why kill Ludwig?" The assassins remained silent. "At least tell us who your middleman is," Danielle pressed. "Did you think we'd come out of retirement to work for a faceless employer?" Junger said. "Do you think we're doing this for money? Give us something." "We have Vistrat. Something more." Smiling their infuriating smiles, Junger and Yagoda disappeared into the darkness. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The next night, the odd flock packed their bags, said their goodbyes and made their way to the enormous garage, where Ruger kept his ever-growing automobile collection. In Danielle's opinion, the perfect road vehicle was the blue convertible 72 Cadillac Eldorado, but it wouldn't serve the vampires' needs as adequately as the van they chose. After fitting it with what they needed, they set out for the highway. Danielle brought her vampire pig Cerberus, who was a faithful friend at the estate but rarely left its grounds. This time, Danielle felt she needed the reassurance of its presence on the road. Last night, they had drawn up loose plans. Melisawel would lead her army in search for the answers to Ludwig's murder in one direction, while Ruger and Danielle would follow another path. "You sure about this?" Danielle asked when they were driving, letting the breeze run through her hair. She could feel the old juices pumping through her veins. "Back on the road again. I mean, going to New York's where the order to kill us came from." "Yes, so there might also be information about where the order originated there, too. Plus I have contacts there that don't use phones or have internet service." "You're thinking of Harry. He is remarkably plugged in to the New York immortal scene. But Vistrat, the most powerful shade in America, will be right there. And Jean-Pierre, that's who the Titan will send after us. Then we'd better step lively then, hadn't we?" He paused, casting her a sidelong glance. More softly, he said, "You know, Danny, you don't have to come. Ludwig was my friend, after all." "Yeah, but this is my world." Throwing her feet up on the dashboard, she lit her first cigarette of the journey. "Step on the gas, Ace. New York it is." Chapter 7. The Carpathians weren't as impressive as Lord Carker had hoped they'd be. He'd seen them before, of course, many times, but somehow he always managed to convince himself afterward that they had been more dramatic. Ah, well. He hadn't come here for the view. The helicopter rattled around him, and Carker frowned. Known as the Great White Hunter, straight from the hot killing grounds of Africa, Carker was a werewolf, and he enjoyed the sunlight on his skin, something most of his immortal friends could never experience, but he did not enjoy the altitude or the turbulence. To calm himself, he rolled a cigarette, licked the paper to seal it, and lit up. Smiling, he turned to his companion, the werewolf Jean-Pierre, now soundly asleep. Jean-Pierre wore a lot of black leather and boasted a series of silver studs and loops angling along the upper ridge of his right ear, silver to spite the gods, of course. Not that silver posed any real threat to the lichens. Jean-Pierre's skin was colorless, almost translucent, his hair a spiky whitish blonde, but his eyes, closed now, were a luminous, angelic green. Light flickered in them strangely, and sometimes they looked like swimming emeralds. He was known throughout the world as the albino, even though he was not completely without pigmentation. Carker, who looked to be a robust 55, was coming up on his 1000th birthday tomorrow, hence the reason for his visit to the Dark Lord. Jean-Pierre probably would have been placed in his early 30s, when the truth was that he was a sinewy 260. He looks like a baby when he sleeps, though. A baby who needs a shave, maybe, but a baby nonetheless. A bit different from the waking animal. Jean-Pierre cracked an eye. "It's snowing," he observed, his voice characteristically empty. His wet green eyes acknowledged Carker, then settled back on the window. "I hate snow." "Then you should move. Running your death squad out of New York was poor planning for a fan of warm weather. You know very well why I live there." Carker let out a breath. Jean-Pierre worked exclusively for Vistrat, the Titan, and Vistrat, it rhymed with bistro, rarely left in New York. "We there yet?" Jean-Pierre said. "Yes. That's why we're still in the helicopter." Jean-Pierre grunted and closed his eyes again. Carker had to smile. Though the former Parisian's ruthlessness was legendary, he often adopted the demeanor of a child when around Carker. They weren't lovers, not now, anyway, but they'd been off and on companions since the early 60s. Quite a change from Ruger, Carker thought. The albino whipped out a pack of Pall Malls. He was just striking the match when he caught a glimpse of something outside, just visible through the storm. "We're almost there," he said. Then, almost as an aside, the place where it all began. Carker grimaced. Of course, returning to the castle would stir memories in Jean-Pierre. This was where he had met Danielle, after all. Where he had abducted her. Carker knew all too well that he was still obsessed with the girl. "There's nothing to fear," Carker said. "Did I say there was?" Carker slipped on his cream-colored canvas hat. "I wonder if Blackie will have any surprises planned for my birthday." Dryly, Jean-Pierre said, "I can't wait." Rocked by winds, the helicopter took its time getting to the helipad that erupted from the top of the castle, but when it saw its chance the craft dove down, landing with a start that unsettled Carker's stomach. The hunter and the albino clambered out, Carker shivering at the snap of the cold air, and followed their welcoming party, a single high-ranking werewolf, indoors. "It is an honor to have you here," the fellow said. "Please, come with me." After the outside door was closed, an inside door was opened, protecting any sun-sensitive immortal that happened to be walking around. All windows were covered, and a few shades did indeed prowl the halls, but the castle seemed largely deserted at the moment. Carker had to fight the urge to keep glancing over his shoulders as he made his way through the narrow stone passageways. He liked the outdoors, open spaces, and grew anxious surrounded by so much stone. The three rode an elevator to the lowest floor above the level of the dungeons and catacombs, marched down another network of corridors until they found themselves in a cold but well-furnished room. The shade who'd greeted them nodded at a man behind a desk, and this man pressed a button on a console. Shortly, a line of tired shades stumbled through the room's second door and sat down in some seats along the walls. They looked as if they'd been in conference for days. Carker and Jean-Pierre were shown into the next room, and the door closed swiftly behind them. Roche Sarnova hunched behind a large desk, with Francois Mauchlery not too far away, slightly behind him, in a comfortable chair. The Dark Lord smiled and motioned his guests to sit. "Thanks," Carker said, noting that Sarnova appeared terrible, his hands shaking slightly, sweat beading his skin, which was rent in countless places. "Dear gods." A black patch covered one eye. Mauchlery didn't look much better. "Damn it all," breathed Carker. "What happened, Roche? Who did this to you? What the hell's going on?" Sarnova held up his hands, warding off questions. He gave a sick cough, which took longer than it should have, and smiled. "In time," he said. "All questions will be answered. So how are you doing, my friend?" "Wonderful, comparatively." "And you, Jean-Pierre?" The albino said nothing. "How was your safari?" "I'd been keeping track of your progress until recently." "Fabulous," Carker said. "We brought down some elephants, and you should see Jean-Pierre handle a rifle. I'm afraid he'll be better than I am before too long. Perhaps next time you could join us." "I'd love that. And much congratulations on your birthday, Carker." "Unfortunately, due to circumstances not immediately in my control, the grand celebration we'd planned for your millennium will have to be delayed. I don't know how long. I'd love for you to stay a while in the hopes that there would be a break in my schedule, but I don't foresee one, and I could never put you in the jeopardy that living here might entail. Other than the ambassador here, you are my oldest friend, Carker, and I hope that sooner or later I can make amends for my lack of hospitality." "What on earth are you talking about?" Sarnova coughed again, then looked apologetic. "I'm sorry, Jean-Pierre, but could you please give us some time? I mean no disrespect, but your friend and I must talk privately." The albino shrugged and rose. "Anywhere I can get some coffee in this dump?" Roche remained pleasant. "Just ask Ivan, my receptionist." The albino left, not closing the door as delicately as he could have on the way. "Well," said Carker. "Indeed," said Sarnova, and turned to nod at Francois. "Ambassador, would you care to bring Lord Carker up to speed on recent events?" *****. Jean-Pierre stalked the shadows, wishing they'd never come here. The castle. Gods, what a bore. A great big lump of old stone in the mountains. So what if it was the seat of all immortal activity in the world, or that it was hallowed and sacred to many, as was its lord? It meant nothing to Jean-Pierre. Though French by birth, he was a New Yorker now, a product of the New World, and the old held little interest for him. Also, he admitted, he was jealous of the friendship between Carker and Sarnova. If only that were all. He glanced around the dark halls, barely suppressing a wave of mixed longing and sorrow. "Danielle, where are you?" Years ago, on one of his frequent meccas to the dark country with Carker, back when the albino had found it less repellent, Jean-Pierre had seen the young vampiress for the first time. She'd been staying with Ruger at the castle for a few weeks. At the time, the Dark Lord had wanted to meet the notorious vigilante vampires. Roche Sarnova could have put them to death for their murderous actions. Indeed, Jean-Pierre had heard that he'd intended to, but had been persuaded by Carker into sparing Ruger's life. And Blackie would not kill Danielle unless he could execute Ruger, too. The issue was dropped, but it had brought great attention upon the odd flock, and Jean-Pierre had become enamored of the so-called waif. Calling on some favors, the albino had separated the vampires and convinced Danielle that Ruger had been killed and that his murderers wanted her dead, too. The odd flock's enemies had decided to move against them, he said. He'd even produced a corpse resembling Ruger, with the face unrecognizable. Thinking she had no choice, Danielle had allowed him to take her away to Carker's vine-covered Congo estate, where they had holed up for months before Ruger, alive and well, had tracked them down and released Danielle. Upon discovering that Jean-Pierre had lied to her, she'd attempted to kill the albino, who was saved by none other than the Darkling. Looking around at the stone and torches now, Jean-Pierre swore. "We never should have come here." *****. Carker thought it amazing how synchronized the ambassador and Sarnova were, almost as if they were part of the same organism. Mauchlery moved out from behind Sarnova's desk and started pacing the room in an organized fashion, talking as he did. Eventually, he came to the part about Roche being wounded. I was sent to the front lines a month or so ago to check up on our troops, continued Francois, and I returned with a werewolf named Victoria Lissande. She accompanied me back under the guise of petitioning Roche for protection of her clan, who she said supported our cause. In truth, she was a spy. Worse, she had skills we weren't prepared for. She'd been trained to kill mortals with her mind, and she killed one that Roche was feeding from, causing him to drink dead blood. She attacked Roche when he was down, and she was stronger than she should have been. It took both me and Roche to destroy her. How could she have been so powerful? Asked Carker.
Francois looked uneasy.
We think that maybe she had gotten hold of the blood of a Cavassari. That would have made her very strong indeed. Carker's voice lowered.
That's bad.
Yes, indeed.
So, all this is why the immortal world is in turmoil?
Roche Sarnova sat up slowly.
Not quite.
But I'm afraid that I can't speculate on the reasons why things are the way they are.
My war in Europe isn't at all responsible for the scouring. But they are related? Sarnova coughed again.
Perhaps, he said. Perhaps. Carker replaced his hat on his head.
So that's that, is it?
No, no.
Please, don't take offense. You know I'd never want to slight you in any way.
Here, take your hat off, let's invite Jean-Pierre in and enjoy each other's company for a while.
If we've got enough time, I have a special treat for you. Then we'll feed you both and you can return to the Congo, where you'll be safe.
I'm sorry you came all this way for nothing, but don't worry, I'll make it up to you sooner or later.
Carker snorted but pulled off his hat.
He knew Sarnova was being sincere, but he didn't like anything being kept from him. Still, he understood that during wartime, secrets were sacred. He leaned forward and stubbed his cigarette out in an ashtray as Jean-Pierre entered the room and sat down again.
Enjoy the coffee? Sarnova asked. You're out of cream.
Wine was poured and they talked awkwardly for a while until the tension was broken. Then Sarnova said, "Before you go, let me show you something." He moved toward the door, and the others followed.
Weren't you in the middle of a meeting?
Carker said, as they pushed into the next room. Many of the shades who had been sitting in the reception area slouched noticeably, either asleep or getting there.
Let them rest, Sarnova said, talking as he led down a hall.
Escorts hovered at his sides.
Have you ever heard of Younger and Yagoda? The last of the roving balaclava? Jean-Pierre said. I'd thought they'd gone to Jamaica long ago.
They did, but they've been wanting to come out of isolation for some time, so I contracted them to do some art for me. They finished a few weeks ago but just returned yesterday to celebrate the grand opening of their new exhibit.
It's only one piece, but it's quite large. I must admit that I'm pleased.
He turned to a servant.
Would you go fetch them for me?
The servant vanished. The Dark Lord led his guests down another few corridors, then took a stairwell into the catacombs, where they followed another series of rat tunnels.
Carker could feel hairs prickling along his spine.
Finally, Sarnova ushered them into a large, domed room.
Behold. Goddamn, said Carker.
Open coffins, standing vertically, lined the earthen walls of the circular room, with about 5 feet of space separating each one. Formally dressed corpses, their flesh splotched and decaying, stood stiffly in their coffins staring on the world with dead eyes. From the feet of each one, human bones, held together with carefully concealed wire and cobwebs, sprouted, snaking across the floor to converge on the center of the circle. Here the strings of bone met and rose into the air, some bleached and white, some gray and rotting. A tree of bones emerged from the chaos, towering over everything in the room, its stark and lifeless branches arching high and long in dense, thorny, crystalline clusters. A stained glass window with lights behind it, built into the ceiling directly above the tree, cast a strange green glow on the branches, giving the sculpture the eerie, deathly glow it needed. Beautiful, isn't it? Said Roche Sarnova.
It is, said Jean-Pierre.
Carker heard a noise behind him and turned in time to see the balaclava enter. They were very tall, and their skin was black on black.
Glad you like it, said the bald one with the tusks. I'm Younger.
And I'm Yagoda, the other said. He wore sunglasses and his face, framed by long dreadlocks, was masked by a heavy, unkempt beard. We call it the Tree La Morte.
It's marvelous, said Carker.
A shame we missed the grand opening.
Maybe I could hire you to do something for me sometime.
Younger shrugged.
If we're inspired, we'll give you a call.
Now, if you'll excuse us, we were just preparing to rape and kill a few people.
Ta-ta. They bowed and left.
I love their art, said Sarnova, but sometimes their artistic temperaments are a little much. He shook Carker's hand. Now, friend, I'm really afraid I've got to get back to work.
Forgive me?
Of course.
Be sure to get some sleep soon. An escort led Carker and Jean-Pierre into separate rooms, where they fed. An hour later, they flew high over the snow-whipped mountains toward the lush tangles of the Congo, away from the icebound halls of stone and the warlord in black. "Well," said Jean-Pierre, over the roar of the helicopter. "Was it interesting, what he said?" "Very." "Care to discuss it?" "Later," Carker said. "When I find out more." The albino looked amused. "So he's holding out on you?" Carker didn't answer. Jean-Pierre glanced out the window. Lounging back in his seat, he closed his eyes, and it was like the sun disappearing. "Happy birthday," he muttered. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The helicopter dropped them off in Bucharest, where Carker's personal plane waited, and they set out again for his palatial Congo estate, flying over vast ocean, never-ending desert, and a jungle that had driven an infinite number of men mad. A little dirt airstrip stretched before the manse itself, and they landed hard, dust throwing up in geysers behind the plane, which shuddered as the engine died. "Great landing," Jean-Pierre said. He tore open the door and dropped down, then helped Carker, not out of any infirmity on the latter's part but out of respect. The hunter cast a glance at the sunset, took a deep breath and smiled. "There's nothing like home. Don't start clicking your heels together yet." Carker laughed, turning his eyes toward his immense estate, built many years ago by natives who Carker had later trained to be his personal army and groundskeeping task force. Their offspring had continued the tradition. He thought he treated them well, having even gone to the trouble of hiring a small faculty of English professors to educate them. Of course, he didn't hold himself responsible if he was particularly hungry or desirous one day and one of his following glanced at him wrong. He was, after all, the great white hunter, and he had certain needs, entitlements. Jean-Pierre studied the trucks, parked close to the main building. "It looks like our trophies have arrived," he said. The game they'd killed on safari had been bundled up and sent here directly. "Good. What are we gonna do with more elephant hide?" Jean-Pierre said. "Make another elephant room? We've got more than elephant hide, but I see your point. Maybe we could hire Younger and Yagoda to make some arrangement with the corpses themselves." "Sure, why not? Maybe a necrotic renaissance is in the works." A man approached. He was a tall and muscular Greek-Indian mix, with black hair going gray at the fringes. Gavin had been Carker's bum boy when he was young, but had proven himself competent at a range of things and was now the chief of security for Carker's estate. Carker had transformed Gavin and 9 other loyalists into immortals so they could better protect his grounds. "Welcome home," Gavin said. "Too bad Sarnova couldn't celebrate with you like you wanted, but we've got a little something to make up for it, although we weren't expecting you back so soon. Anyway, they're getting ready up in the elephant room. It's not much, but it's all we could do on the spur of the moment. Please, at least pretend you like it, they've been practicing for weeks. Oh, and on that other matter, we've prepared everything the way you instructed." Jean-Pierre raised his transparent eyebrows, but Carker just smiled. "I'm sure I'll love whatever it is you've prepared for me, Gavin. And thanks for attending to the other matter. Please, lead on." He followed Gavin inside. Jean-Pierre flicked his cigarette away and trailed along behind. The inside of the lodge was spacious and masculine, adorned with expensive rugs, paintings, antiques, and an afterlife full of dead animals, hides and heads and all. The elephant room, located on the second story and overlooking the encroaching forest that surrounded them, was a testament to lavishness and decadence. Entering it was like stepping into another world. All 6 sides of the room, floor and ceiling included, were covered with elephant hide. The head of an enormous bull elephant dominated one wall, its long trunk arched in challenge, and on the opposite wall, the animal's scrotum, fully erect, jutted out. Tusks sprouted from its balls. Countless animal heads, hides, legs, tongues, trunks and other appendages stuck out or hung from the walls, floors and ceiling, as well as several elephant livers, hearts, stomachs, and never-ending loops of intestines, which were painted different colors. And, of course, the room was fully furnished with its share of rugs and paintings, chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. A group of comfortable chairs arranged around a large coffee table, propped up by elephant feet, not too far from the large, unlit fireplace. It was Carker's favorite room. Several Africans stood in front of the fireplace holding an assortment of musical instruments. Smiling, they greeted Carker affectionately. "They're going to play for me, how nice." Jean-Pierre and Carker made themselves comfortable in the chairs facing the musicians. Jean-Pierre glanced at Carker, who winked. Waving a servant for a beer, the albino drank as the music started. Carker winced. It was bad. Just the same, he was impressed by Jean-Pierre's patience. The albino endured it for half an hour until the humans were through. He even clapped for them. When they were gone, the albino said, "You need to spend more money on the music department." He crossed to the window and lit a cigarette.
The night grew dark outside, and Carker could feel its temptations in his gut. He sparked a cigar. "You know," he said, puffing, "I've never met a shade who didn't smoke."
"Killian doesn't smoke." "Insolent bastard. The member of your death squad?"
"Probably afraid it will make his clothes smell."
Carker laughed. "That's better. You're lightening up. Enough of that. Seriously. You unwound so much on the safari. You actually enjoyed yourself, and you can't know how much that warmed my heart. But the moment you saw Roche's castle, you stiffened up again." The albino shrugged. "You know why. It's where you met Danielle. I thought maybe you were over her by now."
"I remember before we went on safari, you'd pulled out the projector from my basement and were watching the old reels we shot back when she was staying with us.
But once we left, you never mentioned her once."
"She was in love with me for a while. When she thought Ruger was dead."
"Maybe." Jean-Pierre didn't sound convinced. "My crew still gives me hell about it. I imagine."
Carker knew that during the time she'd spent at the lodge, Danielle and Jean-Pierre had become lovers.
Carker had not interfered, though he'd wanted to.
Still, Ruger had abandoned him long ago, and Carker's loyalty belonged to Jean-Pierre now.
Instead of addressing any of this, Carker said, "How are they?" "The squad?" "Belligerent as always." "And you? Don't you still love Ruger?"
Carker had been willing to let it go, but it seems Jean-Pierre wasn't.
Carker didn't answer.
"You know," Jean-Pierre said, "many say I replaced him in your affections."
Carker studied the end of his cigar. "I love you as much as I loved him once." Jean-Pierre's face was still. "You don't anymore?"
Changing the subject, Carker said, "I think you'll appreciate my gift to you."
"But I can't talk about it yet, it's a surprise." "Why'd you get me a gift?"
"It's your birthday. Your happiness makes me happy, so it's a gift to both of us."
"I haven't even given you my gift." "Hang on."
Jean-Pierre left the room for a few minutes, returning with a small, flat package wrapped in canvas.
Carker smiled. "I'm honored, really. You can't open it until after the hunt, okay? I think you'll want to take some time to look it over."
The albino placed it on a stand near Carker's chair.
"I'm hungry, too." Together, they left.
Once outside, Carker turned to Jean-Pierre. It was Carker's custom to go down into the holds before a hunt and stare his prey in the eye, arming them and releasing them personally, often giving them a head start. Jean-Pierre, however, preferred to kill with detachment.
"Good hunting," Jean-Pierre said. "You, as well."
Carker had had a system of tunnels built beneath his estate, and he took a stairway down. Mostly he used them as a wine cellar. He was quite a connoisseur, but a portion of the tunnels had been converted into a type of prison for his prey, where they lived semi-comfortably until it was their time to be hunted. Servants greeted him, bringing several wheeled tables that carried an assortment of blades and firearms.
Carker unlocked the door of the first cage and stepped inside.
10 minutes later he'd chosen and armed the 15 mortals he wanted. His estate had been erected on a small rise, so that this end of the catacombs opened directly into the forest. He released his prisoners, most of them collected on the white slavery market, and watched them scatter into the darkness. When his cigar was halfway smoked, he followed. *****. Jean-Pierre wandered through the sultry Congo, smoking Pall Malls and searching for a glimpse of the moon through the tangled trees that arched like half-gnawed ribs overhead. It slivered as the nights went by, soon there'd nothing left.
He remembered Danielle telling him of Ruger's theory that all shades were strongest on the new moon, because it was the time when the world was the darkest. The albino knew darkness was a state of mind, though, not something nature could inflict upon you.
Of course, Ruger should know that too. Jean-Pierre tugged off his clothes and let the night change him into its own image, a beast, somewhere between wolf and man, his coat almost translucent, with a hint of yellow. It wasn't true that werewolves needed a full moon to transform, all they needed was the night. Transforming under the sun would get you burned, though. He loped through the forest, between trees and along muddy ravines, howling and running as fast as his 4 legs would take him. After a while, he could hear the screams of Carker's victims, but not Carker himself. As always, the great white hunter was as silent and insidious as death itself. Jean-Pierre remembered once during their safari when they'd slipped into beast form and brought down an elephant together. They'd wallowed in its steaming carcass, burrowing down into its guts and rutting as if they were possessed. It was the first time they'd fucked in years, and the albino didn't like it. With Carker, emotions were involved, even in animal form, and emotions were too much for Jean-Pierre. Life should be still, calm. Jean-Pierre allowed himself become a man again. Ahead moved prey. The albino followed, and the forest thickened. The human stopped, and Jean-Pierre could hear him checking his weapons.
The final STA.
Bullets tore into Jean-Pierre, drilling his head and shoulders and torso, knocking him to the ground. A half-dozen mortals dropped onto him from overhanging trees, covered in mud to mask their smell, shooting him with automatic rifles and sticking him with lances.
Blades and rounds ripped into his flesh.
He struggled, trying to escape, but he couldn't even get off the fucking ground. Without conscious thought, he shifted back into a beast and lunged at the nearest attacker.
Blood flew, and bones cracked. He moved to the second one. In seconds, corpses and soon-to-be corpses littered the ground, writhing in their own entrails. The battle was over. Jean-Pierre lowered his head over one and began feeding. When he was done, he searched through the clothes of the dead until he found some cigarettes and lit up. He sprawled on the ground, naked and covered in blood, and stared up through the trees. Someone was still hiding up there, he saw, huddled against the trunk. "Come down," he said. "No. Then I'll just come and get you."
He closed his eyes and exerted his psychic influence, an ability he was quite strong in, on the girl. Against her will, he made her descend the trunk until she was standing before him.
"Jesus," he said.
The likeness wasn't exact, but it was close enough. A dark waif, with black hair framing a pale face and deep dark eyes.
Like Danielle.
Amid a stream of curses, he remembered Gavin mentioning that other matter to Carker. He remembered the hunter's sly smile. "This is my present." The girl drew herself up against the tree.
"Don't hurt me. Haven't you done enough?"
He slapped her. She crumpled to the ground, whimpering.
"God damn it."
He slammed his fists into the tree.
Breathed. "Go on, get up."
She stood shakily.
"Go," he said.
"You'll probably get eaten by cannibals, but at least you won't be contributing to this farce any longer."
"You're not going to kill me? Please don't thank me. You're not out of the woods, yet."
He picked his way back to where he'd left his clothes, dressed and returned to the lodge. He found Carker in the elephant room. Carker's hair hung wetly, the man having just come out of the shower, and he was dressed in a burgundy bathrobe, smoking a cigar. By contrast, Jean-Pierre knew that dirt covered his clothes, his hair stuck up in wild tangles, and blood caked him. He grabbed Carker by the lapels and threw him to the ground.
"How dare you? How could you mock me like that? How?
Out of all the people I know, I'd never have thought you'd betray me."
"How could you?" Carker looked stunned. "Well, if you wanted to hurt me, I can play that game, too," Jean-Pierre said.
He grabbed the canvas-wrapped package from off the stand and held his cigarette lighter up to it.
"You know what this is?"
"This is an original poem by your beloved Ruger, over 200 years old, back when he was still mortal."
"It took me a lot of time to find this for you." Carker's eyes softened, then widened in alarm as the albino set the package on fire. The hunter leapt to his feet.
"Don't," he said. "I didn't mean to hurt you, I swear. I thought you were almost over her and this would give you the opportunity to exorcise your demons on someone who looks like her, nothing else."
"I never meant you to think I was mocking you." "I wasn't." The albino sucked in a ragged breath. "Do you swear?"
"I swear." Jean-Pierre threw the package down and stomped on it until the fire was out.
Carker lovingly unwrapped it.
Jean-Pierre had had each page, there were 4, vacuum-sealed and bound in an expensive leather jacket. Damage to the pages themselves appeared minimal, but they'd have to be resealed.
Carker rose, leaving the poem on the floor. He embraced Jean-Pierre, and, after a moment, Jean-Pierre hugged him back. The embrace was short, but it was sincere. "Why do we insist on hurting each other?" Carker said. "I don't know. I'm sorry." "Don't be. Maybe my gift was more thoughtless than I realized."
Carker picked up the poem.
"Thank you."
"Sure."
Carker smiled.
Jean-Pierre smiled, too, and slowly they began to chuckle. Carker waved a servant over and ordered the best wine in the cellar.
He clapped Jean-Pierre on the shoulder. "My friend, what do you say to getting stinking drunk tonight?"
Jean-Pierre laughed, the rage draining from him. "You only turn 1,000 once," he said. Asterisk. Jean-Pierre departed for New York 2 days later. At his leaving, Carker considered a visit to London, where Roche's little war was taking place, to see what all the fuss was about. But, before he was able to go, he received a very strange group of visitors indeed. They were unexpected and uninvited, but they offered him a proposition that he could in no way afford to refuse.
Chapter 8.
The screaming trumpet of hard rock announced the presence of Ruger and Danielle to Manhattan. Dark and glittering spires rose around them, black monoliths with teeth for windows, to welcome the vampires beneath the eye of the winter moon. They didn't see it, but they felt it. When they crossed into the city, certain shadows moved faster, certain grins grew tighter. Despite it all, I do love New York, Danielle said, adjusting the radio volume.
It doesn't love us.
Ruger stared at the grim monoliths, subdued but made colder by a skin of snow.
Not tonight.
At one time he'd hated this city because of what it represented to him, and because it was here that he'd lost the second great love of his life.
He tried not to think about that.
New York hadn't changed, really, but his attitude towards it had. He had friends here now, as well as enemies, but he no longer thought of the city with enmity. In fact, he'd grown to like it in some ways.
To appreciate it. How does it feel to be home? He asked, then thought, Malcolm. Malcolm's here. And the other one. Locke.
The idea had plagued him all the length of their journey.
Danielle's two surviving rapists, doomed to die. Waiting for her.
Strange, she said.
I guess if I could revisit the old neighborhoods, but there's nothing I want to remember from back then.
They switched vehicles in a private parking garage on the edge of the city, out from the bulk of their van and into the sleeker and blacker 1969 Mustang they had stashed away for urban and southern driving. It had been custom refitted so that a tiny coffin was camouflaged in the rear compartment, seemingly part of the car. If the vampires were caught in the open during daylight, it might save their lives, though given its cramped quarters they both hoped this would never prove necessary. The vehicle was cozy, and they sped from the garage feeling refreshed. Needing a place to crash while they began their investigations, they struck out for the residence of the Gensiv Voliswa. The Gensivs were a race of night creature composed completely of females. A second set of teeth resided within their womanhoods.
Some Gensivs, like Voliswa, had a taste for blood as well.
The succubi dwelt mainly in large cities.
Voliswa worked as a call girl for the rich and secretive.
Ruger and Danielle slipped past the mortals prowling the corridors of the Cardew building, where she'd lived for decades, and rode the express elevator up to Voliswa's penthouse, using an electronic key to get in. They didn't know when the Gensiv would be back and weren't prepared to guess, so waiting seemed like the best option. Ruger pressed a button on the wall next to the sliding glass doors to the balcony and prettily decorated blackout curtains swished down from a tasteful, even stylish mechanism set above the glass portals. It probably closed the drapes automatically at a certain time, but he didn't know that for certain.
Better safe than toast.
Heady, feminine aromas flooded the spacious rooms.
Rich artwork decorated the walls. Danielle consulted a watch. Often she wore 2 or 3, and today was no exception.
Voliswa's got just over an hour if she's coming back today, taking into account that we'll see the sun here before the street will. It was odd that a being of the night like Voliswa would brave the upper reaches of the sky, tempting the sun with all its fury, but height meant power, and that is something Voliswa would never be without.
She would have the biggest and best or nothing at all. Ruger stayed in the living area while Danielle inspected the bedrooms. She's still got the waterbed.
Smiling, he entered the bedroom and found her flung comfortably across the gigantic black silk waterbed. An immense wrought iron headboard rose above her, stained handcuffs dangled from its dully gleaming bars. Whips and chains and oils and blades and harnesses and sadomasochistic articles of every description littered the room and hung from the walls.
A large mirror provided a ceiling to the bed's canopy.
Voliswa often said that the Marquis de Sada's 120 Days of Sodom was her Bible, and Ruger had never doubted her.
Danielle fingered a handcuff. Maybe we should.
Don't you dare, said a voice from the doorway, and they turned. A raving beauty, with rich blonde hair cascading down to partially hide her blue eyes, Voliswa possessed tender red lips and a strong feminine chin. Her young face had lived too much perhaps, but she was enchanting.
Tall, she stood maybe an inch under 6 feet without high heels on.
I like my kink, she said, but my toys are mine. You're wanted, by the way, she added, beginning to slip off her clothes without thought to the vampires watching.
There's a nice little price on your heads. How nice? Danielle asked.
Voliswa smiled.
Very nice.
Well, Ruger said, if we die, at least we'll make somebody happy. Never let it be said that we were uncharitable.
So is this a social visit?
Her panties fell in a puddle at her feet.
Tea and crumpets, don't you know, said Danielle.
Jesus, you too. What could you have done? We were hoping you could tell us something, Ruger said.
I don't have a clue. Honest to fucking God. I just don't know. Vistrat. I know the order came from Vistrat.
Why, or if he's doing a favor for somebody else, I don't know.
You think he was hired by someone? I didn't think he took orders from anyone.
If the price is high enough or if he can garner a large enough favor in return, he can be persuaded.
Couldn't it be Vistrat himself?
Perhaps he's mad at us for some reason.
Vistrat, mad? At you? No. He's too entrenched in his own little criminal world. He may be even forgotten you, Darkling.
And he's never heard of you, Danielle, except maybe through Jean-Pierre. The albino is his pet psychopath, one of his highest-ranking assassins here and off the island.
Danielle smiled. Vistrot and Carker. What a pair of godparents.
You're right, Danny, don't kill that fucker. If Jean-Pierre dies, you'll have to deal with the wrath of Lord Carker, not to mention the Titan.
Christ, you'll be, well, very, very dead.
She reached out a gentle hand and poked Ruger affectionately in the belly.
I'm sorry, love. I heard about Ludwig. I know how much he meant to you. Ruger nodded. I always thought he'd outlive me. Me too, mon ami.
You were the warrior, the blood-drenched poet off fighting demons wherever you found them.
He was the dreamer.
Wanted the world to be a better place, poor misguided bastard. She slid beneath her silken sheets, covering up her long legs, but her breasts, full and high, were still quite visible.
So what was meeting Younger and Yagoda like? You know of that? It's the latest gossip.
Everyone's talking about how the Balaclava are going to pursue you till the end of the world or until you die, whichever comes first.
Well, Danielle said to Veliswa, or at least her breasts. It's sunup and we should really let you sleep. Thanks for everything.
The Gensiv yawned gracefully and slid down, tucking the sheets up to her chin.
Thank you, Mon Amos.
Please feel free to use the guest room or, if you'd be more comfortable, in the coffins in the secret chamber. You remember where it is, behind the left wall of the walk-in pantry.
We?
She smiled sleepily.
Oh, and I like your pig, but, it's on the sofa. Her name's Cerberus, Danielle said. Very cute. Off Veliswa's expression, Danielle said, don't worry, we'll get her off.
Taking Ruger by the hand, she led him away from the Gensiv's bedroom, and together they found the guest room.
Quietly, Danielle, I have a question. I've always wondered. Yes? Ruger said. She looked sheepish. Do Gensivs completely, do they take it? He grimaced. Depends on the Gensiv.
If she's hungry and has a dark bent, she may drain the man completely. But regardless of their disposition, every now and then, just like we need to feed on blood, they must, bite it off.
With their teeth.
He didn't have to pretend to shudder.
Right.
They woke at dusk to find Veliswa yawning and ordering from room service.
The staff was well acquainted with her evening breakfasts.
Dressed in a cream-colored robe, her long blonde hair whirled about her head. "Where's Cerberus?" was the first thing she said after seeing the vampires.
Hell, said Danielle. Guys. Sorry, Veli. We're not used to having a pet. Van Reiser usually takes care of her.
You're forgiven, but don't make me replace the carpet.
Veliswa stepped into the walk-in pantry and triggered the hidden wall.
The vampires heard her move around in there, then the sound of bottles clinking. She emerged triumphantly with a musty bottle of champagne. They ate Edam cheese on Triscuits and chased it down with cool bubbly while they waited for room service.
Awesome, said Danielle. Not enough, said Veliswa.
Something knocked against the glass beyond the blackout curtains. Hide in the cellar, Veliswa whispered, referring to the hidden area behind the fold-away wall in the pantry. The vampires, having stayed with their hostess before, scuttled swiftly into the pantry, located the trigger, and followed the swinging wall into the secret chamber. Ruger thought he knew who the sudden visitor might be. For the last 5 years, a young, well-dressed Jandro by the name of David had acted as an agent for her. Not a pimp, really, although he did find her clients and would organize help for her if needed, but he worked for her, not the other way around.
David! Veliswa exclaimed from the other room, and Ruger and Danielle breathed easier.
Good morning, Veliswa, they heard David say in his usual lawyerly tone. He would be dressed neatly, and standing very erect, wings folded and arched politely, on the large white balcony. Most immortals had talents for concealing themselves from humans, but Jandros, who are so physically deviant, have even stronger such powers that allow them to, as long as they're not too flagrant about it, fly unseen.
You, too, David. Have anything for me? Certainly.
Provided you haven't arranged too many dates tomorrow on your own, I've a client lined up if you're interested.
Go on. He gave her a name, a time, and a place. Is that satisfactory?
Yes, David, thank you.
Have a good evening.
She started to slide the door closed.
Hey, is that your pig? My.
Oh, yes.
That's Cerberus. Isn't he lovely?
Yeah, she is quite interesting. Well, be off, said the Gensiv, and closed the door audibly, letting the blackout curtain fall in its place with a swish. Jesus, she sighed, as Ruger and Danielle emerged. That was beastly. He didn't buy it, commented Ruger. Veliswa shook her head. I don't know. I thought Cerberus was male. Wasn't he? Danielle crouched and called to her pig. Not our Cerberus. Not our girl. I'm really sorry, guys. But David doesn't know. He can't. And besides, he's really not a bad sort. Not really. It's okay, Ruger said, but still he moved toward the living room phone and flipped through the Rolodex that lay near it. What are you doing? Danielle said. Committing David's number and address to memory. He tensed as more knocking sounded. Veliswa smiled nervously. This should be room service. She turned the knob, flung it open and jumped back. You okay, ma'am? Asked the young man on the other side. His eyes were wide and adoring. When she affirmed that she was, he and an assistant wheeled in small tables with big domes of silver which covered about a dozen different breakfast entrees. The mortals seemed intrigued by Ruger and Danielle, these two pale things dressed in black leather and denim, with unkempt black hair and two dark eyes. They accepted a generous tip and left. Aren't mortals fun? Danielle mused as she lifted a gleaming lid clear from a plate of Denver omelet. Veliswa crinkled her eyes. I may be biased, dear. Most of my clients are a repeat business, I'm afraid. Actually, a lot of them know what I am and they like it. All S&M freaks, naturally, not that I mind, but to tell you the truth, I'm tired of playing dominatrix. But no, once they learn about my teeth, they want them harder, deeper, more blood, that's what they ask for. And once they build up a tolerance for pain, they want it even worse. Tighter, tighter. Grip me tighter. Tighter, for God's sakes. Teeth like shark's teeth, rows and rows. Ruger made a face as he lifted a plate of huevos rancheros and brought it to Veliswa's long, glass-topped breakfast table. Sorry, she said. He shrugged and sat down. Hey, no skin off my well, actually, I can see the thrill. I mean, knowing you could be, well, severed, at any moment. Plus the pleasure-pain thing. I can see it. He exchanged glances with the Gensiv, their words unspoken and unnecessary. That turns you on? Danielle asked. He lifted a glass of champagne to his lips. This is great, Velis. But no, it doesn't turn me on, but I can see the thrill. That said, I'm not sure nowadays if I could stay, well, focused, with all those teeth pressing against me. But I've tried a few times, and I can't say I didn't. You never told me. You would like to know? Sharing her attention between the omelette and Belgian pecan waffles, Danielle said, maybe not. She chewed a big, syrupy bite of waffle. Well, maybe. Veliswa laughed and picked at her plate of brightly colored fruit. You two are so cute it's almost insufferable. After breakfast had been heartily consumed, she informed the vampires that she had to attend to a client, but she would just love to meet Ruger and Danielle later on if they were free, maybe sometime after midnight. How about Rocky Horror? Asked Ruger. Though he was anxious to begin investigating Ludwig's death, he knew he should spend some time with his hostess and friend. New York always has a good show. Groovy, said Danielle. I haven't seen that in ages. Great, said Veliswa. Meet you at the usual place for the 2 o'clock, okay? There's a double feature all this week, I think. Rocky and its spin-off. See you then, said Ruger. Catch ya later, called Danielle liltingly, clicking her tongue. Then softly, I didn't know there was a spin-off. Shock treatment. It's technically a sequel, but with different actors playing Brad and Janet. Veliswa dressed quickly and departed, leaving the vampires with the run of the house. I'm still hungry, Danielle said. Oh, really? For love. He grinned. You're just in love with the idea of those handcuffs, aren't you? The cold steel against my wrists, the warm you against the rest of me. What's not to love? Sometime later, when he and Danielle were curled up in each other's arms in exhaustion, his mind caught hold of something and wouldn't let go. He eased himself gently from Danielle's embrace, dressed in silence, and left, patting Cerberus on the head as he went. He found his car and headed away from Manhattan. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ruger hoisted himself onto the alley dumpster and leapt for the nearby fire escape, which he caught neatly and climbed until he reached the 4th floor. He stepped up onto the railing and jumped a few feet over to clutch the cheap metal bars of the adjacent balcony. Then one more over to land on the brick and cement of the balcony there, his mind moving fast to open the balcony door with his telekinetic abilities, wondering at the same time if he was being watched, if the man inside was being protected by unseen guardians. If so, they would recognize Ruger and know why he was here. He shoved open the door and slid inside. He felt the hunger in him as he sensed a mortal in the next room, and he moved quietly through to the living room, comfortable in all its inexpensiveness, the colors dark and somber. Several antique treasures lined the walls or perched as mantelpieces, a full, standing suit of 12th century armor, complete with shield and sword, 2 ancient samurai swords, crossed in battle as if their wielders gripped them fiercely and invisibly, the very sword, stolen, that was reported to have cut off Vlad Tepes' head. Here a blood-rusted mace, there an early, mid-English Christian Bible, the list went on. The owner of these treasures, a former antique dealer, lay asleep on the sofa, head thrown back, the TV glowing softly in front of him. The man's features seemed to shift with each flickering frame, the television casting strange hues across his countenance. Ruger slid onto the sofa beside him. The man wore a dark green bathrobe, perhaps a little tight around his middle, and coarse black hair topped his head. Black stubble furred his cheeks and throat. The throat? Ruger eyed it, feeling the pulse in his ears and tongue. He craned his head down, lips parting as they drew near the arched neck. Just when he could feel the heat clearly on his lips, the man rammed a pistol to his jaw and pulled away, lightning quick. For a mortal. They leapt to their feet and faced each other. The man breathed raggedly and uncocked the pistol. Knock next time, okay? It's not a difficult concept. He lowered the gun. Hell of a pistol, there, Ruger said. Tell me about it. I had to hawk a few priceless objects to get it, thank you very much. After laying it down, Harry Lavaca walked over to his refrigerator and rooted around, coming up with 2 Guinness Extra Stouts, one of which he tossed to Ruger. It's even got silver bullets, Harry added. Ruger smiled. Why? Same reason you have your silver knives. Werewolves are superstitious, sometimes. If they get separated from their makers before they learn the rules, they get to believe their own publicity. Same for all of you, I suppose, but werewolves are the most expensive. Silver, of all things. And I have to worry about them 24 hours a day, when my good friends like you aren't out there to protect me. He made his way back to the couch, where he and Ruger sat down together like the old friends they were. Ruger looked at the wall furnace, which blazed warmth into the room, and then not too far away, to a dreamy oil painting mounted on the wall that captured the haunting face of Marcela, the young and beautiful Spanish bride of Harry Lavaca. She'd given birth to their 2 children and died protecting them, in vain, many years ago, before Harry's paunch expanded, before he lived surrounded by this squalor, before his soul had all but quivered to a stop. Marcela had died at the hands of several Jandros in a painful and ritualized proceeding involving the unwilling participation of her children. It had been a slow death, apparently, at least as the Dark Angels told it. They'd been afraid to go after Harry himself because of his immortal friends, but they had made their displeasure with him excessively clear, as if anything needed be explained. Of course, it wasn't only Jandros that disliked him. If it hadn't been them to act, it would have eventually been some other group. Harry had few friends, but they were well chosen and loyal. He never seemed 100% sure why they liked him. After all, he did kill wicked immortals as a hobby, the Slayer, they called him, partly as a joke, partly not, but they did. They appreciated his honesty, his persistence, his mind, and his tragedy, this last he seemed particularly aware of. They became even more protective after his wife and children had been killed, going so far as to retaliate in kind against the offending Jandros. Ruger was an early friend, one of the original company who had known of Marcela as something beyond the myth that Harry had made her into. Lavaca was a man possessed by a memory, and he had lived very little, these past 10 or so years, other than to wreak vengeance and to relive that memory, those images of remembered happiness and peace. Marcela had died over a decade ago, but Ruger knew that her laugh, her face, were more clear in Harry's mind than the day he'd found her mutilated corpse and those of their children, ages 3 and 4. How's Danielle these days? Harry said. Better than you, thank the gods. You look like hell. That's the nicest thing anyone said to me all day. Ruger lifted his bottle to clink necks with Harry's. Here's to being alive. In a manner of speaking. Harry sipped the black beer and grimaced. Fucking Irish horsepiss, don't you just love it? He started to walk into the next room. Let's finish that chess game, Ace. I've been studying the situation for 6 months, the last time you were here, if you can remember that far back, and although I think you've got me whipped, I have a sneak move I've got to try. The vampire followed him into the dining room, where he had a long wooden picnic table occupying most of the available space, with 8 sets of chairs sitting opposite each other, lengthwise, and no chairs at either end. Between each set of facing chairs lay a chessboard, each one in various states of battle. Every time a friend visited, one of the games would progress a little farther. Some games lasted indefinitely. Their present match had lasted 2 years. Lavaca evidently was ready to finish it. You look ill, Ruger commented as they sat. I wouldn't be so lucky. Are you spending the money we send you? No, I'm putting it in my college fund.
Of course I'm spending it. Don't you see my new Blu-ray?
Have you converted your videotapes of Marcella to disc?
Need you ask? Harry tapped the board. Move, compadre.
Ruger studied the board and slid his bishop forward.
Check. Cheap shot. Harry shielded his king. Ruger placed a finger on his queen. Paused. What's your secret move, buddy?
I can see your rook lurking over there in the shadows.
Don't try to fool me. Guess again.
You're bluffing. The mortal shrugged.
Move and find out.
He leaned back in his seat and crossed his arms.
Thank the gods, he repeated softly. Why don't you believe in God, anyway? I mean, you are living proof that superstition isn't all horseshit, right? Religion is superstition, on that we're agreed, but if God is superstition, so are you. You're real, so why not him?
By that logic, you would have to agree that if one mythical entity exists, then all of them should.
Ruger could feel a philosophical discussion coming on, but he didn't mind. Not necessarily, Lavaca said.
After all, you call yourself damned, thereby implying the presence of a higher being to damn you.
And how do you rationally, scientifically explain a creature that lives forever on the condition that it drinks human blood and avoids the sun? How to explain that without God? How to explain it with God? Much easier. He tapped the board again. You keep forgetting. Ruger smiled. Moved. Check again. Jesus, you're a pain in the ass.
Well, take this. The vampire cringed.
So why don't you believe in God? Harry asked. Obviously, theology was heavy on his mind.
All I know is that churches don't scare me, crosses nor holy water scare me, and the thought of a God that would throw me into eternal pain for not believing in it actually terrifies me.
And not in the way that make me want to convert. Alright, so if God didn't create you, what did? I've heard your origin myths, but what's the truth?
Ruger shrugged.
How would I know?
I was made by the same thing that made you, I suppose.
What, spite? Alright, enough talk about God. It's your move again, maestro. I believe I left myself open for checkmate. You did, didn't you? Why? I'm leaving town, Darkling.
I'm going to burn that fucking picture of Marcella and move far, far away.
That's great, Harry. It really is.
I'm trying to finish all my chess games before I go, because who knows when I'll be back again, if I'll be back again.
Don't worry, your kind will forget about me. I was a novelty for a while, but that's over now. Besides, I'm too well known here. There's no way I can hunt you bastards down. That must gall you. I'm sorry to see you leave. We'll have to come see you sometime. Where are you moving? The same could be asked of you, you know. You could checkmate me and be done with it, but no. Is that your sneak move, Harry? Suicide? Are we still talking about chess? I don't know. Are we? Harry sighed. I'm moving to Swakashani, okay? An island paradise, or so I've heard. But thanks for the concern. Since you're asking for it so badly. Ruger moved. Checkmate. Harry toppled his king. Thanks for the game. It's been stimulating.
He studied Ruger.
So what's going on, buddy? Why the hell is Vistrat salivating over you? I was hoping you'd know.
You hear more gossip than I do.
Did you know that just 3 nights ago Vistrat had one of his own men killed? One of the higher-ups, too. Why? Couldn't tell you, Harry said. No one knows.
Some say he was an informant or something, but that's just conjecture.
To make matters more interesting, did you know a certain pair of balaclava are in town? Younger and Yagoda, I think they're called. I hear you've met them.
They killed a bunch of people last night in Queens.
Close to 100, I think.
Some sort of feeding frenzy.
He grinned. Maybe I should pay them a visit. No.
They'll rip you limb from limb, Harry, son or no son.
Even I don't stand a chance against them. Your interference won't do any good, you understand?
Go to Swakashani like you planned.
It's beautiful. Meet some native girl and go scuba every day.
Drink coconut milk and martinis, I know they're your favorite, but do not go visit Younger and Yagoda.
They're more dangerous than just about anything. Is that a fact? Just promise me you won't fuck with them. Alright. Is that a promise?
Sure. But I'll keep an ear out, tell you anything if I hear anything, for as long as I'm in town.
Come by whenever you want. Are you kicking me out? Ruger said. Yes, but first I've got something you'll be interested in hearing. Someone knows who hired Younger and Yagoda to kill Ludwig. Ruger leaned forward. Who? Harry smiled. I thought that would get your attention. Well. Harry rolled a shoulder. I didn't say I knew. Someone knows. One of my friends sleeps around a lot.
Well, she found herself with an immortal assassin last night, a vampire. He claims he was just hired to take out a very important target. He wouldn't say who, only that the target had found out who ordered Ludwig's murder and needed to be silenced.
Who's hired the assassin? I don't know that, either.
But the assassin is going under the name Vincent Greggs, and apparently he's leaving tomorrow night to go after his target.
That doesn't give us much time. Where's he staying? The Clearglass Inn, just outside of town. Asterisk. David didn't have to think too long. Not at all, really. Loyalty to Voliswa or loyalty to Vistrat? Not too complicated a question.
Besides, he'd already chosen his style of life, the underworld, outside both law and mortality. To rise in the ranks of the underworld meant Vistrat's favor. If this were to cause Voliswa some misfortune, so be it. She was just a stepping stone to his greatness. He wasn't well liked or well known among the mob, so he went to the most powerful figure he knew that was friendly at all toward him, a werewolf named Loireau. Wings stroking the brisk night air, David flew toward Loireau's modest three-storied manse. Landing on the roof would be rude, so he used the back door. The mortal butler opened the door and waved the Jandro in with distaste. He was a stocky and impeccably dressed old man with a square jaw and steel-gray hair.
Sir Loireau is not expecting you.
Oh, but he will be, David said.
Tell him it's urgent. The butler didn't have to say anything of the sort. Like many shades, the werewolf Loireau could perform a type of telepathy with humans whom he had formatted to his taste, and he always kept a phantasmagorical finger in his manservant's head.
This way, the human said, after a moment. He led David to the plush staircase, with expensive carpeting that was perhaps a touch too old. Some of the gold threads interwoven with the rich crimson ones were coming undone. The butler moved swiftly, almost faster than David could catch up with him. There must be more of Loireau in the man than there was of the man himself. He marched stiffly up to the last story and down a dark corridor to the last door on the left, right near a stained glass window that let in a twisted version of the moon. The mahogany door swung open on a great room with more dark paneling and rich carpeting. Heavily shadowed, the chamber seemed thick with age and dust. The werewolf Loireau lounged at a table some distance away from the four-postered bed, dressed only in cream silk pants, deep shadows covering his face and torso. A shock of unruly dark brown hair struck up from his head. Calm, he sipped red wine from a large glass goblet with one hand and stuck a sweet-smelling cigar to his dark, ruddy lips with the other. His gaze kept drifting to the bed. David wasn't shocked or saddened by what lay there. It did make him hungry, though, and Jandros traditionally fed off of only hearts. A dark-haired girl, Asian perhaps, had been tied at the hands and feet by black silk ribbons bound to the four thick posts of the bed. She was very still, dead quite obviously, with several areas of dark moistness at her chest, her thighs, her abdomen, where her flesh had been tugged away, ragged muscle and bone gleamed wetly, and dark blood had splattered the sheets, the curtains flying from the bedposts and the carpet near the bed. It looks as though she exploded, David thought. He realized it wasn't just shadow covering Loireau, but drying crimson. Yes, said Loireau. I heard about the vampires Ruger and Danielle being wanted.
And? You're still working for Jean-Pierre? I don't work for anyone, David. But yes, I am a member of the team of which the albino is the head. What's your information?
I heard a rumor that they had a pig.
Ruger and Danielle, I mean.
He expected a response from the werewolf, but Loireau just stared at him.
Yes, and?
I saw the pig.
I think.
It was at the Gensiv Voliswa's penthouse, at the Cardew building. It was just sundown, so it couldn't have been the animal of a customer of hers, and I know she lives with no one, and she dates no one that I know of. She'd certainly refuse to go out with anyone who had an animal like that.
Not what I heard.
Yes, well. I've worked with her a long time, almost since the day I crossed over, and I know she has no pig and doesn't know anyone with a pig, and this one had a spiked collar and an earring.
Can you imagine?
He looked at Loireau, who was very still indeed, and ruffled an uncomfortable wing.
Is that all?
Yes.
I felt I should tell you.
Loireau shoved the cigar between his lips.
Vistrat will be pleased. You'll make sure he knows it was me who? Get out of my sight. The manservant led the way. Asterisk. As the door clanged shut on them, Loireau lifted the gauntlet to his lips and sipped.
A grin worked its way across his handsome face, and his eyes turned once more to the girl on the bed. "And now," he said, "the darkling."
Chapter 9.
Ruger and Danielle were back in each other's arms when suddenly she jerked up from sleep. Almost frantic, she put a hand to her forehead, feeling sweat stand out on her brow. Dark shapes over me, laughing, thrusting, cutting.
Malcolm.
Panting, Danielle rolled over to the edge of the bed and reached for the pocket of her jeans. With shaking fingers, she pulled the last clove out of its box and lit it.
Just a nightmare, Danielle.
But it wasn't. She shook the hair out of her eyes and moved into the bathroom. Staring at herself in the mirror, it was not the Danielle of today she saw, but the scarred and desperate 14-year-old girl she'd once been. She switched on the shower.
Must get clean.
Ruger must have heard the shower start up, as she caught the sounds of him climbing out of bed.
Want the last half of the clove? She called.
I'm okay. 20 minutes later, after they had dried off and Ruger had told her what he'd learned from Lavaca, she said, "So I guess we need to pay a visit to the Clearglass Inn.
Looks like
someone knows who ordered Ludwig's death, and we need to find out who before they're murdered."
Fine.
She paused, picturing black shapes moving above her.
Listen, I've some business to attend to.
He seemed to understand.
Sadly, he nodded. Then we hunt alone tonight.
She reached a trembling hand to his face. Something in her dissolved, and she felt tears rise behind her eyes. She embraced him tight, then broke away.
I'll be fine, she said. This is almost the last one. He nodded.
Yes, he said.
Almost the last one.
Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Jean-Pierre didn't smile when he heard the news. He didn't grin, or smirk, or bat an eye. He looked as if he had known it all along, as if he had heard it from other sources as well, which perhaps he had. Finally, after maybe 5 complete minutes of silence, the werewolf nodded to himself as if he understood the implications, but that the implications just served to confirm some defeatist theory of his own. His luminous green eyes, the only color anywhere on him, dimmed just a little. He slumped in an uncomfortable steel chair in what was meant to be the dining room of his apartment. The entire 8-storied apartment building, situated as it was in a seedy pocket of the city, had been condemned long ago, but with Jean-Pierre's well-hidden fortune he managed to grease the right wheels to prevent its destruction. He lived in only one apartment on the 8th story and left the rest of the building to the vagrants and wanderers who dwelt here. The most unhinged of the homeless population gravitated to him. On occasion, they acted as his servants, and he could control them psychically. It was like a small, less ambitious version of hell, and Jean-Pierre was the devil. His rooms were barren if one neglected to count the few scattered chairs, the table, and the countless blades and hooks that rose from the floor, sprouted from the wall or hung by rusty chains from the ceiling. He had an entire hall devoted to the chains, which fell to about waist level from a barely visible ceiling and held at their ends all variations of sharp and painful instruments.
Jean-Pierre ran through the gauntlet whenever the demons closed in.
The pain drove them away.
He studied Loireau. Loireau had always been the flamboyant one.
He seemed to want recognition for bringing what he surely thought of as good news, but Jean-Pierre would deny him any satisfaction.
Byron cleared his throat in an attempt to prompt some response out of Jean-Pierre.
A large Australian werewolf, he stood nearly 6'5" and probably over 250 pounds, all muscle. Jean-Pierre turned to Killian, his lieutenant.
Well what? Killian snapped. You're the fucking leader of this outfit. You're not on vacation anymore.
Jean-Pierre often had the urge to kill the insubordinate toad, but restrained himself when he thought of Vistrat. The Titan had no hand in Jean-Pierre's movements other than assigning the tasks themselves, but he had insisted that he be allowed to appoint one member of the death squad, and Killian was that man.
It would not go well to kill him.
Besides, Killian was right.
Jean-Pierre was back now and it was time to act like it.
Still.
The albino lifted a flaming Pall Mall to his lips. Do you vouch for this information?
I vouch for it, Loireau said.
Killian said nothing.
He had been the one to insist on calling this meeting, and Jean-Pierre held him responsible for its outcome. The albino turned to the final member of the death squad, Cloire, the only female present in the crew's technical wizard. Small, with short dyed hair and mismatched eyes, one green, one amber, a neurotic energy seemed to fill her.
The van good to go?
Get as it gets, she said. He stared at the fading end of his cigarette, then glanced up at the 4 expectant werewolves.
His team.
Then let's go, he said. He saw them to the door and told them he'd be down in a minute, then turned and re-entered the hooked hall. Moving to a corner hidden by blades and spikes, he rapped on a section of wall. The wall bucked, and with a billow of dusty plaster someone shoved the section away. Coughing, the Gens of Valiswa emerged from the hollow space between walls.
Well, Jean-Pierre said. It seems as though you've had some interesting houseguests.
So it would seem, lover.
What of it? You've been a bad girl. Do you know what I do with bad girls? I've an idea, yes. Voliswa laughed. He struck her hard, sending her back into the shadows of the hidden room. I'll deal with you later. Don't leave, Veli. I'll go much easier on you if you stay. And, well, I really would prefer that. You've been good to me, you know. You're almost like a sister, really.
If I'm a sister, Jean-Pierre, then.
Enough. We go back a long way, Veli. Don't make me come after you.
She wiped at her eyes.
We go back even more than you know. What do you mean? I'll make sure you find out one day. But go on, mon ami.
Just remember that if you kill my friends and don't kill me, well, sleep lightly, dear. He spun and walked away, disappearing through the chains. When he was gone, she slunk over to the fire escape and descended. She didn't hear Jean-Pierre make a phone call then, and she never noticed the motorcycle that stayed behind her all the way. Danielle waited in the dark. She gripped a blade in her right hand, a long and severely curving instrument more scythe than knife, and in her left hand she held a lit clove, one she'd found in her jacket pocket. A blue-collar wasteland stretched around her. It was the type of place Danielle had been raised in before she lived on the streets. Cigarette butts, crumpled beer cans, and other familiar assorted trash littered the dusty one-story house, was strewn across the ugly sofa in the living room, where Danielle now stood, was carelessly flicked over the cheap coffee table/leg rest and hunched forgotten atop the TV that, though not large, dominated the room. Jason Locke lived here. Long ago, Locke had taken part in Danielle's gang rape and mutilation. Of course, Locke wasn't what he called himself these days, he'd changed his name and moved to a different pocket of town, but he could never escape her. Try as he might, he would be the sixth to die. She'd saved her foster brother Malcolm Verger for last. He had been the leader of the gang that had raped her repeatedly, then taken a razor blade to her adolescent face and body and left her for dead. What happens when I finally kill Malcolm? She wondered. After he's dead, will I still carry this hate or will the nightmares go away? Light pierced the dusty drapes and bathed the living room with brutally honest light, transforming what was almost nostalgic for Danielle into an ugly nightmare pinned in by four walls. The headlights cut off. The car engine sputtered and died. The vampiress crossed over to Locke's ash-covered CD player and inserted Mussorgsky's Night on Bald Mountain, which she'd brought with her, and with the first reverberations of the chords she felt a smile spread across her face. Asterisk. With a jingle of keys, the door swung open and Locke crossed its threshold for the last time. Not registering the music until it was too late and the door was irrevocably shut, he stiffened in fear. He'd heard the tale from witnesses, 2 girlfriends, 1 wife, of Danielle's previous revenge-based bloodlettings. She never killed the witnesses, but she always played a piece of classical music which was more or less alien to her victims' ears but was presumably the same piece every time. That's what the cops had suggested, and one witness, a rapist's girlfriend, had been able to identify the song as the one that always played on the 4th of July. There were numerous articles written about Danielle in the papers, most notably the tabloids, who called her the gutter angel. Most people thought of her as a serial killer, but at least one guilty rapist had confessed the story of Danielle's rape and attempted murder to his wife after several of his friends had died, and the wife later told the police and some reporters the story. So the public knew, and many considered Danielle a sort of folk hero. Thus Jason knew what was in store. His eyes flicked from one shadow to another, but she was nowhere to be found. He pulled out a cigarette as the music built up around him. "Oh, one last smoke," he said. Silence answered. Then, from a shadow he must have overlooked, stepped the girl, as young and beautiful as he'd heard she was, many years ago. Her eyes sparkled against her too ivory skin and her wine-dark lips were hooked in a toothless smile. How can she be so young? And her skin, uncut. The song's over 10 minutes long, she said. And yes, you will live that long, not that you'll enjoy it. He stared, transfixed. What they said, they were right. The ones you spared, I mean. You're not human, are you? When she smiled, her fangs caught the light. He pressed himself tight against the door. My God, it's true. You're. She descended, and his screams rose from his rapidly diminishing body until the thunder of Mussorgsky's melody ceased in time to his heart. Asterisk. Guards escorted Killian through the several checkpoints that led to Vistrat's den, located in the subbasement of a skyscraper downtown. Rumor was he owned half the building. Either way, he'd officed in this granite cellar for the better part of 3 decades. People called it the Titanic. Killian personally believed that Vistrat owned many such basements throughout the city and off the island and switched headquarters every night. This would explain the deeply impersonal nature of the large, echoing hall that he was being led through, which terminated in a door flanked by 2 more immortal guards. One held the door for him.
Killian stepped into a large and sparsely decorated chamber.
Plastic covered the floor in as tasteful a way as possible, in case any blood was shed in the room. Killian was all too aware. He stopped before the great ebony desk, polished and gleaming, cluttered by papers and scented by spices that rose from the old-fashioned box of Cuban cigars, and waited for the Titan to look up. It never failed to amaze him how vast Vistrat was, an immense man both of bone and flesh, absurdly obese yet impossibly strong. When he stood he reached almost 7 feet, which made his mostly bald head harder to see than now. The big man's girth strained against a rumpled but immaculately tailored dark blue suit. His chair supported his 400 pounds admirably as he leaned back, phone to his pale, scaly head.
"Have it fixed by midnight tomorrow," he was saying into it. "You know the consequences if you fail."
He had a cold, guttural voice. Even as his finger pressed the button to disconnect the call, his massive head was tilting up to stare at Killian.
"Sit down."
Killian obeyed, adjusting himself with what he took to be the appropriate body language, relaxed, but not too.
"Now what is this bullshit about having to see me in person?" Vistrat demanded.
"I haven't seen you in the flesh in years, and could do without it now." "Yes," Killian said, careful to keep his voice low, "but I needed to see you in person myself, to confirm that you're still alive and that I wasn't receiving my instructions through an impersonator." He leaned over, stretched his arm ever so slightly, and plucked a cigar from its varnished case. He put it to his nose, breathed in its odor with his eyes closed, then smiled.
"Nice." "Jesus," swore the Titan. "I should have you killed."
"I value your ear in the albino squad, but ears are cheap."
Killian swallowed. "There's something I wanted to talk to you about."
Vistrat arched his great white eyebrows, his death blue eyes almost lethal by themselves.
He waited.
"I think Jean-Pierre needs to go," Killian said.
"He's become an impediment to his own team."
Vistrat steepled his gold-ringed fingers to his most prominent chin.
"He's having difficulty about Danielle," the Titan said. Was there sadness in his voice?
"Yes. I believe he heard from several sources about her arrival in town but only acted when one of our own brought the news to his attention."
Vistrat inhaled deeply. "I knew this day might come.
I'd hoped by giving him this assignment that he would prove himself to be above such concerns." "I don't mean to say that was a mistake," Killian said carefully, "but the arrangement doesn't seem to be working." Vistrat tilted his face upward.
Oddly, it looked as though he were praying.
"What do you suggest?"
"Either Jean-Pierre's squad needs to be disbanded, or a new leader needs to be elected." The Titan gave a close-mouthed smile.
"Ah.
I'm only saying."
"You want to replace Jean-Pierre?" "I don't recall saying anything of the kind."
"Good. You won't do. You won't do at all. So go.
Now, while the plastic at your feet is still clean."
"You won't do anything about Jean-Pierre?"
"His test has just begun, and you're not part of my plan," Vistrat said pointedly, and Killian realized there was more at stake here than himself.
"What do you mean?" The Titan shook his head.
"I will deal with Jean-Pierre, if it comes to that. As for yourself, we'll talk later.
Go."
Killian rose, hearing the plastic crackle, and in silence crossed to the door, which he realized was knobless and could not be opened from the inside. Surely Vistrat's minions kept a tight telekinetic hold on it, too. Unless the Titan so desired, the portal would not open. For a moment Killian feared he had gone too far, that the door would stay shut, that he would be butchered here like so many others. Then, mercifully, the door swung to and Killian, taking a deep breath, stepped across the threshold, leaving the Titan to his solitude.
Just as he returned to street level, his phone rang. "Yes? It's Jean-Pierre. It's time. Asterisk asterisk asterisk." Byron and Cloire rutted in the back of the van.
Curtains covered the tiny windows at the rear, but several of the small slide-away panels along the van's flanks opened to reveal what could be seen through the tinted, one-way glass windows that were built in to allow easy surveillance. The werewolves used what talents they hadn't devoted to copulation to ensure that the van didn't rock too much, and to keep an eye out.
The Cardew building stood just across the way, the obvious place to acquire Ruger and Danielle. Killian had already been inside and verified no one was home. Byron tweaked Cloire's nipples.
She growled, pressing her hips against him as hard as she could, bestial face locked, every fiber of muscle in her straining to sustain that intimacy. Eyes mashed shut, she let loose one long, low moan as she came, then drew closer to him and kissed his hairy chest. He continued to thrust, slicing into her now hairless mound again and again and again, until he too let loose with a gasp, but still thrust reflexively for several moments.
Sated, they collapsed.
That was great, murmured Cloire, reaching for a cigarette.
Byron, still panting, grunted assent.
Cloire lit the Camel, took a hit, then passed it to him, who, like her, was slipping slowly back from beast to human, his fur disintegrating, his ribs and pecs sliding into place once more, his snout leveling off, his teeth losing their bite.
Why don't you go to sleep? Byron said. I'll keep an eye out, wake you if I need to. You're cute, you know.
I hope you're not falling in love or anything.
Of course not. Good.
She blew a perfect ring of smoke.
A big fat zero, she said. Wreathed in smoke. I think that's symbolic. How? Jean-Pierre's taking this whole thing way too personally. It's not professional. He accepted the cigarette from her. He needs this. Remember how we all cavorted around Danielle when she was one of us and the albino was staying with Lord Carker? Have you ever seen him so happy? Cavorting's a little strong. He wants that back. It can never be. Doesn't he understand that?
No, the Australian said.
But by the end of the night I think he will. Then what?
He passed her back the cigarette and lit one for himself.
Then I suppose they die. You don't seem too happy about it.
He took a long time to answer.
I'm not like you, Cloire.
I take no pleasure in killing.
And Danielle?
I taught her how to play chess, for fuck's sake. Jean-Pierre and Lord Carker would be off stomping around the jungle, and Danielle would come up to me and say she had to prepare for a chess match against Carker the next night, and would I please refresh her on the steps and the pieces.
You wanted her. Maybe, he admitted. Does that upset you? No. I actually like the thought of you fucking other women.
Just don't ever try it, if you value your cock. Her mind drifted back to their days in the Congo, lounging around Lord Carker's jungle palace, the bugs, the trees, the blazing sun, the sweaty twilight, the bloody nights. I remember Loireau always trying to court her while Jean-Pierre was away, she said.
I often thought of informing on him. Why didn't you? Loireau and Killian hate each other, you know that. Better to have Loireau around to combat that fucking asshole, right? One of their phones rang. Yeah? Byron said into the receiver. Sure. We're on our way. Well, Cloire said. Jean-Pierre.
He says he had Loireau tail Veliswa, and she led him to Ruger. They're at a Rocky Horror Picture Show screening.
Jean-Pierre's sending someone over to replace us. Then let's snap to it, lover. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Where is she? Veliswa asked, watching the colorful crowd pouring into the theater. We hunted separately tonight, Ruger said. Veliswa let out a breath. Another one bites the dust, eh? Only one more left.
With him, the tradition ends. It's a dark thing, what she does.
I know, he said. I mean, we all must kill to live, and you two always pick worthy targets.
Rapists and killers, all of them. The world is a better place without them.
But usually you do it without emotion.
When she goes after those bastards, she uses a lot of emotion.
I know. I don't like it either. Of course, they have it coming. Hell, I'd help if she asked. But, well, it takes a lot out of her. I guess that's the part one don't like. I'll be glad when it's over. The Gensiv grew silent for a moment, then, does she know about us, about how we were, after Amelia? No. It would be okay to tell her, you know.
She wouldn't be hurt, I don't think, although we should have told her long ago.
But she might be hurt if she finds out years from now.
Then it would be as if we'd kept something from her.
I have. Does she know anything about you yet, Ruger? About Amelia, the wars, about Carker? Bits and pieces. Here and there.
Dear heart, I know what you think, that she'll stop loving you if she knows, but she's stronger than that. I'm sure she suspects already, knows more than you think she does.
How could she not, after having spent so much time around Carker and Jean-Pierre? You think Carker never talked about you?
That's one thing that man never was, closemouth.
And to this day do you think he'd choose the albino over you? Of course not.
So sure he told Danielle, some of it, anyway.
You talk like you've met him. The albino. Well, I haven't. He raised his eyebrows. I hear things, she said. But you changed the subject, didn't you? Hey, wait. Hear that? Show's starting.
I think I should wait here for her.
Come on, she coaxed.
Maybe she didn't locate him right away, maybe she still hasn't. When she's ready, she'll find us, she knows where we are.
Okay? Ruger paused, then acquiesced. The odd assortment of people who gathered for the Rocky Horror Picture Show never failed to intrigue Ruger. Straights, gays, lesbians, transvestites, transsexuals, they all thronged to watch the horror musical and even interact with it in their own way, performing the movie scene by scene up near the silver screen. As the show began, he realized he was enjoying himself, but soon thoughts of Danielle disturbed him. I should be there for her. When Rocky ended, many of the congregation departed, but most stayed for the second feature. Towards the end, Ruger frowned, turned to Veli and said, I think she's here. If she's here, she'll come in. He frowned. No, he said. Not this time. I feel something else, too. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After avenging herself, Danielle felt oddly refreshed. Burned clean, even. She paused in the glowing lights outside the theater to stare up at what sky refused to be drowned out by the metropolis, not much, as it turned out. A picture of Jason Locke swam before her, but she was able to face it now without flinching. You can never terrorize me anymore. You are beautiful, said a voice from the shadows. She spun. Who? Jean-Pierre emerged from the blackness, green eye shining. What I feel, just looking at you, Danielle, words fail me. Then there is a God. Ever since Ruger had talked her into returning to New York, she dreaded this moment. She held her ground, but it was an effort. Not scared of the big bad wolf, he said. Is this business or social? He stepped closer. We both know that if this were business you'd be dead. What do you want? Another step closer. You. Only you. Too bad. Within touching distance now, the albino extended an arm towards her face, the colorless hairs of his fingers just brushing her cheek. Oh, really, he said. Oh, really. Chapter 10. Ruger found the aisle and flew up it too fast for a mortal to clearly see. It was a trick not feasible outside the darkened room, so at normal speed he pushed out the theater door and froze. Dear gods. A small crowd encircled a bloody mass of human wreckage lying gutted and decapitated on the asphalt. It was a man, or had been. His blood pooled around him to encompass the quizzically expressioned head nearby. He looked as if he were floating on a red sea. The crowd muttered. Some talked on cell phones, summoning the police. Ruger staggered up the sidewalk, dismayed, not just for the dead man, but what it meant about Danielle. Jean-Pierre has her, he realized. This is his way of thumbing his nose at me. Several shapes emerged from an alley. Before he knew it, they had surrounded him. Ruger, said a voice, and the vampire wheeled to see a dark man with dark hair. Killian. You did that. Ruger gestured toward the dead man. Actually, I did this, Killian said, and with one hand lifted the bloody remains of Danielle's little black pig, Cerberus. Bastard. I killed the man over there, said another shape. Luaro. Ruger bared his fangs. And now you'll kill me, is that it? That's the idea, another shape, huge and with an Australian accent. Ruger braced himself. Come, then. The werewolves crouched, ready to tear him apart. Suddenly, a gun cracked, loud and close, and one of them reeled back. Then another. Before he knew what was happening, Ruger was jerked by the arm and found himself running up the sidewalk side by side with Veliswa. Mon ami. Veliswa said. What's happening? David betrayed us, he panted. Luckily you go armed. I'm a New York girl. The bullets are coated in poison. They've been to your apartment, he said. They know you've been helping us. She hissed out a breath. Then my time in the city is done. But where's Danielle? With Jean-Pierre, Ruger said. If only I knew where he lived. Veliswa fell silent, then, actually, I have an idea. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Danielle fingered the rusted, blood-stained end of a hooked chain that dangled like so many others from the ceiling of Jean-Pierre's apartment. This is his living room. She'd struggled against him, but he was just too strong, and now she was in his lair. Great. She stared up at all the long, black chains that swayed, just slightly, to and fro, the gentle motion making her think of some nightmare anemone that shifted to a rhythm all its own. Jean-Pierre watched her with all the patience of a cat. I just love what you've done to the place, she said. He seemed neither amused nor offended. You're beautiful, he said. You've said that already. Don't be flip. Angrily, she spun away from him. God damn it, Jean-Pierre, this is too much. You've actually stooped to kidnapping now? At least last time I was willing. You were in love with me. She crossed to the one open window, the source of the breeze stirring the chains. I was afraid, she said, the wounds opening again. She didn't want to play games with him.
You showed me Ruger's body, or one that looked like it.
You said you'd protect me. Took me away. All lies, Jean-Pierre. Everything you told me, lies. You wanted me for yourself. You loved me, he repeated. She paused. Maybe I came to be fond of you. I envied your nothingness.
When he winced, she added, I'm sorry. I was crushed when I thought Ruger was dead. She heard him fumbling with one of his Pall Malls, clicking on his silver cigarette lighter, silver to spite the gods, of course, and breathed the acrid stench deep into his lungs.
I need you.
Frustration crept back into her voice.
I can't, Jean-Pierre.
I love Ruger, not for any other reason than he's who he is. We're a part of each other, as inseparable as flesh and bone. Flesh and bone can part, Danielle.
Flesh and bone can part.
She half wanted to hug him and tell him it would be all right and half wanted to gouge out his fucking eyes. She settled for turning back to gaze out the window. She remembered the faces of the vagrants that roamed the halls as Jean-Pierre had led her to his rooms. Adulation and loyalty had swept their faces at the sight of their overlord. She thought to herself that he was a god here. He was the Pied Piper of the insane, his void drawing them in like flies to a carcass. You belong here, she said. You and your hooks and chains.
I don't.
She turned to catch him with his eyes averted. She saw what looked like a tear in his eye, but it must not have been because he glanced up in the coldest manner he could, and that was very cold indeed.
Is that it? He said. Your final word? Because not even I can save you both, and if you leave right now I won't want to. Fuck off. Just so you understand the terms. What I'm offering you. Either death or life with you?
He let the cigarette spark between his lips a moment, threw his gaze to a ceiling barely visible through the chains.
That seems to be the situation, he said.
They watched each other, each waiting for the other to speak or move. The nightmare sea festered hypnotically.
Finally, Danielle broke the spell.
Her eyes still locked on his, she drifted through the rusted metal towards the door, where she could already hear mortals shuffling by the scores, the albino summoning his flock.
Too cowardly to kill her himself, he would use them.
She could just imagine the tormented faces of those souls who hovered on the other side, puppets to his abilities, ready to tear her apart.
Goodbye, Jean-Pierre, she said, and opened the door.
There they waited, pinched and filthy, with lips of tan hide and unblinking bacon eyes, all trained on her. They stood unnaturally still, a legion awaiting the fatal order.
8 stories worth of the mentally disturbed, now all zombies to the albino's will.
Yes, he whispered.
Au revoir.
She entered the hall, where she could feel the hot ragged breaths of the figures pressing in on her from every side. She shoved her way through them toward a stairwell that she couldn't even see, they were so many.
It seemed very far away.
She ran into a man who would not be moved, a towering, unshaven creature with lice crawling through his hair and human feces smeared across his skeletal chest. Flies buzzed about his head.
Out of my way, asshole.
He leered down at her, and she wondered whether this man was strong enough to retain his own presence of mind despite Jean-Pierre's influence. Or maybe the albino was choosing to represent himself through him. Either way, Danielle could tear off his head and be feeding on his heart before he could even register what she was doing, but his murder would incite a riot. The other mortals couldn't be connected to Jean-Pierre by more than a tenuous link at best. There were just too many of them for even him to control in more than a nebulous fashion. The mortal with the crown of flies spoke, Kirnavar.
Was that his name? Fuck you, Kirnavar.
She pressed her hands into the crusty feces that covered his chest and shoved, sending the mortal and all his merry lice into the mass ahead, creating a corridor for Danielle to pass through, which she did, step by careful step. The minion's eyes jittered back and forth. Spittle dribbled from cracked lips.
The hand of one woman clutched at Danielle's elbow. She swiped it away. Unease seemed to be spreading. Shit.
If these mortals started attacking her, she would have to defend herself.
If that happened, she would likely kill some of them. Most were too far gone and probably wouldn't notice the difference, but she would.
She did not kill innocents.
Ever.
Then there was the disturbing possibility that their sheer numbers were actually capable of overpowering her.
You're a coward, Jean-Pierre.
The mortals started to grab at her, tear at her clothes, her hair, long nails scrabbling toward her eyes. The stairwell was so close she could taste its vomit-tinged smell at the tip of her tongue. She lunged for it.
The action was too much.
The puppets surged toward her.
Hurry!
They ripped at her, but she shrugged them off. Plucking the stairwell door from its rotted hinges, she discovered that the minions waited here too. They surrounded her, raking and biting. With a growl, she beat them back, but still they came. She grasped what would be her last hope, the stairwell itself. It wasn't circular, and therefore she couldn't simply drop the 8 floors to safety, she would have to ricochet off the balustrades themselves, painful but. She rose from beneath the swarm and threw herself over the edge. Her body crashed into each and every rusting balustrade. She shoved herself on, downwards, feeling at the same time hands from mortals that lined the stairs ripping at her, sometimes digging into her with broken glass or razors. Her head crashed into something hard, and her mind flickered, though her body still fell, and fell. She landed on them. Their faces upturned, their arms outstretched, waiting for her. When they tore away her jacket, she woke up. She defended herself as best she could, but there were too many. Jean-Pierre, she said, when she could get a breath. Call them off. Their hands and fingers and limbs and teeth and bodies slashed her, pulled her and tore at her. She was going to die. She knew it. There was no way. Crunch. The minions fell back. The floor disappeared below her as something hoisted her into what seemed like a different realm. The hallway and the faces of the minions slipped by her as everything faded away. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Daniel cradled in his arms, Ruger plowed through the humans to either side of him, here and there a mortal that he'd missed on his way and standing defiantly in his path only to be flung aside. Unlike Danielle, he felt no moral compunction to restrain himself. Tragic though it was, these humans were merely the will of the albino made flesh. Ruger burst from Jean-Pierre's little hell into the warmth of the moonlight and carried Danielle to Veliswa's waiting limousine. A rear door flung open. Get in, damn it. Veliswa said. Get in. Ruger lowered his precious burden onto the leather seat and slid in himself. With one last look up to Jean-Pierre's wrought iron balcony, actually seeing the Frenchman staring down at him from the balustrade, cigarette held close to his lips, its smoke wrapping his pale head, Ruger slammed the door and said, "Let's get the hell out of here." As the limo shot off, he turned his attention to the semi-conscious Danielle and stroked her bloody black hair. She opened her eyes a fraction and raised a hand to trace his jaw. "Rug," she whispered. Her eyes closed and her hand fell away. "Is she all right?" Veliswa said. "She needs blood." "She'll be all right, mon ami." "She'd better be." He bent to kiss Danielle's cold lips. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Expelling smoke from his mouth, Jean-Pierre watched the limousine pull away. When it was gone, he turned to the mortal that stood quiet and erect at the other end of the hooked room. Chains rattled, flies buzzed, but the mortal didn't seem to care. Tall, maybe 7 or 8 inches, the albino's senior, with lice-ridden hair and his own excrement smeared across his bare, hairy chest, a stupid, maniacal grin had plastered itself across his sharply angled face, but his solemn eyes belied some sort of intelligence. "You withstood me," Jean-Pierre said. "I've never had a mortal withstand my will before." The man just grinned, his yellowed teeth bared profanely. "I can't let that go unpunished," the albino said. "But your death would be too much a waste, I think. You're more insane than Laszlo, I'd wager. A competitor, at least." The man watched a fly move from its orbit around his head to his chest. "What's your name?" "Kirnavar." The man's eyes never left the fly. "Kirnavar," the albino pronounced. "Russian?" "Kirnavar," the man repeated. Jean-Pierre brought the cigarette to his lips and held it there a moment. He hated stupidity, it was the trait that annoyed him above all others. This one wasn't stupid, though, just deranged. Insanity was a trait the albino tended to romanticize. The shit made it hard. "I won't kill you, yet," he said. "But I can't let you persist in your present state, knowing you're strong enough to resist my pull." He paused. "Did you know that immortal blood can cure many diseases, even erase scars sometimes? Maybe once you have my blood you'll regain your wits. Your power could be harnessed." Kirnavar started laughing. And continued laughing. The albino frowned. "Kirnavar," he snapped, and the man smiled. "Kirnavar, I'm going to make you one of us. I'm going to let you cross over." "Cross over," the human said. "Become an albino." He scraped at his chest, then flung the excrement at Jean-Pierre. "I don't want to be a werewolf." "Some sanity, then." Jean-Pierre wiped at himself. "Now that's something I couldn't give a shit about." He stepped closer. The man screamed. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The limousine thumped along the slickened streets, a getaway car without a destination. Danielle had roused at a few sips of Ruger's blood and nestled tightly in his black leather jacket, drinking some coffee Veliswa had brewed for her in the car's maker. Danielle felt sick. The horrible thing was that, although she detested him utterly, she couldn't bring herself to hate Jean-Pierre. He was too miserable for that. "I guess your investigation in New York is over," Veliswa said. "Thanks to David.
And it had to be him.
We found out one thing, Ruger said.
We're going to the Clear Glass Inn to follow up on it.
I think we should split up.
No, said Danielle reflexively, reaching for Ruger's hand.
Voliswa smiled.
No, I meant that I would split away from you too.
If I stayed with you, I'd only be dragging you down, and I know someone I think can help us if only I can get to her. But Veli, said Ruger, and I mean no offense by this, but you haven't been on the run in years.
It's just not something you're used to.
You'd be too vulnerable.
That can't be helped.
And I think I could do us more good if I branched off.
Who's this friend? Danielle said.
Well, here's my plan. I know it may sound far-fetched, but I can't think of anything better. The order to kill you came from Vistrat, this much we know, but Vistrat doesn't seem to have any particular motive to want you dead.
So he's acting on behalf of someone else.
What we need to do is infiltrate his organization, find out who gave Vistrat the order, find out who wants you dead.
Then maybe we can do something about it.
Until then, we're just going to be dodging Jean-Pierre and whoever else they send to kill you.
You too, Ruger said. Don't forget that.
You harbored us, knowing Vistrat had a hit out on us.
He's not going to forgive that. I know.
So who's this friend?
Danielle repeated.
The Ginsev turned to her. Her name is Sophia, and she may just be our salvation.
Sophia, Danielle thought. The name sounded familiar.
Shit, she said.
You don't mean the Ice Queen?
She could just be our salvation.
Asterisk asterisk asterisk.
At that moment, it was late in the evening in Los Angeles, California, where Sophia was staring up at the smog-shrouded stars from the veranda of a Spanish-style mansion, nestled safely in Beverly Hills and wrapped lovingly by endless vines. Long and sleek, Sophia sipped red wine with a faint smile, and she would be the first to tell you she wasn't anybody's salvation. With long dark hair, she boasted clean white skin and an expression that seemed eternally mocking. She wore a tight black leather bikini, which clashed with her moonly pallor. From a distance she looked like some severed fragment of an old black and white movie, cast here in the world of color for the amusement of the gods. Except for her eyes. They were a livid violet. Unlike most shades, she'd been born immortal, and she wore it arrogantly. Nearly horizontal now in her reclining deck chair, she set her wineglass down on the Spanish tile, picked up a double-edged razor blade that lay nearby and distracted herself by carving bleeding hearts across the flesh of her tight stomach. Delighting in the slow, glistening crawl of her blood, the Ginsev watched it run like warm molasses down her belly. It hurt, and her face grew very still as it washed over her. She dug deeper, and, with a quavering gasp, deeper still. She moaned as her fingers dipped in her essence, the sticky crimson that flowed through her veins. A scream threatened, as the pain built to a crescendo, but Sophia suppressed it with a ragged exhalation that ended in a smile. She raised her hands from the blood and ran them south, the red spreading down from her navel to what lay under the black leather thong. She let go the razor, she wasn't that much of a masochist, and let her fingers explore. Running them over the dark mound and then inserting them in the crevice, the hole that had stole many a man's offspring and pride, the hole that was lined in the fluid that gave her immortality, the hole that even now grew tighter, the countless gleaming teeth in its folds squirming eagerly. The Ginsev writhed, wasting little time and bringing herself to climax. She had things to do. The Ice Queen released a long low sigh. Weary of pain and sex and stars, she went inside, the blood dried on her belly and the cuts healed. She'd a meeting that needed some preparation, so she strolled into her long walk-in closet and examined her clothes. Selecting something properly garish, she dressed. You like? She asked her cat, who sat watching her with detached interest. Anubis was a black, wretched-looking thing with 3 legs and 1 eye, but for all his handicaps he got around just fine. Sophia liked to think that in one of his 9 lives he was the familiar of some witch or other. Anubis yawned and slunk away. Smart cat. Sophia moved to the kitchen, picked a banana and a beer, and departed for her execution. She drove her 30-year-old yellow convertible Corvette Stingray, the wind a chorus of catcalls about her, tossing her hair and teasing her eyes. She smoked a Black Death cigarette on a cigarette holder, peering out at the Los Angeles nighttime landscape through wraparound Ray-Bans. She smiled as the car roared beneath her, and the gas pedal grew steadily closer to the floor. She finished her banana and beer and tossed them both overboard. She was late for her rendezvous, but that wasn't unnatural. Today her would-be lover wanted to meet her somewhere reclusive, which was as it should be for this part of the operation. The scam was almost concluded. The ending was her favorite part. By the time she'd finished her second cigarette, she was in the hills. The moon looked gray and unhealthy above. She took the car down a gear as she rounded a corner and spotted the big stone mailbox of her lover. Shooting down the tree-flanked driveway, she hit the horn as she screeched to a halt. She was out of the car in a slash, sweeping up the wide staircase in time to see Robert's gloomy expression as he exited his house. His face brightened artificially when he saw her. "Well, dear, how nice to see you," he said. She gave him a big hug, staying in character. Robert's manservant stood only a few feet behind his master, eyeing her severely. "Well, baby, it's only been a few days," she sighed into Robert's ear. "You look as if it's been forever." He separated himself from her, coldly, and she could see the depth of his hurt. She had won his affection, then betrayed him. But he would still be uncertain. "Come, dear," he said. "Follow me inside." She did, wearing a slight pout that was to be read as "oh, pooh." She ripped off her oversized hat, hearing the door close and lock behind her. She supposed this was the point at which she should start acting nervous. It took a lot of concentration on her part to play a mortal, and a scared one at that, but she was an accomplished actress of sorts, though her performances were mainly viewed in private. "Kind of cold in here," she murmured, and affected a small shiver. Robert led her past the rough wood walls and mounted heads of animals, from deer to alligator, past grand windows, drapes pulled, and up a polished wooden staircase, then up another. In all honesty, she did feel a draft. "Robert," she said, "why don't you say something? You're so silent." Heavens, is something wrong? He scowled back at her and continued their little journey until he came to a closed door, which he opened almost ceremoniously and beckoned her to enter. His office, she knew, where he attended to his shady business when required. He was quite evil for a mortal, and though this was a trait that Sophia was inclined to admire at times, she had taken special delight in winning this bastard's affections and then crushing him. He liked to dominate people, women especially, but the Gentsev had been able to read him, as she always could, and knew that beneath that power-hungry exterior lay a core that was afraid, a pinprick of self-doubt that craved to be told what to do, and how to do it. And though the exterior could never slip, he was far too controlled for that. She had found the chink in his armor and had penetrated deep. She'd bent him and pulped him, playing dominatrix in the bedroom, knocking him to his knees in release so that he could shed his responsibilities for the few precious moments they were alone, and in public she played every bit as submissive as he could have wanted. And then, after she discovered his weaknesses and exploited them, she robbed him of every penny he had available and sent rumors through his employees, rumors that were sure to come back to him, that she had been having an affair on the side, wrecking him emotionally, too. There was no way he could touch her, though. He didn't know her real name or residence. She'd used an anonymous apartment during most of the operation, or race of being. She'd pulled this scam many times before, and it nearly always ended the same way. The boyfriend, or girlfriend as the case may be, eventually rounded the Gentsev up and demanded retribution. This was when she observed their grief personally, and this was often the time when they subjected her to tortures in an attempt to relocate their lost capital. She liked pain, so this was usually the most eagerly anticipated part of the operation, and she hoped it would begin soon. Robert perched behind his desk, brooding and staring at her until he had to avert his eyes. "You took something from me," he said. "What are you talking about?" She tried not to sound too innocent because, she realized, he was confused and not 100% certain that she was in fact guilty. "I know what you did, you little bitch. You used me. The whole time, you were using me, and then what you took." He closed his eyes, and the Ice Queen was amused to see tears spilling down his cheeks. A part of her almost felt guilty for causing him pain. She'd enjoyed her moments with him, but this was a small part and easily silenced. Robert shook his head. "You filthy little whore. You nearly ruined me, you know. If not for my offshore accounts." "So fucking what?" she said, surprised at the emotion rising in her. She took a step closer, all pretense at vulnerability dissolved. "I do this sort of thing for fun, Robert. To pass the time. I destroy people like you for sport. Usually that's all it is. But I'll tell you something, Bob. This time there was a small personal motive as well. You see, I'd made friends with this girl, a club-hopping little witch hooked on crack and God knows what else. You pimped her, or one of your franchises did. You strung her out and used her until she died. She weighed 65 pounds when she died, Robert. 65 pounds. Sophia's voice lowered. She had a nice smile. Robert pushed his chair back from his desk, more in surprise than fear, although some small tic had tugged at his face when he saw her step forward, as if he'd seen something ghastly. A glimpse of inhumanity, perhaps, but then why should this shock him of all people, he who profited from the weaknesses of others? "So why didn't you save her?" he said. "Why single me out? I fucking loved you, you bitch. Why did you ruin that? Why hadn't Sophia saved the girl? Was it because she had not known, not completely, that the girl was as bad as she'd really been, or that the girl had refused Sophia's help? Maybe. Maybe that was a part of it. But mainly it was because Sophia felt that to be strong one must reject all emotion.
A heart was a fragile thing. But keep it small and hard enough, and maybe it just might be safe.
That's why she hadn't saved Gilly, because the Ice Queen hadn't allowed herself to know her well enough to be aware of the girl's destructive streak.
I feel dizzy, she said. Robert sat back down with a grunt. I can't do this. You won't beg forgiveness, will you, and give me back the money? You wouldn't be so kind. No. He nodded sadly. I can't hurt you, you know. But I've brought someone who could.
He motioned to the shadows and a figure stepped forward, tall and hard.
I'll give you one more chance. If you don't speak now, you'll die.
You'll beg before it comes, though, the figure said, and Sophia started. She studied the man silently, and he returned the stare. His face registered subtle shock.
Christ, Sophia said.
She hadn't counted on this. Often the wronged lover hired someone to do the torturing and killing, but Robert in his ignorance had hired another immortal, who apparently used this job as a guise for gathering food.
What's going on? Robert demanded, seeing the expressions on their faces. Do you two know each other?
The strange vampire remained still. Perhaps Sophia intimidated him.
She could feel the blood rush through her body and intuitively knew she was the stronger of the two. She was older. This new one was probably very young, some Hollywood thug that had irresponsibly been brought over. He was big, though, and hungry, she could feel it, and he would be a match for her yet.
No, the other breathed.
Never.
Then take her out of my sight. The vampire moved toward her.
Sophia jumped over Robert's desk.
She grabbed him by the throat and maneuvered him so as to keep him between her and the vampire. Robert struggled, but his efforts were fruitless and after a few moments he grew still, fighting for breath. Come for me and kill your master, Sophia said. The vampire narrowed his eyes.
Go on, the Gensiv roared. You'll get no food from me.
Although the fanger remained motionless, his discomfiture was obvious.
Who are you? He said. Who are you? He frowned and nodded again. Both of them would refuse identification.
Why do you do this? The vampire asked.
There's more to life than food.
There's destruction, and vengeance, and needless waste.
That's where Robert comes in. I don't understand. Not my problem. What is my problem is that you're here, and you don't know what to do.
Well, I'll tell you.
Leave. No.
Listen, I know you still feel tied to the living, that's why you exist in the human mob.
Get over it.
Go work for Hoswell in Vegas, or one of his rivals if you must, and join others of your kind.
Now go.
I'll take care of Robert. The vampire's brow furrowed, then his eyes grew brighter as if to lunge for Sophia at the last second. He seemed to lose confidence, though, and a beaten look crossed his face. He edged back, his eyes never leaving her, and disappeared out a window. Sophia waited until she was satisfied that the young one had gone, then released Robert. She could feel it in her veins, the Ice Queen was back. This man was a coward, a killer, and would die. He sank to the ground, one hand to his throat, massaging it.
What are you? He said. I wonder about that too, sometimes.
She took a step closer to him.
Want to make love to me, Robert? What?
She smiled at him, and her smile was menacing. In a very real way, and pardon the vulgarity, I'm hungry for your cock. She pulled off her blouse. Her nipples grew erect at contact with the cool air of the room. She descended on him, taking off her clothes as she went. First Robert's screams were almost pleasurable, though confused, and then they were just screams.
She was used to that. Asterisk asterisk asterisk.
A face flashing past caught Danielle's attention as Veliswa's limo roared by. It was staring out of an office building, pale and vacant, but when the eyes lit on the car something changed.
Shit, she said. I think Jean-Pierre's watching us still. He can't be, Veliswa said. We're too far away, and his minions.
He's watching through others' eyes.
Veliswa blinked. You mean? If that's true, then he's grown very powerful indeed, Ruger said.
Here's your car, Veliswa said, as the limo slowed.
If Jean-Pierre is watching, I think he'll follow you, not me, though he may come for me later. Be quick. And farewell. We probably won't meet again for a while.
They climbed out of the limousine and dove into their black Mustang, parallel parked between two sedans, as Veli's limo shot away.
Danielle caught Ruger scanning the windows of the buildings around.
Several faces stared blankly back, office workers whose minds had been co-opted by a greater power.
Danielle shivered. This is bad, Ruger said, as he climbed behind the wheel. Danielle lowered herself into the passenger seat. Ruger shoved the car into gear and shot it out into traffic. I think that, hell. What? she said. Jean-Pierre and his pack have found us. Danielle faced the rear. Sure enough, a van had just rounded the corner. It barreled straight for them. Jesus! They're driving badly. Is Jean-Pierre behind the wheel? Too far away to tell, but I bet he is. She turned around. We have enough gas? To get us clear of to the Clearglass Inn, but not much more. The trick's going to be dodging the traffic. And losing them. Our car's faster. And older. Buckle up. Chapter 11. Launch the bikes, Jean-Pierre said. Byron flung open the rear doors and Clore lowered the wooden ramp. Byron hopped on a black Honda and Killian took his Harley.
The engine screamed in the close confines, then the bikes were away, sliding backwards down the ramp. Once on the street, they tore forwards along both sides of the van.
Get him, Clore said. Loireau groaned from the back.
He'd been shot by Veliswa and was still bleeding.
I need food, or at least some blood. Clore, would you? Fuck off, asshole. My blood's my own.
Bitch, he said.
Goddamned right.
It was a moment before she realized that the albino was cursing something at her.
What's it now, Frenchie? Cops. What did you expect, asshole? Drive better. Or do you want Danielle to go free? He bared his teeth. Get the grenades. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. They've sent bikes to catch up with us, Danielle said. Who? Killian and someone else, a big guy. Byron. Weapons? Can't tell. They're both wearing trench coats. Probably shotguns. Enough to take out our wheels, then.
They had armored flaps that dangled behind their wheels for just such occasions, but they wouldn't be strong enough to resist sustained assault, especially by shotgun.
Cops, she said suddenly. For us or them? Them. 2 cruisers.
They must have gotten reports on Jean-Pierre's driving.
Think it was intentional? Maybe. The bikes are coming fast. Break out the guns. She grimaced. What's your pleasure? Beretta 9. You shoot, I drive. She kissed him on the temple, then hopped in the cramped rear compartment, on top of their last-ditch coffin.
Reached to the floor, removed the flap, made to resemble a floor mat that disguised their stash of weapons, and selected one of their 2 briefcases. One contained their clothes, the other their weapons, and a double-barreled semi-automatic shotgun designed to fit a double magazine of rounds. She tossed the Beretta forward, then punched out the disposable rear window, swivel connected at the bottom so that it swung out and down. Feeling the breeze in her hair, she stuck her head out the rear, keeping her weapon, already loaded, out of sight until the bikes came within range. Killian, on the Harley, narrowed in on their car at speed, while Byron roared in behind. Danielle's mind flashed back to Byron playing chess with her, many years ago, and she grew cold. When Killian got within 100 feet, she brought out the rifle and took aim. A hole erupted in the car beside her. Shit! Byron fired openly at her, regardless of whatever cars or people divided them. Before she could take aim at either of them, Killian fired, as well, letting loose with a stumpy automatic weapon. Bullets punched into her, and she tried not to scream. She felt her gristle and muscle giving way as her blood warmed her clothes. Holes drilled the trunk lid, some were passing inside. The disposable rear window shattered. Danielle fired, and fired, and fired. Blood mushroomed on Killian's clothes as he drew near, but he still closed in. Danielle lowered her aim and squeezed off several shots. Killian's bike broke apart beneath him, crunching and whirring. His face flashed anger, then he was skidding under his heavy bike along the crowded street, which had grown substantially less crowded in the last few moments, and was lost to sight. Before she could even swivel, she was thrown backwards in a bloody arc to crash against the back of the front passenger seat. Damn it! She hated being shot. She leapt up and fired back at the other one, Byron, who had grown eerily near while her attention had been on Killian. They exchanged volleys. Danielle aimed at the werewolf's bike. At last it blew apart beneath him and Danielle was slammed back in her seat again, gun forgotten, her blood spraying the rear compartment. Her chest was a painful disaster, and in her largely unfed and already traumatized state, she was in danger. Rug, she whispered, and reached a hand for him. He squeezed back. She latched onto him and dragged herself bloodily forward, slithering into the front compartment, where she lay backwards in a pitiful slump, blood soaking the seat beneath her. Damn, he said, seeing her broken chest, the splintered ribs, the pumping blood. He stuck his wrist in front of her face. Here, drink. She rocked her head back and forth. No more. You need strength to drive. Take some, he demanded. You're so young.
You could be dying. No. Take some. She bent her face forward to where her lips touched the flesh of his wrist and kissed him, her eyes closed. Then she collapsed back into her seat. Asterisk. Killian scowled as he pulled himself out from under his bike. Totaled, of course. He picked himself up and scanned downstream to see Byron moving over to the right side of the road so the van could pick him up. Killian, being on the right, just waited. As it came upon him, the side door slid open and Chloe reached for him. He leapt aboard without her help, even though the van was going at a considerable speed, and without a word of thanks dropped beside Jean-Pierre. Byron scrabbled aboard next, nearly falling on top of Chloe, she having pulled him so hard. He panted and reclined next to Loireau, who seemed to be healing slowly for some reason. Had Veliswa coated her bullets with something? Give me a drink, the wounded man said. Byron frowned but stuck out his arm anyway. Drink away, he invited, and turned to Chloe. I heard Danielle, he said. Her blood was everywhere. Such concern, Chloe said. You did fuck her. Either that or baby's developing a conscience. She ran her fingernails along his cheek, scraping his skin. Which is it? Well, I didn't fuck her, he said. Whether or not that means I've a conscience is debatable. He jerked his arm away from Loireau. Enough. Thanks, bye. Jean-Pierre yelled to the back, the cops are on us. Chloe, you got the grenades? As you requested. Bombs away. Byron and Chloe moved to the extreme rear, dragging their box of explosives with them, and popped open the rear doors with a bang. 2 police cruisers followed immediately behind, lights flashing and alarms wailing. One cop had some sort of megaphone to his mouth and was shouting through it. When he saw the van's doors fly open, he quit the megaphone and reached for a gun. Too late. Chloe ripped the pin off one grenade and threw it through the cop's windshield. It detonated a split second after it had passed into the driving compartment, the windshield bursting outward in a million pieces of charred glass. The cruiser scraped to a smoking halt, almost colliding with the one behind it, which swerved recklessly around and shot forward to get to the side of the van. The passenger cop was in such a panic he fired his shotgun twice through the glass of his own windshield. The second blast caught Byron in the chest, but not before he'd lobbed 2 grenades, one in each hand, at the cruiser, which burst into double flames and rolled to a flaming halt. God, I love roasting pork, Chloe said. She turned to watch the blood spreading across Byron's chest. The wound itself was closing before her eyes. My, aren't we manly tonight? He slammed the rear doors closed. You ain't seen nothing yet. Chloe, came a shout from the front. With grumbling obedience, Chloe moved forward and blew in Jean-Pierre's ear. What can I do for you, sunshine? We're going to need another car here soon, the cops have identified this one. Take a bike ahead and knock us off another van. A new one preferably, something very unlike what we're in now. What about our guns? We just going to leave them here in the fucking van for anyone to find? Some of this stuff can be traced, you know. He grabbed her face with one hand and drew it near his own. Staring into her different colored eyes, he said, just do it. Say please, JP. He shoved her backwards, and she fell down laughing. Please, he spat. He turned his attention back to the road. Chloe busied herself with the task of readying a bike as Byron approached her. Care to lower the ramp, light of my life? He popped open the doors and threw down a ramp, then stepped back as she roared away without so much as a nod goodbye. Asterisk. Danielle woke to the taste of blood in her mouth. She wiped it from her fingers and licked it gratefully. Thanks, she said. How are you? She examined her chest, trying for detachment but failing. Ruger had stanched her bleeding with a white shirt from their second suitcase, which he'd managed to hoist into the front seat with one hand. The shirt was soaked through, but the bleeding seemed to have stopped. She was hurt badly and needed sustenance. Shaking her head, she said, I'll live. We just need a place to crash for a while, if we can get the albino off our backs. I'm trying. What happened to the cops, she asked. Dead, damn it. Jean-Pierre's crew used grenades. She fell silent. Then, how long until we're out of town? Too long. Another half hour. She glanced at one of her watches. It's going to be close. Sunrise in under an hour. She craned her head to see out the back. There seemed to be gallons of blood back there, but it didn't interfere with the view. They're way back there, she said. But they're there. He nodded. Every time I try to lose him, he's right there with me. Wonder if he's still looking through others' eyes. Think he knows where we're going? He can't. I think he's tapping into your head. He can do that with humans, yeah.
But not with shades. Plus, he just used up all his psychic energy on his homeless guys and his other watchers. Otherwise he wouldn't have had to kill the cops.
Right. But for a time you two were very close.
You developed a tight bond, maybe he's able to use that to a psychic advantage.
And in your weakened condition. Maybe.
He passed her a cigarette and his Beretta.
More cops, he said. She groaned. No rest for the weary.
She leaned out the window, squinted one eye and fired low. The cruiser's wheel blew out and the vehicle started into a dangerously fast spin, finally flipping over and skidding to a halt upside down.
They alive? Ruger said.
Yeah, but it was close. She tried to block out the thought that she might have hurt the two in the cruiser.
Hope they don't find us again. If they only knew we were cops of a sort, maybe they'd ease off a bit.
She lit her cigarette and leaned her head back out the window, her hair stirring in the breeze. Traffic, as the sun's advances on the horizon grew more persistent, became thicker and more purposeful, and the albino's ebony van vanished into it so that it was nowhere to be found. When the albino reappeared, it was behind the wheel of a different van, dark and older than the first.
Ruger and Danielle's spirits sank.
Finally, the city of New York began to dissipate, its massive concentration of steel and humanity unraveling to give way to open road and emptier skylines.
Almost sunrise, she said.
One of her worst fears was now making itself realized, being trapped in open country with the sun coming up and sun-resistant killers just behind them, preventing them from finding some place to hole up for the day. If they hid too soon, the killers would catch them and expose them to the sun, and if they didn't hole up soon enough, the sun would get them anyway. Their Mustang rattled and groaned around them. The endless highway stretched ahead as they blew past the outskirts of the sprawling metropolis. They headed west, away from the sun.
We're not gonna make it, she said. Under 9 minutes till sunrise.
He laid a hand on the back of her neck and massaged the tense muscles there.
We'll look back on this and laugh. From our graves, yeah. You want a tombstone or a crypt?
Oh, crypt, most definitely.
He checked the rear view. Still behind us.
She grunted and tried to throw her legs up on the dashboard, but she was too weak and her legs slid off and thudded to the floor.
Death sucks, she said.
He reached a hand to the back seat and pulled out second suitcase, the heavy one. Both were densely packed, one with clothes, one with weapons. The arms ranged from the exotic to the mundane, tools Ruger had collected over the years. When one got too old, he'd replace it. After a while, Danielle had gotten into it, and the guns became sleeker and more powerful. Anything that could fit.
Not just guns, bombs, too, from plastique to grenades.
Ruger was probably thinking of throwing a timed device onto the road behind them, but those things were so uncertain. He shook her gently, and Danielle cracked an eye.
She must have passed out.
What? She groaned, looking around and closing her eye again.
We're there.
He swerved onto the exit ramp. She felt the grating of metal on concrete as their hurtling black contraption smashed against a pockmarked wall.
What?
She leaned into him, putting both arms around him, letting the blood drip from her chest. He glanced at the rearview mirror.
No sign of our pursuers. We're almost to the inn.
No, she warned, her voice cracking.
Motels are death traps, baby.
All they've got to do is go room to room until. He pressed his chin against her head. That's not going to happen, and we have something to do, he said, swerving into the parking lot of the little hideaway motel, the Clear Glass Inn, just as advertised. He screeched to a halt in front of the lobby doors, and the car shuddered and died.
The vampires bailed out of the car, suitcases in tow, and Danielle was almost to the lobby when Ruger shouted, "Wait!" She spun.
What? She looked at a watch.
Under 3 minutes. We're just paying a visit, not checking in.
Okay.
What's the one thing we learned on our anniversary? Comprehension dawned. She swore.
It's the best way out of this, he said. But, not bothering to argue about it, he moved into the lobby.
Where's Vincent Greggs?
He asked the man behind the counter.
He's a guest of yours. I can't give out that. Ruger extended his powers, Danielle could sense it.
He wasn't a strong psychic manipulator like Jean-Pierre, but he could handle one human for a brief time.
Where is Vincent Greggs?
The registrar blinked.
Let me check. He typed into his computer, then glanced up. Room 314.
Ruger marched up the stairs to the third floor, Danielle immediately behind. They found room 314 and Ruger kicked in the door. Greggs, a prudent vampire, was just checking the windows to make sure his personal blackout curtains had been installed properly. He whirled, anger mixed with fear in his face, as Ruger and Danielle barged in.
What the hell?
Ruger grabbed him by the throat and hefted him off the ground. You were hired to take out someone who knows who killed Ludwig Gleason.
Who's your target? The man tried to talk, couldn't. Ruger eased up. Will you let me go if I tell you? Greg said. No. But I won't torture you, either. Grimness settled over the other's features. You're the marshals, aren't you? That's right. Now talk. Hoswell, Vincent said. I was hired to kill Hoswell. I was just on my two. Ruger tore off his head.
Even as the blood spurted, Ruger tuned, wearily, and offered the body, and blood, to Danielle.
Drink, he said. Go on. She hesitated. You didn't even give him a chance. He let out a breath.
I know, but he was a hired assassin, a killer without conscience or mercy. There's no difference between him and any other shade we've taken out before.
The sun is almost up.
Slowly, she nodded, and took the body in her arms.
Asterisk asterisk asterisk.
The van jerked to a smoldering stop yards from the vampire's Mustang, and Jean-Pierre clambered from the overheated hulk to stare at the rising sun. He heard doors opening and closing behind him, but his gaze was unwavering.
If Danielle wasn't in stasis by now, she'd be dead. The car's empty. Loireau shouted.
He'd recovered more quickly after imbibing what Byron had given him, and he was up and moving, but still not at peak health.
Trunk? Jean-Pierre said. Working on it, came the reply.
Jean-Pierre waited, breathless.
Trunk's empty.
Go search the dumpster and outer perimeter of the building, he instructed Loireau. Keep an eye out for sewer grates and air shafts.
If you find them alive, don't stay to fight. Loireau stalked away. Check the hollow beneath the back compartment, Jean-Pierre said.
With the help of Cloire, Killian found the catch and removed it.
A metal door lay there, the lid of the vampire's last-ditch coffin.
Waste of time, said Byron.
Vampires read paranoid about being trapped in their coffins. They'll be gotten as far away as possible by now. We've got to open it, Killian said. Just to be sure. Byron shrugged. I don't get paid by the hour. It'll be booby-trapped, Cloire said. Be sure of that. Jean-Pierre nodded. Can you open it?
Anything for you, lovey. Quietly, she set to work, and the crew waited tensely.
Loireau returned, shaking his head. At last Cloire looked up. Done, she said. Shall I open it? The entire crew watched their leader.
This was a decisive moment. If the coffin was opened and occupied, the vampires would be struck by the sun and become flaming husks that would blow away in the wind, dead to all the world. Or Jean-Pierre would refuse to open it. The albino lowered his head, took the last drag on the last cigarette of the pack, and flung it to the ground. When he looked back up at his crew, his face betrayed his thoughts.
Fuck, said Cloire. You goddamned pussy-whipped bastard.
She turned her back to him and walked away, casting a malicious, if conspiratorial, glance at Killian. We'll wait till nightfall to open the chamber, Jean-Pierre said.
Fuck that, said Cloire, coming back, with a scowling Killian by her side. Loireau was with them, too. We're opening the coffin now. Get away from there.
Jean-Pierre shouted, stepping forward, but Loireau and Killian blocked him off.
Now, Whitey, said Cloire. It's my turn now. Are you with us or against us?
Jean-Pierre saw he had no choice, not if he wanted to stay leader of this crew.
You've removed all the booby traps? No promises.
They had it rigged pretty tight. He flicked his wrist in disgust.
Do it.
She grinned and hopped into the back compartment. After fiddling with the coffin's catch for a moment, she turned toward the others dramatically, a showman's pause, then threw off the lid and leapt back. There was an audible creaking of leather as those assembled leaned forward to peer into the shallow recess.
The explosion sent roaring flame and twisted metal to wash over asphalt and werewolf alike.
When the heat died away, it left only wreckage in its wake, with smoke billowing from nearby cars, including the werewolves' new van, and drifting through the shattered glass of the lobby. Charred rubble lay strewn across the ground, and cries of alarm could be heard from inside. Smoking, Jean-Pierre raised his head from pavement, searching for the others. In turn, they rose and did the same.
Jean-Pierre could hear Loireau muttering, "Fucking ruined my suit, the bastards." Despite it all, Jean-Pierre felt pleased. Run, Danielle. More cops are going to come, Byron said. The albino nodded, watching the others gather around. Brilliant disarming, Killian said to Cloire.
Fuck off and go to hell, she snarled.
Knock it off, Jean-Pierre said. Loireau snorted. Don't order them around.
Not unless you're going to act like a leader, Jean-Pierre.
That's right, Clore said. You're slipping, Whitey. The albino's lip curled down. Is there a point to this, Clore?
Her eyes blazed.
Shape up or ship out.
You're utterly fucked up, completely eaten up by someone you're supposed to be killing. In fact, I think the only reason you haven't flat out told us to pack up and go home is that you figure the best way to keep dear Danielle alive is to head the team that's sent to kill her. They glared at each other, both spoiling for a fight.
Poirot cleared his throat. I hear sirens. *****. What Ruger and Danielle had learned on their anniversary was the importance of tunneling.
So, after swearing profusely, the odd flock took to the dirt, hollowing out what little space they could as deep and dark as they could reasonably want to go. Ruger dug deep, reaching the cool moistness of the hidden earth, maybe 40 feet down. With Danielle's help, he tunneled sideways, putting some distance between the fugitives and the motel. The dirt was cold, hard, wet, and endless, and Ruger's telekinetic abilities weren't strong enough to eliminate the need for physical labor. They hit an underground river and plunged into it unexpectedly. They allowed it to sweep them along. The river brought them into a network of natural caverns, which were very dark indeed. Ruger helped Danielle out of the water and they lay along the rocky shore in silence, dripping wet, catching their breath.
Danielle laughed. We should do that more often.
Ruger moved their 2 briefcases out of the way and threw his arm around her.
I'm glad you feel that way. It's gonna be hell getting out of here.
He lay down, feeling the smooth stone against his back, and Danielle rested her head on his chest.
It was so peaceful down here, if dark.
He wondered when and if he'd ever be able to return to New York, but found to his surprise that he didn't care. New York had haunted his dreams for too long. She said, and there was a thoughtful quality in her voice that made him wary.
Yes, he said.
Well, we're in the dark, underground, with only the babble of a subterranean river for sound.
So? Now might be the perfect time for you to tell me your story. My story? Don't be dense.
Your past. Your history. Everyone else knows so much about it, Veliswa, Hoswell, Ludwig, Malie, but I don't know anything.
I'm tired of not knowing about you, babe. About what you've been through, who you are. Your famous dark period. Everything.
He heard the sincerity in her voice, and the pain. He sympathized.
Still. I'm sorry, Danny, but I'm not ready, he said.
In the background, the river babbled.
Danielle let out a long breath. So, what now?
She said. On to Las Vegas, he said.
Both knew that's where Hoswell would be.
It's where the old vampire based his criminal operations out of.
Time to find out who killed Ludwig. Chapter 12. Bastard. Kristen skulked past Vistrat's many guards and soldiers.
For their part, they took little notice of her. As the Titan's concubine, she was as common a sight to them as they were to her. She flew past them, this little blonde girl in a tight t-shirt and miniskirt by Gianni Versace, until she reached the end of the corridor, where one of the 2 doormen opened the door for her, and stormed into Vistrat's office. He was on the phone, of course.
He was always on the phone.
Before she could get a word out, he lifted a finger to command her silence. God, she hated that. Early on, though, he'd instilled in her a respect for his powers. If she interrupted him now, he'd only use his psychic abilities to silence her. She didn't like that at all, drifting in your own consciousness while someone else controlled your body. It was a terrible feeling, a violation. And she was only human, more or less, after all. She could not counter his psychic abilities with her own. She had other abilities, though. She folded her arms across her skinny chest and tapped a foot incessantly. He shifted uncomfortably under her glare. Good. She and Vistrat had been lovers since the 1950s. Back then he'd had a regular harem, and when he'd seen her, a little pouting 15-year-old with a bow in her hair, sipping on a cream soda alone, dejected would be a better word, in an ice cream parlor, he'd known he must add her to his collection. So, in typical Titan sensitivity, he'd kidnapped her. He thrust all those old lavish gifts upon her, clothes and cars and jewels and servants, in an attempt to soothe her, not that it had worked. But a strange thing occurred during her first month of imprisonment. She and Vistrat, all 400 pounds of him, had fallen in love and, after a year, he'd disbanded his harem at her request. She'd demanded that he send money to her grief-stricken parents and he'd done it. She'd demanded an apartment for herself and a checking account and he'd done it. He'd done everything she asked him to do and more. One thing she'd never asked for was a taste of his immortal blood. She hadn't wanted that gift. He would just have to live with her aging self. Then the second strange thing developed. It turned out that by taking his juices into her on a regular basis, she'd become somewhat immortal herself. She didn't have his telekinesis, amazing strength, or recuperative abilities, but she did not age. She still looked to be the 15-year-old girl he'd fallen for all those years ago, even if she was now ancient. God alone knew how old Vistrat was, it was not something he spoke of. Sometimes she craved for her old mortal life back, even cried over it, but she loved him too much and couldn't bear the thought of leaving him. Every now and then, in the early years, he'd had his little indiscretions, but she'd put an end to that. And that's what she would do now. Into the phone, Vistrat was saying, "Now, listen, younger. It's a shame about your tomb, sarcastic? Yes, that was, now shut up, you left the bodies, you killed them in the first place, and you deserved punishment, both of you. Yes, so I commanded the massacres. I wasn't going to tell Jean-Pierre that. So what that he thought you were supposed to kill Ruger and Danielle? It was a necessary lie. Do you want him to know the truth? Yes, I'm quite aware you don't know it, either. Is that a threat? I'd have you killed before you got to the first sublevel and you know it. No, there's no general contract out on them. That was just a rumor that I spread to ease suspicion. Jean-Pierre is the only one assigned to kill them, just as you are the only ones assigned to do what you're doing. Now do it." He slammed the phone down, shook his head as if the conversation had made him nauseous, and took a sip of the sherry on his desk. He glanced up at Kristen and smiled. How adorable he looked with that big cunning baby face and those bright eyes and that cruel, sensuous mouth. "It's an unexpected pleasure to see you at work at this time of night, darling," he said in his rich baritone voice. "You should visit more often, really. Please, take a seat, my dear." "I don't think so. How can you look so smug? You're cheating on me, Augustine Michael Vistrat, I know you are, you bastard." "Nonsense. Now calm down and be rational. You have such a temper. Please, would you like me to send for a drink or something? Care for a cigar?" She grabbed the big cigar box and hurled it to the floor, then flew over the desk, wrapped her arms about him and kissed him square on the lips, darting her tongue into his age-old mouth. She teased at his lips a little, tugged on the lower one, then bit it. Then bit it hard, drawing blood. Before he could react, she was back on the other side of the massive desk, glaring at him. "I can taste her in your mouth, Audie dear." He put a handkerchief to his lip and sighed, his great shoulders rising up and down slowly. He looked so incredibly guilty and hurt she just wanted to sweep it all under the rug and embrace him. She held herself back with difficulty. "You're cheating on me," she repeated. "Never. How can you even think that? It's true, isn't it? I thought all that was over years ago. How could you? But I never. You fucking liar. You never spend any time with me anymore, Augie. Never. Not since the damn war in Europe began and that scouring. And now that we're in hiding from the scourer, I never get to go anywhere with you." She stared into his big blue eyes and weakened a little. He looked so hurt and so sincere in his own condescending way. As she watched, the cut on his lip healed and he licked the blood away. Oh, what he could do with that tongue. "We haven't made love, not like we used to, in 6 weeks. She said. I'm going out of my mind. And if you weren't sleeping with some slut you would be too. How can you say nothing's wrong?" He focused his mind on the toppled cigar box, lifted it and the scattered cigars with his mind thrust and placed them back on the desk. "You're so sweet," he said. "So pure. You're the purest thing in my life. I hate to see you upset. Please, oh, don't cry. Please don't cry. Oh, baby, come here." She came to him, hating the tears that welled up in her, and sat in his lap while he put his big warm arms around her. "Don't do this to me," she sobbed. "I love you. You know I love you, too, baby." She balled her fists and beat at his chest. "You love your work more than you could ever love me. You're always promising we'll take a vacation, go to Hawaii like we used to, but we never do." She collapsed against him. "We never do. You never have time for me anymore. Never." He stroked her cheeks, his hands so excruciatingly tender, and ran a strong hand through her golden hair. "You know I love you more than my work, but these are times of great peril, great peril. Soon things will be different, you'll see. Very different. The whole structure of our world will change, and, if we play our cards right, we'll come out on top and never have a care in the world again. Don't you see? I'm doing this for us. It'll be wonderful, every day a delight, and we'll spend all the time in the world together. How would you like to get married?" She gasped. She so wanted to believe what he was saying, but how could she? He was such an adept liar. "Do you mean it?" she said.
Of course I do. He kissed her forehead. At his touch, she could feel the stirring in her, the longing. She played with his tie, kissed his throat, ran her hands along the back of his big bald head, squirming in his lap until she could feel him hardening, then she slid a hand down and undid his zipper, stroking the sensuous, knobby tube of flesh that popped out. No, he said, shaking his head, tearing her away from him. Now's not the time. She slapped him hard and hopped off his lap. That's it, she growled. I know you're cheating on me now. When have you ever turned me down? You're probably afraid you can't keep it up because you just screwed that whore, whoever she is. It's not true, he said, but he was lying and they both knew it. Look, he said after a silence, if I ever did cheat on you it wouldn't be because I loved another. Oh, don't you give that men have urges crap. Maybe I have urges, too. Maybe I've acted on them. What do you think of that? Please don't say that. If I ever found out you were cheating on me. Yes? You'd do what, exactly? The same thing I'm doing now that you're cheating on me? I'd like to see it. So go on, explain why you're breaking my heart. It's not like you think. Oh, so you admit it. No. Calm down. It's the future I'm thinking of. If ever I did something, behind your back, it would only be because I loved you, because I'm trying to ensure our future together. It's part of what I was trying to explain. It's complicated. You're a liar. You don't really love me, do you? Do you? Well, you'll regret this, I swear to God. Kristen, baby, don't do anything foolish. Promise me. Oh, and I'm expected to keep my promises? Ha! She stormed out of the room, hearing him call after her but not caring one fucking fig, brushed furiously past his soldiers and guards in her stolid march to the elevator. Reaching in her purse, such a little girl's purse, she realized suddenly she whipped out the phone and ordered her limo to pick her up, and by the time she was outside, it was there. Take me to the albinos, she ordered. The limo stopped in front of Jean-Pierre's 8-story hovel and Kristen hopped out, entering the building. It ought to be torn down, she thought. Put out of its misery. As she stepped into the main hall, she noticed a horrible deathly stench in here and could see many dried-up trails of blood. Something horrible had happened here, it was obvious. A few of the albinos' vagrant minions hung about, but there weren't as many of them as usual, and some looked to be nursing serious wounds. And, Christ, it smelled awful. She found him in the hook room, in a corner, slumped over in a little ball, pulling his knees into himself. He was naked, covered in blood and crying. It was clear to Kristen that he'd recently run through the gauntlet of the hooks and chains and various blades, trying to drive away his obsessive thoughts. Crouching beside him, she laid a hand on his shoulder. Though he must have known she was there, he jumped. Go away. No. She grabbed him under the armpit and tried to pull him to his feet, but he wouldn't budge. She collapsed on the bloody floor with the effort. What is it, baby? YVE, you done this to yourself? They've all left me, he muttered, his green eyes cloudy and wet and far away. Or they will soon, even Byron. He can't resist that bitch. And Danielle, gone with Ruger unless I killed them both. And Veliswa, I never thought she'd leave me, of all people. We've been lovers for 100 years. Met in Paris, actually. I even think on some level she loves me. How foolish. Kristen slapped him, hard, and a vague clarity returned to his eyes. You're rambling, Jean-Pierre. Stand up. Come on, let's go for a nice cappuccino. She grabbed him again and lifted, and this time he rose, slowly, his bare back sliding against the rough wall. They're all gone to me, he said. What could have caused this? Ever since she'd realized Vistrad was cheating on her, she'd been having an affair with Jean-Pierre, whom she'd known forever in conjunction with the Titan. It was a sisterly love she felt toward the albino, but their affair was enough to relieve her frustrations. At least she was honest with him, and he went along with their little arrangement for his own reasons. Probably her youthfulness reminded him of Danielle, although Kristen was actually older, at least time-wise, but it could be something else. But this? She'd seen him just the other day and he'd been fine. Something traumatic must have happened. He never let his feelings show when he was around others, only when alone with himself did the facade shudder, and he must have been alone with himself for far too long for him to be in this state. He hadn't even straightened up when she'd come into the room, and that was all too uncharacteristic. I'm not gone, she whispered, and embraced him. I'll always be here for you. She kissed his nearly hairless chest and tugged at his one silver nipple ring gently. The corners of his mouth slid up just a little. Thinking that maybe a little of the old two-headed beast would make him feel better, she sank to her knees before him and started stroking his member. No. He pushed her away. Sex isn't the answer to everything, Kristen.
You're so immature sometimes, you really are.
Some wounds are too deep. She stood up and slapped him again. Never push me unless I want you to.
Still, she was pleased that he seemed more his old self.
Ah, my poor, passionate, tragic Frenchman, what am I going to do with you? Is that why you want me? Because I'm tragic? If I got over Danielle, would you still love me?
Of course.
But, wait, you love me? He moved to a counter and lit a Pall Mall.
How regal he looked, standing there, naked, covered in blood, but unbent and strong.
To what end, he said. The feelings aren't there, not in that way. You love Vistrat and I Danielle. I'll say the same thing I said to Veliswa, you're like a sister to me. I'd never let any harm come to you.
She sighed, lit a cigarette herself, a Virginia Slim. It seemed that he felt the same way about her as she did towards him.
At least he was being honest.
But, how she wanted someone to really, truly love her.
Vistrat did to an extent.
But no matter what he said, his work was his first priority and always would be. In her dreams sometimes she imagined herself eloping with the albino, but this was just a schoolgirl fantasy, just grasping at straws because they were the only things that were real.
Are you reading my thoughts? She asked. I would never do that.
So what do we do now, Jean-Pierre? You started whatever it is between us because of what's going on between you and the Titan. If I rejected you now your dissatisfaction would remain, you'd only find a new outlet.
So I won't turn you away, and, now that you're the only one left for me.
He shook himself, clearly trying to avoid slipping back to the way he'd been when she arrived. That state seemed so close, as if he'd collapse at any moment.
I don't have the strength to turn you away. If either one of us leaves the other, it will be you. I'll never leave you, Jean-Pierre. Never. I may go back to Vistrat, I may stop sleeping with you. But I'll always be here for you as a friend. He smiled. Never say always. How about that cappuccino?
His smile became more seductive, and as he walked over toward her, she felt an electric thrill pass through her. He pressed himself against her, and their lips locked. She threw her arms about his sweaty, bloody torso, feeling herself grow wet instantly. No, she murmured, her eyes catching the hooks and chains.
Not here.
He led her into his bedroom. A stark testament to self-abnegation, at least it was devoid of blades and had a large mattress, if not a real bed. He lay her down on it, tore off her clothes and ravished her. She so loved to be ravished, Vistrat was much too gentle a lover. Halfway through it, Jean-Pierre began to cry again, and she could see the shame and self-hatred in his face even as the sweat dripped from his brow.
At first she was deeply annoyed.
Then, as if his misery were contagious, she realized her own great unhappiness and began to cry as well. They resumed fucking savagely, this new emotion only fueling their lust. At the climactic moment, they came together, a first for them. Afterwards, while they were smoking and staring out the great dirty windows of the apartment, he said, "Don't tell anyone about this." She kissed his shoulder and smiled. "Of course.
We wouldn't want anyone to know our secret, would we? What would that be?
That you do have a soul."
That again. You aren't the void that people think you are, that you think you are. He sniffed. If we're going to be poetic, we must be truthful. I have no soul. What I am is a void that knows that it's a void and wants to be something more.
I saw it back there, when I looked into those eyes of yours.
It's there, my pale one, like it or not.
Suddenly she felt very vulnerable naked and returned to the mattress to throw a sheet over her shoulders. Still, there was something eating at her. "What's wrong?" he said. She lit another cigarette, fidgeting. I don't know if I should tell you. Really, it's ironic, betraying Vistrat to illuminate the fact that he betrayed you.
What are you talking about?
She sighed. She felt so close to him now that she couldn't keep it back. He lied to you, Jean-Pierre, although I'm not quite sure what it means. I overheard a phone conversation, I can't remember.
He was talking to someone named Younger, I think. This got his attention.
Continuing, she said, he said something about how he lied to you, but it was a necessary lie. He said that there was no general contract out on Ruger and Danielle, that yours was the only death squad sent to kill them and that Younger wasn't supposed to kill them, that his was a different purpose entirely, or something to that effect.
Maybe I'm just reading too much into what he said.
I wasn't really listening, but I heard your name so I paid attention.
What does it mean? Does it make any sense to you?
He frowned, and it was clear that he was thinking hard.
No.
I don't know what it means, but don't ask him about it. Never let him grow suspicious.
Of course not. Thank you for telling me this. Now I know you do love me. You're my brother, right?
It wasn't long before she left, shrugging on the remains of her clothes and calling back her limo. She sat in its cool, leather-bound confines and felt the tension drain from her. If only she could bottle whatever it was that Jean-Pierre did for her. She wasn't going home, which was her apartment, but back to the Titanic. Of course, this trot had put out the rumor that he was frequenting many buildings, never staying in the same place twice in order to avoid the scouring, and he'd even fabricated some evidence to support this, because he said the best way to hide was to convince others that you were hiding. The fact of the matter was he hadn't left that building in 6 weeks. He'd warned her not to leave it either, but, especially during the daytime, there was little he could do to stop her, except to have her forcefully detained, and he would never do that. If she couldn't get him out of the building, maybe she could bring a little pleasure to him while he was there. She would have to shower thoroughly first, of course. That vampire sense of smell didn't fool around. She called ahead and arranged for a romantic meal to be prepared for them this evening. Something Italian, the chef's choice. He was having an affair, she was certain, but she still loved him and knew that he loved her too, so why not make the most of it? Of course, if she had known with whom he was having the affair, and why, it would have made all the difference in the world.
Chapter 13.
In his war room, Roche Sarnova sipped his bourbon and listened to his advisors describe how he was losing the war.
A big map on the wall outlined different parts of London.
A red star indicated the suspected location of Subert, his nemesis. He, the officers and the other members of the Dark Council had been over the same material now several times, and he listened with one ear. Mainly he sipped on his bourbon. It was the first week of January and the war was going badly. His enemies had established a successful stronghold in London, where most of the fighting took place. The enemy just sat there and waited for Sarnova to send in more troops, and when they learned of one of his secret bases, they had it destroyed. There were rumors that his enemies were gathering their forces, preparing an attack on the castle. Even Sarnova was growing apprehensive, but he told himself to be steady. He'd ruled the immortal world for 3,000 years and he'd not relinquish it now. Back then he'd used his powers and his title to bring the immortal elements together, to make peace among them, and he'd been successful. For centuries he'd ruled in tranquility, letting the borders of his domain expand naturally as the humans themselves explored new regions, spreading to all corners of the world. Unfortunately, this exploration had brought about the decentralization of power. His empire, always hidden from human knowledge, had become unwieldy and the different elements had started to unravel once again. He couldn't control them all. Many had become nomadic and still others had begun to build empires of their own, despite his best efforts to crush them. Then they had grown arrogant and had tried to band together to destroy him, but they were too weak and he'd easily won. It had been simple to gather them back into his fold. Order was needed. Togetherness. Unity. The seeds of rebellion had been sown, however, and over the centuries more and more of his following had deserted him to establish themselves elsewhere. They had discovered the New World long before Columbus had been born and there they fled, and there they prospered. Sarnova, who'd gone by a different name then, was ignorant of this new development for a long time. How could he have foreseen the discovery of a new continent? But when humans began to explore this virgin land he'd sent his forces over there only to be beaten back by the immortals already there. He'd concentrated on fortifying his position as the most powerful shade in the Old World, had moved from his long-established headquarters in northern Africa to the regions of Eastern Europe so that he could more easily conquer the many immortals that had gathered there, away from his Egyptian stronghold. And conquer them he did, at a terrible price. He'd lost his headquarters in Africa because he'd had to concentrate so many troops in Europe, leaving Egypt unguarded. What misery that had been, losing his home, and too weak to reclaim it. Over the years he'd struggled to make the Carpathians his new home, had renewed his forces, had re-established his empire and would soon emerge yet again as the strongest immortal in the world. And, now that he was ready to make the boldest move of all this. His idea was too revolutionary, too radical, too sudden. His brashness had ripped the Dark Council in half, perhaps destroyed it forever. They were cowards afraid of change. He wanted progress and they were willing to make war to stop him. It pained him, their lack of vision, their eager conservatism. Didn't they see how glorious the future could be? At least he had Francois to console him. Deep down, though, Sarnova felt that even the ambassador was afraid of his new ideas, was hoping that the war would end and the Dark Council be reunified, but that no real progress would develop. Did no one understand him? It had come to the point where he was beginning to doubt his own plans. He sighed, finished his bourbon and cleared his throat. The others in the war room turned. "Is that all?" he said. "Are you quite finished? I see by your faces that you wish I would make peace with them." "No, the war will go on until our enemy gives in. Don't you see? Progress is always difficult. Only afterwards do even its facilitators fully appreciate it.
You will, gentlemen, mark my words. The New World Order is almost upon us.
He rose, feeling the sweat on his brow, and looked each of his followers in the eye.
Thank you for your diligence. Now please excuse me.
Do what you must to ensure the fulfillment of the vision. He stalked out of the room, waving away his guards.
Privacy was crucial to the meeting he would now attend.
He moved swiftly down to the catacombs, where he slowed his pace to collect his thoughts. He'd an idea of what this secret meeting would be about, but the implications of that were too hideous. Most of these crypts and vaults had been moved long ago from their original locations in Egypt. Inside them rested the bodies of ancient rulers and shades who'd been important figures in immortal history. A few were representatives of Sarnova's line. His predecessors, those that had carried the mantle of Dark Lord before him, were not his genetic ancestors but a line of warriors. Rulers. At some point in every ruler's life he or she must choose a successor, someone to carry on the tradition and the mantle. The successor would not necessarily be chosen because the ruler was dying or in peril, but often because the ruler was tired of his or her responsibilities and wished to roam the world. Sarnova felt no such inclination and wasn't prepared to name a successor until he did. If that's what they want to talk about. He walked through a stone archway and into a tomb, where he made his way to one of the walls and depressed a panel. A wall swung back. He stepped through into the hidden room. The Sangrosanks waited for him. 4 of them, hunched around a large stone table with a lantern blazing from its center. The flickering light caught the group strangely, and for a moment Sarnova thought he'd stepped into a dream. He accepted his seat at the head of the table, which they had reserved for him out of tradition and courtesy, although they were much more powerful than himself, and addressed them. Good to see you again, my friends. I see there are 2 of you missing. We have always been here to protect and support your line, one said, but, even so, we were shocked to hear your plan. 2 of our number decided not to come out of protest. For that, we apologize. He smiled, but it was a strained, tense gesture. It's good to see you again, too, Roche. Sarnova nodded. There's something you're not telling me. What do you desire to know? Said another.
I was attacked a month ago.
My assailant was carrying the blood of a Kavasari in her veins.
Where did that come from? Are you accusing one of us?
I accuse no one, but there aren't many of you in the world. Half of you are represented here, so it's more than likely that one of you, or one of the 2 absentees, was responsible.
Silence.
Then the first speaker said, if one of us was responsible, our intention wouldn't have been to kill you, but to make you aware of our displeasure. Your new decision goes against everything we're meant to uphold, and you should have realized that before announcing it to the Dark Council.
Sarnova laughed. Your feelings were hurt, is that it? That I'd act alone. That's why you did it.
We didn't say we did it, said a third. None of us here gave the blood to Victoria Lysande, and yes, we know all about it, believe me.
We're loyal to you, no matter how foolish your actions may be.
Will you vouch for the loyalty of the 2 absentees?
No.
And there's nothing else you'd care to reveal before we get to the matter at hand?
No.
Well, then.
Why did you summon me? A successor must be chosen. You're losing the war.
On the off chance that you die, someone must replace you.
I knew it. Surely Francois Mauclery would be adequate.
He is not a leader, and he does not desire to be one. Besides, that's not the way things are done. It must be someone relatively young, someone fresh that you can mold.
You'd have me mold him despite the fact that I'm foolish? As much as we abhor your movement, we recognize that your new ideas signify strength and vitality. Why do you fear my death? Would not you protect me as you're sworn to do? Certainly we would protect you within bounds. But we are not to use our powers to interfere with history in the making.
We're to remain in the shadows, always. You're as bound in superstition as you always were. You cling to it because it gives you purpose, yet you would, admit it, interfere with our affairs if it served your sense of morality. Did you not stand by as one of your number provided a potential assassin with Kavasari blood? You use our lack of action against us.
Of course I do.
How dare you cling to your purpose, your sacred duties to me, when you'd sit by and watch me die simply because you have no vision?
We do not call it vision. We call it sacrilege. I'm sure you do.
Roche ran a sweaty hand through his black hair.
Losing my cool will only serve them. They need to be reminded of their roots.
Allow me to refresh your memories, he said. You once ruled all immortals, but your greed drew you into war against each other, and your followers saw their opportunity and rebelled, your power never to be reclaimed again.
Afterward your kind warred each other into virtual extinction. You drifted without purpose or ambition, and there was only one of your number that was strong. One.
He fell in love with a lesser shade, a great vampire warrior, and summoned you to protect her and her line. He realized your weakness and shrouded your purpose with myth and religious overtones, providing the necessary stipulation, which you loved. You leapt at the chance to have meaning, to have a purpose, so you upheld the stipulation and protected her, as best you could, but eventually she was overthrown and destroyed. Weak of mind as you were, now without guidance or purpose, you chose to kill her assassin and then, instead of taking control of her empire yourselves, you elected her successor and established the tradition which continues until today. The line of the Dark Lords. You move in the shadows as you said, protecting me when it suits you, counseling me sometimes in important decisions but otherwise doing nothing but clinging to your ancient mythology. Now you hide behind that ancient stipulation so that you can sit back and again do nothing. You sicken me. How do you justify your actions? We will not justify ourselves to you, Roche, said the second one, angry. None of us were alive back then, we only carry on the traditions of our own predecessors, thank you. And that little stipulation that you sneer at is very dear to our purpose, our reason for being. It's even grown to eclipse our duties of protection. So I've noticed. You must also carry on the traditions, by appointing a successor. And the stipulation? We cannot uphold it truthfully and let you live at the same time, not while you continue with your present course of action. Is that a threat? No, said the first. We have no desire to rule in your place or to kill you. For the love of dusk, Roche. You act as if we're not friends, as if we're hostile to you. Trust in us, please. We will try to uphold the stipulation in our own way. By blocking my advancements. By causing me to lose the war. Bastards! It is the only way to let you live. I pity you. Sarnova lit a cigar. I'm sorry for that, but you have no vision. You still cling to your purpose, and it is what eclipses everything else, not its technicalities, but its very existence. You would let it stand in the way of progress. It's our duty. Are you ready to discuss your successor? Later, when he was done, he gathered his cluster of guards and went off in search of Francois, whom he found in one of the living areas, watching the night through great glass panes. Drinking a glass of port, Francois turned at Sarnova's entrance. May I get you a drink? Please, Roche said, sinking into a chair. He waited until he'd taken his first sip before he spoke again. They're here. They? Francois nodded. They? What did they want? To appoint my successor, naturally. Who'd they have in mind? Roche laughed. My own Secretary of War, the little upstart. Damn it all. The reaction was stronger than Roche had anticipated. What is it? Mucklery lowered himself into a chair. There's a spy in our midst. Dryly, Sarnova said, One? No, this is serious. It's why we've been losing so badly, the enemy knows when and where we're to attack. It's costing us several soldiers a day. And this spy could well be the Secretary of War. It sounds awful, but there is a growing mound of evidence to support it. What do you suggest? Take him off the assignment and lock him up until a deeper investigation can commence. Have it done. Sarnova leaned his head back in the chair. If he wasn't careful, he would fall asleep. I'd love to see the look on their faces when they hear I've had my own successor imprisoned. It's almost worth going down there to tell them. Ah, but I'm so tired. Francois, are you as exhausted as I am? I'm afraid so, Roche. The stress is terrible. But we must stay strong so that the others will take heart. Of course. Tell me, does the scouring continue? Indomitably. Great, Roche said, but he couldn't decide whether his voice sounded sarcastic or sincere. Well, it didn't matter. Francois would know. Chapter 14. Harry Lavaca had intended to get drunk in peace, but it was not to happen. He slid the pistol with the silver bullets in it into his shoulder holster. It was only 5 in the afternoon and werewolves would be out, and walked down a few blocks to a local pub he sometimes frequented. Lots of oak and brass, bright colors, festive music, and a curtain of shining beads hung behind the bar where the bartenders and barbacks would occasionally duck into to snag something they were out of up front. Very pleasant, all in all, and Harry was feeling good by the time he'd gotten to the bottom of his first martini. He figured he'd be feeling very good after another 3 or 4. The gun dug into his ribs, and he shifted its weight. Maybe it was egotistical to think that he was being hunted at all times. Maybe next time I'll leave it at home. Someone patted him on the shoulder. At first glance Harry thought the man was in his 60s, as he had lots of gray in his hair and mustache, and lines around his eyes. He had a deep weariness in him, but a fortitude as well. Harry looked closer.
The man couldn't be more than 50, he realized. Despite his fine suit and cufflinks, fear clung to him. My name is Martin Escott. May I buy you a drink? I see you're almost out. Harry rattled his glass. A bartender came. I'd like 2 martinis, Harry said. Then, to Escott, you? I quit a long time ago. Please, may we take a booth? I've something very serious to discuss with you. Harry waited for his drinks and then went with the man to the only corner booth available. You know me, but I don't know you, he said. I hope you won't get upset, but I've had you heavily researched, Escott said. I know you have dealings with the occult and that sort of thing. I know that you're acquainted with a vampire. He stared at Harry for a long moment as if to gauge his reaction. Harry only sipped his martini. Yes, well, you know a vampire named Danielle, don't you? Harry shrugged. Not well. I know her boyfriend much better. If your game is to have her killed, sorry, Jack. I'm broke but not that broke. She's a nice girl, for a bloodmonger. Look. Escott dropped his voice even further. My name isn't really Escott. I had it changed years ago. Keep talking. My real name is Malcolm Verger. Harry raised his eyebrows. Said nothing. Can it really be? And 19 years ago I raped Danielle, mutilated her and left her for dead. He waited for Harry's reaction, but when Harry gave none he continued, somewhat apologetically, I was very evil back then. I've changed. I nearly died of a heroin overdose 10 years ago, and since then I've been clean. I changed my entire life. After the gutter angel killed a few of my old friends, her rapists, I knew she was saving me for last, so I moved, had plastic surgery, changed my name, but now I know it won't make any difference. Jason Locke, the last one she killed, also had his name changed, but she found him anyway. Don't you see, I'm the only one left. I'm next. I have a wife now. 2 kids who depend on me. How did you make your money? I made a good living in the drug trade, but then I got out of it and used the money to buy a chain of street-side food stands. I've got some money in stocks and bonds. I do okay. What do you want of me? Protection. You must try to contact her, explain that I've become a decent person, try to persuade her, and you must come live with me so if she comes you'll be there. You could be just the thing that makes her spare me. You can have whatever you want, money unlimited. Harry finished his second martini and started on his third. Don't patronize me, Escott. All the money in the world couldn't buy me if I didn't like the cause. But my kids, my wife. Look, I'll come to your house, I'll see if you're the wonderful family man you claim to be, and if I like you I'll try to help. That's as far as it goes. No promises. Of course. You don't know how much this means to me. Come, I feel vulnerable out here in the open. What if I went into a public restroom and she was there, waiting for me? Don't worry about it. She's out of town for the moment. That's not to say she couldn't sweep back in any time, but for now you're safe. Escott leaned back. Thank you for telling me this. I can see that you're an honest man. Kiss my ass, you son of a bitch. You're a fucking piece of shit for what you did. I know. Harry drummed his fingers on the table. Do you have liquor at your house? My wife drinks occasionally, yes. But not much. Well, we'll have to make a run by the liquor store. You're buying. All right, let's go. Harry set his empty glass down, starting to feel better. Before we go over to your place, I need to pick up some things at my apartment, leave a note for visitors, that sort of thing. He moved towards the door. Escott trailed behind. But there's one thing I forgot. What's that? Harry belted him across the face. When Escott didn't go down, Harry struck him again, then grabbed Escott by the hair and slammed the sod's face down onto his knee. If Harry hadn't been tipsy, he was sure he'd have broken the bastard's nose. That's for Danielle, he panted. Hands dragged him away, and he put up no resistance. Escott followed him outside, a hand over his face. The man said nothing. Together, they made their way back to Harry's apartment. When he opened the door, Harry immediately felt an uninvited presence. A thin, black-haired woman with violet eyes lounged on his couch, smoking a Black Death cigarette on a cigarette holder. Harry instantly recognized her as an immortal and, thinking that she was a werewolf, the sun had just set, surely no other shade could be up and about at this time of night, he ripped out his gun. Silver bullets, he warned. La-dee-da. She rose. Several inches Harry's senior, she extended a hand, and he eyed it warily. I'm Sophia.
He glanced at Scott, who seemed hopelessly confused. Did the man realize he was looking at an immortal? Please, wait outside, Harry told him. Scott obeyed, and Harry turned back to the woman. Who are you? Sophia, Veliswa's daughter, if you've heard of her. I know of her. Well, she came to me a few days ago in LA, told me she and some friends needed my help. Understand, my mother's never asked anything of me before, so I was rather surprised. Having no pressing business in LA, how could I refuse? Get to the point. Please, lower the gun, Harry. Let's sit down and have a drink together. Have any crystal? He chuckled but lowered the gun. Afraid not, princess. How do you feel about a beer? I'd feel great about a beer. He fetched them each a drink. You play chess? Yes, but I'm not one to play games with inanimate objects. I prefer flesh and blood. She meant it, too, he could tell. He slid into a chair near the couch, not too close to her. So what is it you've come to see me about, he said. I don't know him well, but the vampire Ruger is apparently very dear to my mother's heart, and he's in danger from Vistrot. I've come here to infiltrate Vistrot's organization and find out more about why Ruger and Danielle are wanted dead. A charitable aim. Looking her up and down, he added, surely you didn't come here for purely unselfish motives. I think you misjudge me, Harry. Why must a self-assertive woman be seen as heartless? Please. She smiled. I like to use people, Harry, bad people. It gives me satisfaction to see them squirm, and even more to destroy them. This situation gives me a chance to get close to Vistrot, a most worthy target. So, you see, I'm doing it for sport. To me, this will be like bringing down a lion among lions. You understand? I suppose. But why won't he know what you're up to? Surely he'll investigate you and find out Veliswa's your mother. The jig will be up. I like you, Harry. My heart overflows. Now you're the one being cold. Can't we be friends? He sipped his beer. Be sincere and maybe you'll grow on me. I'll try. Good. Now why won't Vistrot know you're Veliswa's daughter? I was born 90 years ago in Paris, long before she moved to New York. She existed largely in the mortal societies back then and didn't want her friends to think she was just another silly girl getting pregnant out of wedlock, so she moved into the French countryside and raised me there until I was 16. Of course, I didn't look 16, because we Genses age slowly. When we moved back to Paris, Veliswa had been virtually forgotten. Of course, before she'd had me, she went by a different name. She changed it again when we moved back. No one knew she was the same woman. She hadn't aged a day, that's why she had to alter her identity, to avoid suspicion. Anyway, she pretended I was her niece. She didn't like the idea of people thinking she was a mother, not very sexy, she thought, and we lived there for a while until I hit puberty and matured more rapidly, at a human rate, you might say. That's why we moved back to the city when we did, so that I would blend in. She was eager to go to New York, she had a lover there, but I was just physically old enough to be accepted generally as a sexual being among the mortal society and I wanted to stay. Hell, it was Paris. I remained there while she moved to the Big Apple, where she's lived under various names ever since. After some time, I got the urge to move on, as well. I set out west to the new city of Las Vegas, then on to LA. Harry had finished his beer and moved to get another. So what you're getting to is... It was never admitted publicly that I was Veliswa's child, not even to other shades. Besides, we both changed names every few decades and back in those early years all our acquaintances were mortal, and none of them are around anymore, so even if Vistrot tried to do a thorough check, he wouldn't find out that I was her daughter or even knew her. To the best of his knowledge, I appeared in Las Vegas out of nowhere. I have no history. Surely you and your mother kept in touch. Not very often. Every now and then she'd fly out to LA, but what rich New York socialite doesn't fly out to LA once in a while? There's something you're not telling me. If that's true, then I'm keeping it from you for a reason. Respect it. He paced, then turned to her. How do I fit into the picture? Well, I'm going over to one of Vistrot's buildings tonight. I've already contacted his people and arranged a meeting. I'll need some outside help, some support in case something goes wrong, or at least a place to crash if I get discovered. Veliswa didn't want me to confide or accept help from any of her friends. They're good people, she says, but unreliable and terrible gossips. And none of them are particularly close to Ruger or Danielle. She wanted me to get help from someone who knows them and likes them, would want to be of service, but still has good contacts. She said that Ruger suggested you. Will you help? He stared up at the painting of Marcella, wondering if she would guide him through this.
He was just ready to make a clean break from this wretched city. Did he really want to tempt fate by becoming involved in something as complex and sinister as this probably would turn out to be?
His eyes settled on his chess table, to the board he and Ruger had been playing on last week. There was the toppled king where he hadn't bothered to reset the board.
"I'll help," Harry said. "What can I do?"
"Not much, for now. You're supposed to find out who began the rumor that the Balaclava were chasing Ruger and Danielle to the ends of the earth, something like that, anyway, and, if you can, why Vistrat had that man of his killed not too long ago." Harry called in a Scot, made him write down his number, address, and instructions on how to get to his house. When Harry handed the piece of paper to Sophia, she scanned it and looked up, smiling doubtfully.
"The Hamptons?" Harry glanced at Ascot. "The Hamptons?" Ascot seemed embarrassed. "This is New York. People like French fries." "Right," Harry said. "Did I mention you're taking me to a liquor store?" Asterisk asterisk asterisk. As Sophia was led to the lowest sublevel of Vistrat's building, she had to stop her jaw from hanging open. She'd never seen so many immortals in all her life. At last she was led into his office, and she could almost feel the suffocating weight of the entire building, all that concrete and steel, poised over her head. There was only one chair in the room and that was occupied, so she stood, forcing herself to remain calm. Vistrat ran his eyes over her. Apparently liking what he saw, he gestured for her to step forward. "So you're aggressive, is that right?" "It's what I consider myself to be," she said. "But from what I've determined, and I've had your past looked into, of course, you can walk about during the daytime?" "Yes." "How is that possible?" "My father was a werewolf." She instantly regretted the comment, but Vistrat just nodded. Why should he be interested in who her parents were? "Well, this is good," he said. "It gives you an advantage over other candidates for this function, and your crossbreeding might allow you access to other abilities as well." "Can you shapeshift?" "It does not come easily for me, but yes." "Excellent. How old are you?" 93. He puffed on his cigar. "I suppose that's old enough, though it would be better if you were older." "Ah, well. No one's perfect." She said nothing, but she was wondering just what he was wanting of her. He adopted a formal tone. "So, you want to join my organization?" "Yes." The trick of this meeting, she felt, would be to come off as competent yet sensual. Despite Vistrat's bulk, it was not hard to find him attractive. "Do you have a position for me?" He smiled. "So that's it, is it?" "Well, sorry, I'm taken, and I've done more damage there than I should have already." She felt a flash of emotion, registering it as crestfallen, then rejected it instantly. "You misinterpret my statement," she said. "Did I?" He studied her for a long moment, evidently trying to size her up but failing. He shook his head. "So why do you wish to sign up?" "The obvious reason." "I mean no flattery, but you're the strongest shade in the world, save for Roche Sarnova, and I hear he's losing his war." "So you wish to be on the A-team?" "It's the only way to be." He nodded cautiously. He seemed to be warming up to her, but couldn't quite get a grip on her. She would have to make an effort at being more readable. "Have you ever killed someone you didn't need to feed on?" he said. "Many times." "Have you ever killed a shade?" "Yes." "Ever killed one that was not threatening you somehow?" "No." He steepled his fingers. "Look, I won't lie to you. I normally don't accept people into my fold who are just off the street, but there's something about you I find intriguing. Of course, you'll have to work your way up, just like anyone else, you understand?" "Naturally. First you must prove your loyalty to me by killing a shade." "It's a reasonable request." "It's more than that. It's an initiation, you need to earn my trust and respect. There is a complication, see, I haven't much time. I've reason to believe that my primary death squad is falling apart, and I can't allow that to happen. I placed my own man in it when it was first banded together, but I have yet more reason to believe that he's trying to become independent and take the rest of the crew with him, save for its leader, a man named Jean-Pierre, the albino." "You've heard of him?" "Indeed. Well, Jean-Pierre is very dear to me. He's been doing jobs for me for 60 years or more, but he's having a bad time. His team was assigned to kill Ruger and Danielle. The Marshals. Why do you want them dead, or may I ask? God, could it be this easy? You may not. Jean-Pierre himself doesn't know, but that's none of your concern. Soldiers are not to reason why. Anyway, he's having trouble with the idea of killing Danielle. They had a fling once, and this is all the more reason why he needs to kill her."
I need a mole in the team, to make sure they're doing things according to my wishes, and, like I've said, my current mole has designs of his own. I need to put someone else on the inside, someone new, someone fresh, to hold the crew together. Especially, you must be sympathetic to Jean-Pierre. That's another thing you've got going for you, you're attractive. It's served me on occasion. Are you saying I should sleep with this man? No explicit instructions on that one, but be friendly. If you two have chemistry, that would be great. The important thing is to keep his mental condition primed. The team could break up, and while that would be a shame, I could easily put together another one provided I had the leadership of the albino to depend on. Now will you agree to be my inside man, or woman, as a test of loyalty, until the odd flock is hunted down? Then we can find a more appropriate position for you, unless, of course, you grow to like being on the team. I would accept the position with honor. In LA, we hear that your death squads are treated like rock stars. He laughed. There's some truth to that, but that's only because they do good work. Now, that's agreed. He wrote something down on a piece of paper and handed it to her. Their fingers almost touched. That's the address you're expected to be at tomorrow at noon exactly. They're very punctual, don't be late. It's important for both of us that you make a good first impression. Don't act arrogant. Of course. Do you have a place to stay in town? I'm at a little Fleabag motel right now. It'll do. I'll make arrangements for you somewhere nice. As you say, you'll be treated like a rock star, which makes me think of something. He was silent a moment, then made a decision. Kouar, one of the crew, their technical specialist, is the lead singer in band. It's playing tonight at St. Lucifer's. It might be good for you to go there, ingratiate yourself with any member of the team that happens to be there before things really get into motion. Camaraderie is very important for the crew to function. I had no plans tonight. Good. Regarding your accommodations, I'll arrange a suitable place for you to stay on your return. For the present, you'll be out of town for a while. Ruger and Danielle are in Las Vegas, according to my sources. Another good reason for your presence on the team. So bring whatever you need to the meeting tomorrow. I don't know how long you'll be gone. Until Ruger and Danielle are dead. Yes, you'll do, he said. You'll do just fine, Dot.